Say it clear. Say it right. Say our name. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. You benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. We FBAs, foundational Black Americans. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. Yeah. They wanna be us, from the style to the hair, from the lips to the hips, body shaped in our glare. They cross borders, profit off the fight, civil rights paid in blood just to stand in this light. Asia to Africa, you walk through the door, but this land got a history you can't ignore. FBI fought and still fighting today, made room in the system that kept us away. You praise the same power that never chose you, turn your back on the ones that broke chains just to move you. Say we don't know where we come from, that's wild. North to the south, this land raised my child. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. You benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. Say our name, say our name, say our name. We FBAs, foundation law, Black American. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. We were renowned, check the globe for proof. Streetwear in Japan still mirror our roots. K-pop chase the cadence, study how we move. Rap a world language, everybody fluent. From Atlanta blocks to Mumbai lanes, Heinemann kind spitting bars, connected to the flame. That ain't hate, that's impact, that's reach. Culture travel worldwide when the source run deep. They copy the look, they borrow the sound, but skip the respect when we still hold the ground. Love the rhythm, ignore the pain, celebrate the wave, don't say the name. This was home, before permission, before approval. Say our name. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. Benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. Say our name, say our name, say our name. We FBAs, foundation law, Black Americans. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. Say our name, say our name, say our name. 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 Don't need your respect. Never needed permission. We built everything when we weren't even seen as human. Biting the hand that fed you. Surviving on scraps. FBA stopped begging. We learned to build from scratch. Learn to build from scratch. Learn to build from scratch. Say our name. Say our name.
Hear us. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen.
Hey, pack your bag, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our grind, we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave. Hey.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell and just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your business, make it just fly on.
You landed on the tarmac, fresh off the boat. Talking about y'all building nothing, man, you choking on the note. My ancestors the reason that this country even breathes. Pick the cotton, built the White House, planted the agent protocol. We were taught that struggle's a costume, and you came hard. We die for futures, and you come here and give our legacy a side eye while throwing shade on the guard. While you benefit from doors we kick down with our last breath. Now you spit on the architects who stand grateful. That's disrespectful, ungrateful, a slap in the face to only people who gave a fuck. So let me show your ungrateful ass to the right place. Whoa, whoa.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our ground and we outside on it. Why y'all fools on the outside looking? Y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out America, take your duties and just fly home.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out America, take your duties and just fly home. Passport, the visa, the privilege to be here. Cause my grandma did march for y'all, so disappear from our land. You cosplaying our pain. Think it's a trend you can borrow, but you ain't inherit the ghosts of our sorrow. We the foundation, the bedrock, the soil, and the root. You not no branch on our tree, and unproductive people always cosplaying me.
Talking about we ain't do nothing, you lost your mind. We built this from nothing, time after time.
From the beginning to now, we been the backbone and muscle. Why you look down on the struggle and cause a whole tussle? The energy style was disgusting, it's whack. So let's make it clear, there's no turning back.
This land is paid for in full.
In blood, sweat, and tears, and dreams deferred.
You don't get to come into a house we built from the dirt and telling Black America y'all ain't worth nothing. That's a violation, facts.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
It's our soil on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
Show respect, this our ground, y'all just tenants on a leash.
Or get the step.
Show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out America, taking your business, I can just fly home.
Don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out America, taking your business, I can just fly home.
Yeah, fly little birdies.
Fly on back to where you came from.
This ain't for you. The soil is sacred.
We said what we said.
It's time
For y'all to go home. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Far, far away from here. Bye bye, little birds. We forget. This one's for the rules. We built this land from dust and tears for 100 years, and we still here. They write new rules, but they don't see every freedom they got came off you and me. We planted seeds, they took the bloom. We lit they lit the room. Back now, God, the serious realize all we want is what we earn. That sweat and blood, yeah, that table turn. You can't buy culture, can't fake that fight. This is our day. We FBAs, Americans stand tall. We ain't begging for nothing, we built that all. Born from pain and grace, you can see the truth written in our face. We the soul, the sound, the fight, the flame. Foundational Black Americans say our name. They love our rhythm, but they dodge our blues. Use our voice when it's their news. They take our sound but not our scars. We the backbone, we the stars. Now the veil is gone, the mask is here. We see the game, we know what's here. No more silence, no more lies. We lift that flag and watch it rise. Rise up, rise up. We the ones that made this nation breathe. Our veins are power, our roots are trees. We know worlds. It's rhythm and grace now, and now we're reclaiming our rightful place. Can't copy courage, can't steal pain. You can't inherit so many. Our story ain't done, it's the revival. We guard the gate, it's about survival. We FBA, say it proud, say it loud. The world dances on what we vow. Foundational Black Americans. Still we stand, still we fight, still we demand. Every block, every song, we've been right here all along. The soul of a people strong and free. Foundational Black Americans. We the first, we the rule, we the fire. Still rising, still here. Foundational Black American.
We set the tone and they copy the cadence. Dance to our drums and deny the foundation. Wear the style but don't honor the source. Smile in the crowd and you distance and force. Say you not us but you rap like we breathe. Take the rhythm, then fuse the receipts. I ain't mad, I'm just holding the glass. Showing the mirror, now answer it back. I ain't here to cancel nobody. Just keep it honest, keep it solid. If you eat from the table we built, don't act surprised when we guard it. Do you like that? Do you like that? When I flip your sound and I ride like that. Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Cause that's how it feel when you borrow my culture. Then act like we never mattered. Hip-hop.
Mike Larry. Now this shit here, it's what I see it is. We're not fighting your battles. We're not carrying your fear. We're not lending our history to people who erased us while we were here. Just cause you're born here, don't make you FBA. That makes you a citizen, learn the difference today. This is lineage, not a look you can wear. Not a costume you borrow when it benefits you there. You used our culture like an access card. Backstage pass, a straight facade. But now the mirrors in your face, no disguise. And you're uncomfortable looking truth in the eye. Our land to beg for a chance. We stayed, we fought, we took every advance. That's the separation, that's the line you cross. We paid the price, you learned the cost. You waving your flag on our soil, but fighting not to comfort on a foundation you didn't know. We waving our flag, red, black, and gold. Stood our ground, never sold. You waving your flag on our soil, but scared to build what you claim you love. Our humor, our style, the way we move, the smoothness, the sound, the things we prove. Music we birth, language we shape, innovation forged under constant escape. Warrior spirit means stay and defend, not flee your land and rewrite the end. You call it success, but don't confuse the two. Ease came after what we went through. You abandoned your land and called it strategy. You waved that flag loud, but won't return to build your legacy. That contradiction tells the story for you. You waving your flag on our soil, or fighting not to go back home. We waving arms where we were forged, every inch earned, every brick known. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We know who we are, and now we see who you are too. Just because y'all born here doesn't make you FBA at all. It makes you an American citizen. It's biologically impossible to be us because it's a lineage, not some damn costume you can just put on to look cool. You immigrants and immigrant Americans has used our culture as an access card, a backstage pass to our culture. Now y'all have to look in the mirror. Our sense of humor, the aesthetics, mannerisms, the style of dress, the smoothness, the creativity, our genres of music, innovativeness, our slang, our warrior spirit by staying on our homeland and fighting and not fleeing to somebody else's land to beg for a better life and shit on the very people who fought to have us there. That's who we are. And we know who the hell y'all are waving your flag on our soil and fighting to make sure y'all don't go back.
You can't leech off our culture anymore. Beat it!
Mike Larry, man. You did it again. We really making history. Let's go. Do that. Flip your sound. How you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it loud, don't walk it back. Do you like that?
Do you like that?
You grew up mimicking us, now y'all switch it up. Turn the carbon copy, y'all ain't black, what the fuck? It's funny y'all connecting to our culture like it's Wi-Fi. Surfing on our waves of our culture, no more agua. Still in my culture for all these years. Look how time flies, all these colonizers in the skies. Y'all hate, y'all still hate us outside. Study dope, drip vampires, suck the blood of our guilt. They copy the flavor, sip the juice, love the results, hate the truth. Who? Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound. How you like that? Do you like that? Democratic shields, talking points, the road they fill. Fish and chips, agent on the mic, judging FBAs, but ain't you half white? Talking like you one of us, we need a proof face. The agent type with the prune face, like 50 and Jim, it's a cold game. Throwing stones cause we built our own lane. I'm joking, kinda, but I mean, smile calm, pressure intact. Y'all proud where y'all from, where they flag, beat they drum. But when it's us, tone switch fast. Same pride, but it's too much. FBA pride, lineage solid, you can't put this on, can't try it on. Built here, stayed and fought, that's the difference. That's the car. Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it clear, don't twist the facts. Do you like that? Yeah. Do you like that? Do you like that? Point made. No edit. No care.
You know, erasing history is something that you have to do when it comes to conquest, domination, and destroy what they were and what they were capable of in the past. They will understand what they have a possibility or a likelihood of doing in the future.
Foundation of Black Americans, we've always had a culture of resistance. We cultivated a culture of resistance on this land, and we've been resisting ever since we've encountered European domination.
But nothing was really popping in Europe until the transatlantic slave trade, and that's where they amassed a lot of wealth.
One thing that I think is unique about our culture as far as how we resist, how we fight back, is just the environment we were put in from day one. Being only 13% of the population, the white supremacists were very meticulous about keeping that population at a certain amount.
There was never when we did not resist the encroachment of the white man.
They have a natural behavior of authority no matter where they go. That's why they'll step up in front of us in the line at the store. We're not important. They don't even see us.
We've never been able to excel. We've never been able to relax. We've never been able to just be, which means that existence is resistance.
It must be something in our DNA, our historical background, to when something doesn't sit right with us, especially spiritually, in our souls and in our spirit, we just say no.
We live in resistance. You know, from the moment we're born, we're in resistance. And it's handed down generation to generation.
And so I think that cultural resistance is actually in our DNA, in our epigenetics, and then it blossoms out into the culture.
So there's almost nothing in America that we do, from song to dance to politics to the way we talk, the way we dress, having coded languages considered to be slang today. Everything about Black American culture is a form of resistance.
Of course, they want to always downplay our contributions to the global tapestry because they continue to act like our number one export in this country is not Black innovation.
Everyone understands that our resistance has been the cornerstone of what foundational Black Americans have always done. We are the life that breathes everything into this nation.
The further back you go, the further Black you go. It's just simple like that, brother.
Introducing the B1 Rolodex, the easiest way to search for and support FBA and B1 businesses. Hundreds of entries from the Black grassroots for the Black grassroots. Free to use, free to download, constantly updated. Trouble navigating the document? Try using the map version. Notice a business missing? Use this simple Google form to submit an FBA or B1 business. Also submit anti-Black businesses, which are now being collected in that last tab. Find resources, contact numbers, and much more using the second tab. All the info you need to start practicing group economics today. Go to blacktruthunited.com. That's blacktruthunited.com.
Greetings, Black family. Greetings, and thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. We're talking with the other host. I apologize for running super late because we had a long city council meeting about Excel Energy. Let me check and tell you all about it. It's pretty interesting. Yes, she does. And, on this season 6, episode 36, or Trace 6 part 3, part Trey of the Frontline Black News, we'll be discussing several topics we didn't get to in part 2, and that is deadly storms tear through Sundown town in Wisconsin, in Illinois. What's that ABK flu? Then we got manhunt underway for suspect in Seattle food festival shooting as new details about incident emerge. Sorry, this other phone is like frozen. Bear with me. Okay, here we go. Then we got Manhunt underway for suspect in Seattle Food Festival shooting as new details emerge about incident. Racist white supremacists are furious as Shiloh Hendrix is convicted. Then we got funeral director destroys Nolan Wells medical examiner. Mysterious white boy in Nolan Wells emergency call finally exposed. Break and clean up sinking boat call reveals that many missed in Nolan Wells case. 18-year-old drowns on boat with his 9 white friends. White woman shares the reasons why her community have such disdain for FBAs. Mensa questions why Black Americans deny being African. Of course, the tether would. Then FBAs boycott Black Panther 3. Call out Ryan Coogler. What happened after the boycott reached Al Sharpton and Ben Crump? AI data centers are moving into your house and into space. And why nearly half of American households can't make ends meet. And we are based out of East Denver, North Aurora, Colorado. Get the news from a frontline and Black first perspective. We are part of the New Black Media and also the signal boosters of the New Black Media. We have been around for 6 seasons now and counting. And we have several platforms that are part of the frontline campaign. Frontline Black News, one of the first ones that started back in 2020, 2021. And what are you doing, Khalifa? Please make sure Shabaka's Black Conspiracy House is based off the 50th anniversary of the founding of the original Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. Started on Blog Talk Radio back in 2016 and have been around for 12 seasons now. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced covers Black experience from the beginning of time until 10 minutes ago. Is also part of the Frontline campaign. It has recently, within the last 2 to 3 years, moved from Blog Talk Radio to StreamYard. Please make sure you like and share the broadcast, family. Remember, family, hit that like, share, and subscribe button. Please join us on StreamYard, YouTube, Frontline Black News. The links to all of our channels in the description. And salute to the new subscribers. We just reached 900 subscribers. So salute. We are 100 away from 1,000. Great news. Great news. And then we got our backup channel, Frontline Black News 2, which I'll definitely show us some love because it's our backup channel. Just in case you try to take Frontline Black News down again, we have backup. So please sub up to the backup channel, Frontline Black News 2. Then we got my personal page, Jesse Paris, aka Chain Chroma. So we stream all the city council meetings for both Denver and Aurora and the local Denver community events, Black events for Denver and Aurora. And the Sunday morning food bank, which I've been doing for the past 10 years.
No, like that. This side.
Ooh. I don't know what Lady Che does. That's what I'm doing. The introduction. Lady Che, I need to finish the introduction.
It's like 30 minutes of intro.
Jesus. Why she does that? Okay, then we got Lady Che's backup page, Seduction All 5191. Make sure y'all sub to that so she can start going live on that YouTube channel. She needs 3 more subscribers. And then we got my personal page, or excuse me, her personal page, or her main page, the Revolutionary Agenda, the RBA. Make sure y'all sub up to that. She needs 2 more subscribers to get to 90. And then we got Shabaka's YouTube channel, Jeanette 1. Make sure y'all sub to that. Shabaka needs 6 more subscribers so he can start going live on YouTube. Then we got our cousin or Lokester out the Bay Area, Jay Militant. Make sure y'all sub to his channel as well. What's Cracking TV with Jay Militant. Then we got Kukizi, our brother out the Manhunt incoming illegal mining for the sea. Out the Bell side, Mount Bello to be exact. And he used to do the intro track for Frontline Black News. And now he does the FBA culture reports. So y'all check out our brother at Kukizi 5100 on YouTube. Then we got our brother Breeze Omega, our brother from another mother who was live earlier yesterday. Well, make sure y'all check him out. Breeze Omega on YouTube. That's our brother from Hempstead, Long Island. Originally from Hempstead, Long Island, who's now in Leesburg, Virginia. Oh, I need to charge the computer. Then we got the Church of Black Power, a brother out of Watts, California, who's now in Houston, Texas. Make sure y'all sub to his channel as well. And he just interviewed me on Friday. So make sure y'all check that out. And our brother Church's channel. Then we got Toya Rain Reloaded, who it's been around for a decade plus, and actually put Lisa Cabrera on and come up with series such as We Fought Back series. So check out brother Toya Rain Reloaded on YouTube. He needs like 10 more subscribers before he's at 78,000 subscribers. Make sure y'all check him out. Then we got our brothers Black Alpha Network, Afro Elite, Professor Black Truth, Tariq Nasheed, Jason Black, Sincere Love to God, Beatzilla, and anybody else, Lisa Cabrera, Vicky Dillard, and anybody else that is part of the New Black Media. She also to their channels as well. And last but certainly not least, we got our brother Black Truth United. Came up with the B1 Rolodex, which is a modern day green book for FBA and B1 businesses alike. And the links to his channel, the link to the Rolodex, and the link to the FBA threat database, and the link to submit your business to the Rolodex is also in the description. Then we got the Free Men Reparations Party merch. Make sure y'all get that. Shout out to Church for putting that together. Then we got Council of the Congressional Black Caucus and create a foundational Black American caucus. Long overdue. And the change.org petition link is in the description. And we got Congresswoman Nikema Williams introduce and fully fund the Anti-Black Hate Crimes Act now. The change.org petition that Michael has put together. Make sure y'all sign that if you haven't already. We got Sister Brooks' call to action. Make sure y'all check her out. The link to her call to action, the link to her Even Melanin, and the link to her backup channel are in the description. Then we got the reparations for the Descendants of American Slavery Act, Slave Act, change.org petition. Make sure y'all sign that. Then we got Lady Chase going for me. Make sure y'all donate to that if you haven't already. Then we got Standing with Joshua Fox, a brother that had put hands and feet over that racist white supremacist Nabisco, Chet the Bussy, Chet the Builder, Dalton Etherly. Make sure y'all donate to our brother Joshua Fox's GoFundMe if you haven't already. Then we got Stop Netflix from releasing damaging docuseries about Michael Jackson. Shout out to Dr. Brandy Short for putting that together. Then we got myself, as you can tell from the background, I'm a candidate on the ballot here in the state of Colorado for the Colorado State House of Representatives for House District 8 in the elections in November. And the link to my website that Lady Che has put together is in the description. Then we got copyright disclaimer on Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowances made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. And I do not own the rights to the music. And if you don't understand racism, white supremacy, what it is and how it works, everything else that you think you understand will only confuse you in all 9 or 10 areas of human and people activity. And that was by the late, great master teacher, Dr. Mr. Nelly Fuller Jr., who transitioned exactly 95 a year ago, excuse me, at the age of 95, exactly a year ago. And so producejustice.com, that's what he wanted us to do, produce justice, replace this global system of racism and white supremacy with a system of justice, which guarantees that nobody's mistreated and those that need the most constructive help get it in a constructive manner. And then when you, a black person, are captured by any race soldier, you must never fuss, fight, or flee. Comply and defend yourself in court. Also by Mr. Neely Fuller Jr., producejustice.com. And last but certainly not least, we got racism and white supremacy. It's conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival, to prevent white genetic annihilation. And that was by the late, great Dr. Frances Cress Welsing, warrior teacher, warrior scholar, who passed away exactly 10 years ago at the age of 90, or excuse me, at the age of 80. And she would have been 90 as of 2 months ago. Hey, Amaru. Oh, yeah, Amaru. Oh, I gotta get Khalifa unstuck. And shout out to our FBA brother Tariq Nasheed for paying for sister's funeral, along with several others. So those are the topics. Make sure y'all hit that like and subscribe button. All right, I'm gonna hop right into it. We gotta get Khalifa out the window. She's stuck in the windowsill. Deadly storms tear through Sundown town in Wisconsin and Illinois. I believe the town was called Appleton, and it's Sundown, or it was a sundown town. So that's that ABK. So I'm gonna play a couple articles, a couple of clips on that.
Tom, that's right. One of those workers has now been pulled out. Another one is still trapped down there, and you can see it's.
And outside of Chicago, word tonight of workers trapped in a storm drain right now. Maggie Vespa is at the scene, and Maggie, one was just rescued behind you.
Yeah, Tom, that's right. One of those workers has now been pulled out. Another one is still trapped down there, and you can see it's still raining here in the Chicago area. Rescue crews working to reach him frantically as severe weather slams much of the country. Tonight, a monster twister tearing across Wisconsin. Watch as this ominous cloud roars through a neighborhood.
This is really bad.
This dramatic video capturing the devastation in Menasha. Trees and homes on the main street torn apart. A warning siren still blaring, even with car windows blown out and that building damaged. A similar scene in Appleton. Drone video showing houses simply destroyed. Debris scattered across this residential area and mangled vehicles littered across a highway. It's all part of a violent system that slammed the Midwest today. You can hear powerful winds howling outside this car dealership near Chicago.
Those are like golf balls.
Large hail slamming the suburbs. Downed trees crashing onto homes and cars. Drivers forced to navigate flash flooding. Storms grounding flights at Midway Airport and Chicago O'Hare, where this video shows water pouring in through the ceiling. It comes as more than 130 million Americans are under heat alerts, and overseas, historic wildfires ravage Western Europe, with more than 300,000 people evacuated from multiple iconic sites across Spain, Italy, and France, including that country's world-famous Bordeaux wine region. Here, you see the flames from the cockpit of a firefighting plane. Around the world, Mother Nature's destructive power on full display.
All right, and back here at home, Maggie Vespa joins us again live. Maggie, that rescue happening behind you, the workers were trapped inside that storm drain?
Yeah, Tom, that's right. And actually, rescue efforts have now expanded. Firefighters telling us they're working through 3 different storm drains within multiple blocks of here to try to reach him as soon as possible. He's been down there for hours while this rain has been coming down for much of the afternoon. Tom.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or watch live on our YouTube channel.
We have this new drone video just into our newsroom, and oh my goodness, this is, can somebody confirm what community you were looking at right here. Okay, this is drone video from Menasha, and the destruction is shocking to see. Houses just destroyed, trees too far from Appleton.
Right,
and as
on
you,
the south side there.
Yeah, so as you were following radar and the storms moving through, does this seem to be about the epicenter of the tornado?
I mean,
watching
was coming through. We were getting reports of something like this, but when we're seeing, you know, some houses that are almost down to foundations. We're seeing kind of erraticness of those winds. We're seeing that swirling, and also some the other video we had before, the trees were toppled at the top and there was stuff in the trees, which would indicate a confirmed tornado. So that's what the National Weather Service in Green Bay, they are going out now to confirm some of that damage. So we will be, again, that video is it just showcases something that's really hard to see, but it did come through. And that was something that we were watching. It had the radar signature, and it also did have, you know, some of the dynamics that we look at for on radar, which includes a debris signature, which means that the radar is picking up on debris being lofted up into the thunderstorm. So I'm going to be I'm working on that as we speak, so I can kind of show you guys a recap of what exactly that is. But that's brand new video that has come in that really showcases some of that damage out there.
Yeah, you and I looking at that together for the first.
Good evening. We begin with breaking news out of Wisconsin, where images are flooding in of the powerful tornado's trail of destruction. It barreled through Winnebago County. That's about 90 miles northwest of Milwaukee, downing trees, ripping roofs off homes, and shutting down power for tens of thousands. It's all part of severe weather alerts for more than 100 million people tonight. Our teams are tracking it all, but we begin with Ian Lee and the latest on that Wisconsin tornado.
It's definitely tornado. An extremely dangerous tornado ripped through parts of central Wisconsin today.
I gotta take cover in a gas station.
The National Weather Service issued a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. The powerful twister leveled homes in Appleton, leaving entire neighborhoods almost unrecognizable.
This is really bad. This is the main street in Menasha.
More than 30,000 customers lost power as the storm carved a path from Grand Chute to Lake Winnebago, where it finally dissipated over water. The tornado stayed on the ground for several minutes, tossing the semi-truck onto a highway barrier near Menasha. Officials continue to assess the full extent of the damage. And in Illinois, tornado warnings were issued this afternoon as severe thunderstorms unleashed destructive wind gusts topping 100 miles per hour, sending residents running for cover.
We screamed and we ran in the bathroom. Everybody seems to be okay physically, but the damage around here is nothing like I've ever seen before.
And the whole roof just came off. It was like somebody just took their hand, went to the gutter, and just peeled it back.
The storm is now moving southeast into Michigan, Indiana, and Ohio, bringing that same intensity as well as the potential threat of more tornadoes. Matt.
Ian, thank you. Now, for more on those storms and the forecast, let's get right to CBS meteorologist Rob Marciano. Rob, what are the weather models telling you about the critical overnight hours and the scorching heat to come?
Well, the heat's going to last a couple days there, Matt, and those storms are going to last a few more hours and then refire tomorrow. We got a severe storm just across the Hudson here that's about to hit the upper Manhattan. One of many warnings that are out right now. We've got a tornado warning in eastern Illinois and several severe thunderstorm warnings across Indiana. So that cluster will be moving through Indianapolis, Dayton, Ohio, Cincinnati, then diminishing after midnight, then refiring during the day tomorrow. The Carolinas, I-95 tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow evening, another mess for travel on the ground and in the air, and very dangerous, damaging winds, large hail, an isolated tornado possible. That part of the system hangs around a couple of days with heavy rain. So please probably see some flash flooding across much of the Northeast, including New England. The heat over the weekend, in some places, all-time records falling in Rapid City, Salt Lake City, and Denver saw records. Tomorrow we'll probably see some records across the midsection of the country. Some dangerous heat expected in places like St. Louis, Kansas City, Memphis. But over the next few hours, the immediate concern are these storms tonight. Matt?
Rob, I'm sure you'll keep us updated. Thank you.
powerful tornado touched down in northeastern Wisconsin. This is on the northern edge of the system that moved its way through our area, including the of Menasha and Appleton. That's about 90 miles northwest of Milwaukee. You can see it heavily damaged some homes, knocking down trees and power to more than 30,000 people. This video just tells a devastating story. We'll be following this to see exactly what they're dealing with here as the afternoon turns into the evening. So far, we've heard no reports of injuries. Again, we'll keep on top of that.
We begin with breaking news. Tornado threats and severe storms at this hour. A confirmed tornado touching down in Wisconsin, hitting about 30 miles southwest of Green Bay. Downed trees and power lines blocking streets. Widespread damage reported in multiple communities. Hundreds of thousands without power. In the Chicago area, blinding rain and winds up to 70 miles per hour. Those dangerous storms now moving from the Midwest to the East Coast. Flood watches already in effect from Philadelphia to New York City. Hundreds of flights canceled. Danny Beckstrom standing by with the forecast. But first, ABC's Alex Perez leads us off from Wisconsin.
Tonight, highway chaos. Tractor trailers tossed. Widespread destruction as powerful storms slam the Midwest.
Debris in the air!
AccuWeather storm chasers tracking a tornado warned about a storm slamming a highway near Appleton, Wisconsin.
Look at the cars!
Multiple cars mangled in sheet metal. This camping trailer flipped on its side.
This is the main street in Menasha.
Southwest of Green Bay, the town of Menasha taking a direct hit. Cars overturned, down power lines throughout this neighborhood. Trees stripped, homes splintered, cars smashed. From above, you can see the storm took down nearly every power pole on one street. More than 400,000 homes and businesses losing power in Illinois and Wisconsin as this powerful system heads east.
And we are not in the clear here just yet. Parts of the Midwest bracing for another round of severe storms tonight.
All right, Alex Perez, we appreciate it. Let's get right to meteorologist Danny Beckstrom from our New York station WABC. And Danny, millions are bracing for more dangerous conditions overnight.
Whit, severe storms are still bringing dangerous conditions to the Midwest tonight before that threat shifts to the East Coast tomorrow. After an already really active afternoon, another round from Wisconsin and Michigan to portions of the Illinois and Ohio River valleys tonight. Severe thunderstorm watches posted for Chicago, Indianapolis, and Cincinnati with damaging wind gusts and isolated tornadoes possible. The concerns then shift east tomorrow. Strong storms in the mid-Atlantic by morning and drenching downpours bringing flood concerns to the I-95 corridor by midday. Flood watches posted in Philly and New York City with this slow-moving storm keeping heavy rain in play Wednesday as well. The other big story is the dangerous heat in the center of the country. Millions under heat alerts. Cities like Memphis seeing heat index values above 110 tomorrow. That heat holds into at least Wednesday. Whit?
Okay, still a ways to go here, Danny. Thank you.
Breaking news out of Seattle, where police are looking for
Like I said, that's at ABK. Appleton, Wisconsin. I looked it up, and it used to be a sundown town. What are your thoughts, Lady Cherry?
The weather?
Yeah.
I don't want to say it's kind of nice here, but flooding, but maybe that's cooling down half that other
I hope crew's all right. Because this happened close to where he's at.
Yeah, it's very good.
He got a float running right now.
I think this place, it's starting to cool down here. It wasn't really the most hot.
Yeah.
Starting to cool down. But it's the heat up. It's like a volley circle with heat. Heat, wind, and water.
What are your thoughts about that being a sundown?
Climates do what climates do. You don't know if it's really nature right now or death.
What are your thoughts on it being a sundown town? The town that got hit with the tornado.
practically all Sundown towns.
Some are more pronounced than others. This town was historically a sundown town.
It's not changing things. Not like the tornadoes get and the tornadoes get changed it from being a sundown town to more Black accepting area. So we do shift the races around.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It'd be nice to pick them up and deposit them across the hemisphere.
Right.
So lucky. When I think about it being sundown town, still on the map.
That shit got wiped off the map. That whole town got wiped off the map. What's funny? Yeah. I don't see it.
Come close.
No, you know you're blind.
See, it's like a line is right there. The bus street, two blades are spread out. You can see it right there. Low speed, watch, don't stop speed. That's such a you see moving. You can't see moving. Such a screen. That'd be a dandelion.
Yeah, it's like something. It's a piece of a plant. Like pollen or something. No, no spider. The storm blew it at.
You feel alien cold?
I don't know.
It's not even a piece of you for that.
Earlier, there was a storm that came through. All right, is that your phone up the house, Lady Cherry?
Yeah, I hope it's going off now.
Yeah, Appleton got destroyed.
Not no more.
I mean, 80% of the town is destroyed. Such as life. Goodbye and good riddance to Sundown town, Appleton, Wisconsin. Shout out to the ancestors for that ABK. All right, so moving along, this past weekend, there was a shooting in Seattle at a food festival. So I got a couple clips lined up about that.
A second suspect connected to a deadly shooting at a food festival there. Authorities have taken breaking news out of Seattle, where police are looking for a second suspect connected to a deadly shooting at a food festival there. Authorities have taken one person into custody already. The shooting happened last night near Seattle's Space Needle. At least 3 people were killed and 4 others injured. CBS News' Bradley Blackburn has been following this story for us. Bradley, good morning. What happened there?
Errol, good morning. It happened just after 6 p.m. when that festival was still underway. Some of the wounded included a 39-year-old woman and a 2-year-old boy. They are in stable condition at the hospital, but this shooting has shocked the city after a festival with decades of history became the scene of horrible violence.
Police officers combed the scene of a Seattle food festival overnight, searching for evidence just hours after the event near the city's iconic Space Needle became the site of a mass shooting.
It was like brah, and then it was like bop, 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 bop. So I don't know weapons, but I guess it was like probably a semi-automatic, and then it was probably pistols after that.
The shots started just after 6 p.m. at the Bite of Seattle, a festival that draws more than 350,000 people every year, including many families.
I heard the shots. I seen one person, and then I seen 2 people fall, and then there's so many people after that were being worked on.
Victims were rushed to a nearby hospital, including an injured toddler. Overnight, police said they have one suspect in custody and are searching for another. They believe they were shooting at each other.
Thankfully, we had officers on the scene that were brave, went to those shots, and prevented more victims from being injured.
Police say the public is not at risk, but the city's mayor pointed the finger at the overall problem of gun violence.
We're coming off of a week in Seattle where we've had 3 major incidents of gun violence in just a few days. We have a lot of work to do as a city and as a country to make this better.
And Seattle police are now leading the investigation with help from the FBI and ATF agents at the scene. Nationwide, there have been more than 270 mass shootings so far this year, according to the Gun Violence Archive. But thankfully, the overall number of deaths is down compared to recent years, Errol.
All right, Bradley, thank you for that.
Jay Dizza wasn't there.
A developing story, officials say at least 3 people are responsible for the deadly mass shooting in Seattle on Sunday. 1 gunman is dead, another is in custody, and the third is still at large. Two bystanders were killed by the gun shooting a toddler. CBS's Gwen Baumgartner has more.
The bite of Seattle is frozen in time, wings and ribs sitting out, a ladle dropped on the table. Day earlier, the fun-filled food festival just feet from the Space Needle came to a horrifying halt. The King County Prosecutor's Office says police believe at least 3 people exchanged gunfire just after 6 o'clock.
The Seattle Police Department detained a 15-year-old juvenile in connection with the shooting.
This video shows someone being taken away in handcuffs, though it's unclear if that's the suspect. Officials say one of the gunmen died in the shootout, and police are still looking for at least 1 other person.
In Seattle, the problem of gun violence is worsened by small groups. We have small groups that appear to be at odds with each other, and in our city, 0.01% of the population is connected to 52% of our shootings, most of which are young people.
Witnesses say the shots sounded like fireworks.
It was like brah, and then it was like bop, 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 bop. So I don't know weapons, but I guess it was like probably a semi-automatic, and then it was probably pistols after that.
Seattle Assistant Police Chief Tyrone Davis credits his officers for running toward the danger.
Thankfully, we had officers on the scene that were brave, went to those shots, and prevented more victims from being injured.
Seattle's Harborview Medical Center says a 2-year-old boy is among the injured. He's still in the hospital, but in satisfactory condition. Quinn Baumgartner, CBS News.
In Seattle tonight, a manhunt is underway for a suspect after police say a possible dispute turned into a mass shooting Sunday. That happened at a summer food festival near the iconic Space Needle. 3 people were killed and a toddler was among the injured. Our Carter Evans is there and has the latest.
That's 100K. Shooting? Oh.
This live stream captures the moment gunfire erupted at a Seattle food festival on Sunday, sending crowds running for cover.
Anyone have a small child tourniquet size?
2 men, ages 19 and 44, died at the scene, and a 56-year-old woman died at a nearby hospital. At least 4 others were wounded, including a toddler with non-life-threatening injuries.
So it was like brah, and then it was like bop, 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 bop.
Dozens of officers working security for the event rushed toward the shooting.
The bullets that were fired were from 2 individuals who appeared to be firing at one another.
Police took a 15-year-old into custody. He's currently booked on firearms violations and assault. And according to court documents released late today, police believe there were at least 3 shooters. One of them, they say, died at the scene.
We believe this teenager opened fire in the crowd, but details are still under investigation.
Investigators are still searching for one of the 3 suspected gunmen and say there's no current threat to the public.
It was a pretty crazy event.
During the mayhem, T-shirt vendor Jabril Butler ran through the crowd to help his family.
So people are running out this way, and you're running back through the crowd.
Oh, yeah. I had to. They were my number 1 priority. I was fighting against the current, but end of the day, I had to do it.
Vendors have now been allowed here back to the scene of the shooting to begin cleaning up. That 15-year-old suspect was supposed to make his first court appearance today. He's now being held in a juvenile detention center. Matt.
Carter Evans, thank you.
Yeah. Jesus.
gunshots running for 4 were wounded, including a 2-year-old child. Witnesses describe the chaos.
I heard about, I'd say, close to 12. Sounded a little bit like firecrackers at first. It kept, took like, I'd say, a half a second pause, and I heard a lot more. I realized it was semi-automatic. Probably it sounded like a switch. I looked to my left. I saw at least one individual with a switch, semi-automatic. I saw another one that was 2.
It happened so fast. I took my inventory, a couple of my shirts, just wrapped around her because she was bleeding constantly.
I don't wish that on nobody. Seeing stuff like this, people crying, it's something that we come out here to have a good time, not having to fear for our life or anything,
Police believe the incident involves 2 people shooting at each other. 1 person is in custody, and the search for the other suspect continues at this hour. Assistant Police Chief Tyrone Davis praised his department's quick response.
Thankfully, we had officers on the scene that were brave, went to those shots, and prevented more victims from being injured. We have witnesses. There are witnesses. They're not coming forward. We need people to be brave, to reach out to us. You can do so anonymously.
Yeah.
Anna Schechter, who covers crime for CBS News, joins me
We need
right now. Anna,
snitches.
thank you for your time today. So what more do we know about how all of this
There was a lot of switching with the switch.
Well, it happened around 6 p.m. last night. There were probably about 100,000 people gathered. It was kind of shoulder to shoulder, a crush of people when that pop, pop, pop rang out. People thought it was fireworks, as you heard from the eyewitness there. And so at that point, people started to rush. Children were falling down, just absolutely terrifying. It was almost like a risk of trampling. And unfortunately, 3 people died. The 3rd woman dying late Sunday night. She was in critical condition in surgery, and we got that bad news overnight. A toddler, just 2 years old, was hit with gunfire, is in stable condition. Thankfully, an eyewitness described the mother of this baby being completely distraught. But what exactly happened? Police believe that the 2 suspects were shooting at each other. Now, they have 1 suspect in custody. Hopefully that person is giving them information, helping them to track down that 2nd suspect. That person is still at large. Police are asking the public for help. If anyone saw anything, to please say something.
And Seattle police, and as we heard from the assistant police earlier, they say they need witnesses to come forward. But what other challenges do they face in this investigation?
Yeah, they don't give them.
Well, this is tricky because they don't know exactly the motive. There has been some rumor, possible gang activity, but nothing confirmed. So it's challenging because you had so many people, so much confusion, and that 2nd person was able to get away immediately. Now, by the time we get into tonight, we're going to be approaching 24 hours. It's going to get potentially harder because that person can put distance between him or herself and the central Seattle location. So this is really tough for police, especially if that initial suspect is not being cooperative, is not helping. Hopefully that individual is. All we know about that person is that this is a young person. That is the one adjective that authorities have used when describing this person. So a really, really tough situation. And this is a high death toll. 3 people dead, 4 injured by gunfire. I mean, that's unimaginable. But I will say, Mugo, these are the summer months. We tend to see more shootings in the summer months like this. But to have this happen at a food festival with so many revelers, so many young kids, families, probably a lot of kids witnessed this horrific scene. So just awful, awful developments out of Seattle this weekend.
Yeah, a food festival. So obviously, as you can imagine, a lot of families out there. We heard the assistant police chief there say that he knows that people saw something. It's just that they're not coming forward. What does it take to get those people to come forward? Because it doesn't seem, again, from what we know as of right now, it doesn't seem like this is a situation where people know the suspect and are maybe afraid of the suspect. So what would it take for people to come forward and say, hey, this is what we saw and this is what that person may look like?
I think that police are going to have to do real outreach and really try. But you think about it, you're at a public place. It's not like this happened in a neighborhood where police can go door to door, finding people, looking at Ring camera. There were so many people, such a crush of people. You could see how a suspect would get lost in a crowd at an event like this, an open air event, maybe fewer security cameras that would have captured this. They need to get out there and possibly be canvassing neighborhoods, knocking on doors to try to get information out of members of the public.
Okay, Anna Schechter, thank you so much for your time today.
Look at that.
Right.
So this afternoon, we had officers working our Bite of Seattle event. At 6:01 p.m., gunshots were heard. We had officers in the area, in the immediate area when these gunshots went off. Officers responded and addressed one of the shooters. That person gave up and was taken into custody. There was another person that we believe that was also involved that fled the scene, and officers began an active search for that person. We discovered as we got to the scene that there were a total of 7 victims that suffered gunshot wounds at the scene. Officers immediately began to perform CPR and first aid on several victims. We had a total of 4 victims that were transported by the Seattle Fire Department to Harborview Medical Center. We had another two more victims that remained on the scene and were unfortunately unable to survive their injuries. So that's a total of 7 victims. We had another victim that later showed up at the University of Washington Medical Center with also a gunshot wound. One of the victims at Harborview Medical Center did not survive their injuries. So now we have a total of 3 fatalities out of those 7 victims. This is a tragedy. I'm really sorry that this happened. The Bite of Seattle is a very positive event. We haven't had any issue in recent years. And, thankfully we had officers on the scene that were brave, went to those shots and prevented more victims from being injured. This is going to be an ongoing investigation. We're going to be out here for several hours trying to figure out exactly what happened tonight. Right now, we believe that we have no outstanding threat to the community. We do have one suspect that is being interviewed. We've recovered 2 guns. It's one thing to note, one of the 4 victims that was taken to the hospital was a toddler. Again, this is a terrible, terrible event. All 4 victims that have been hospitalized are in stable condition. And again, we're going to be out here for several hours trying to figure out what happened tonight. We have a number of agencies that are here to support us with our criminal investigation, and it's ongoing. We're not going to have a lot of information to share at this time, but we will have more information for everyone in the coming hours.
So you only have 1 shooter in custody?
We have 1 shooter in custody at this time.
Anyone else outstanding?
We believe there is 1 outstanding. That is part of our investigation. We are still trying to gather more information.
So this was a shootout.
Description.
I do not have a suspect description for you at this time.
So this was a shootout in Bite of Seattle?
There were 2 people who we believe were shooting at each other.
Oh.
We are still working on that, and we'll have more information for you.
Are there surveillance cameras in the area, and are any of those city-operated surveillance cameras?
There were no surveillance cameras in the immediate area where the shooting occurred.
Any idea on a motive?
Not at this time.
How old is your suspect in custody right now?
I'm not able to disclose that at a time. They're a young person.
Do you believe that the shooters were shooting at each other and those who were hit were innocent bystanders?
We believe that there were 2 people shooting at each other.
Is there a weapon recovered?
We have recovered 2 weapons so far.
Were the people hit innocent bystanders?
We don't know their involvement at this time. Obviously, we had a toddler that was shot, so I don't believe they were involved with the actual incident alive. All victims are in stable condition. We're working to determine that.
What were the weapons that were recovered?
I don't have that information.
Was the gang unit called out?
So we have several detectives here on scene. We have our homicide unit, our gun violence reduction unit, our CSI unit is also here at the scene, as well as some local partners from King County, Washington State Patrol, and the FBI. So yeah, we have a lot of people helping us with this investigation.
Did you say you're also interviewing a suspect?
I'm sorry.
Did you say one person is in custody, but you're also interviewing a suspect?
We are interviewing one person at this time that we believe is a suspect in this incident.
Is that person detained?
Yeah, we have them in custody at this time.
So who is the person that's outstanding then?
We are working to determine that.
So is that a third person?
No, there's one other person that we're looking at so far. There may be more. We're still trying to figure this out. We have a limited amount of witnesses. So one of the things that really could help us out is if people would call our violent hotline, which is 206-233-5000. So if you can call our hotline, again, that's 206-233-5000. We know that there were people out there when this incident occurred that saw what happened and know that some of the people that might be involved and can share information.
So are there cameras here at Seattle Center that can be turned on?
There are no cameras that I'm aware of that are posted where this shooting occurred.
There was talk about activity in the Pacific Science Center. Was there activity inside the theater?
We did have some areas and some different grounds where we conducted some searches for possible suspects. We've cleared that. Again, we don't believe that there were any potential suspects or threats in the immediate area.
So people that we spoke to said it's wall to wall with people shoulder to shoulder. How can there be no witnesses if it was just packed full of people?
We have witnesses. There are witnesses. They're not coming forward. We need people to be brave, to reach out to us. You can do so anonymously. We know that we have people who probably have evidence or have information that they can share with us. So please come forward. You can call our hotline. It's 206-233-5000. We need information. We need help to solve this crime.
When is the park going to be opening?
We are going to be working with the center ground staff to kind of figure that out. There's a lot of, as you can imagine, there were a lot of vendors here. So this is going to be, we have to clear the scene, make everything safe.
We thank you for watching. And remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or watch live on our YouTube channel.
Some craziness.
Family and fellow soldiers,
Yeah, I hope my brother Jay Dizzle wasn't at that event. Because he's in Seattle. I hope he's all right. Yes, poor Tyler and poor adults that got shot at this event. What the hell, these kids. These kids, this is sounding game related. We'll keep y'all updated on it. So moving along. Did you have something to add about this Seattle shooting?
No, because that kid's going to jail forever.
They're going to charge that kid with juvenile life. They killed 3 people. They're going to try them as an adult. Well, we'll keep y'all updated. So we had covered this previously, but that racist white supremacist Shiloh Hendrix that called this little black boy the N-word is convicted. He got a slap on the wrist, literally. You see him get convicted for cussing out the black kid. I think she got convicted for calling the cameraman that was recording that whole incident the N-word. So you got a slap on the wrist. So Professor Black Truth gonna give us an update on that. Because the racist white supremacists are furious that she got convicted.
Professor, and this is the moment of truth.
Did you call him a child? Did you call the child a It is my own business. You call him Okay, why don't you have the boss to say it right now again? Okay. All right, that's what you say.
A few moments later.
Your city attorney has filed 3 disorderly conduct charges against a Rochester woman who allegedly called a 5-year-old the N-word at Roy Sutherland Playground. Those charges come almost 4 months after the incident.
Soon after.
The verdict is in the trial of Shiloh Hendrix, who was accused of disorderly conduct for calling a black child a racial slur at a Rochester park in April of 2025. The jury finding her not guilty of the disorderly conduct charge against the minor child, but did find her guilty of the disorderly conduct charge against the adult cameraman, the defense expressing his displeasure with the result tonight.
This entire thing's a shakedown. They ought to be ashamed of themselves. The prosecutor should be ashamed of himself. The judge should be ashamed of herself. I had a battle here for 4 days on a stupid misdemeanor disorderly conduct. This is nuts.
Oh, it's the butthurt round the world. Let the predictable white racist whining begin.
I don't think calling someone a name should ever be considered a crime, right? Even if it's offensive or whatever, that there should never be any circumstance in which it's considered a crime.
People are saying this is not two-tier justice. This all falls under this law. Well, then how come every time a black person says the N-word?
Right.
It's the same word.
If you look at this, she got very lucky. She got a $11,000 fine, 90-day jail sentence stayed. You look at Chud the Builder, the guy that was assaulted outside of the courtroom or whatever, and then he shot the guy, and now the guy can't get a bail bond.
Only one people are allowed to say this one word.
100%.
This is legal protection for that incident.
And there's people like Carmelo Anthony that actually killed somebody on a high school campus and was able to get a bail bond. But a guy that said the N-word and that was attacked.
Well, I don't even know if they're applying it just because of the word or they're saying because of the way that she interacted.
They're applying this law because she's white. Absolutely.
So it seems like the N-word is like the third rail. It's like the most powerful thing you can say and the most penalized thing that you can do. And
they give it a lot of power.
And I don't want to live in a society where we enable people to go out and commit misdeeds, commit little crimes to trigger a reaction, and then they get to play victim. That's how the system has been abused.
Then he ought to be really angry about Chud the Builder, right? Oh, and you hear what they say about, I don't think that ever calling someone a name should ever be a crime. These are the same scumbags who they want to criminalize, calling them racist. You shouldn't be able to call somebody a racist no matter how racist they are. These are the guys who want to criminalize every form of speech. Look what moron DeSantis did down in Florida. If you actually dare to say that racism exists, they made that into a crime, at least for teachers they did. You couldn't even say that the founders of the United States were racists and slave owners. Oh, you can't say that oppression exists. That's a crime. They criminalized that in Florida. And did any of these scumbags have a problem with that? Of course not. And now their chickens are coming home to roost. The whinging, moaning, and caterwauling of the white right. It's music to my ears. Jesse Jackson used to say, keep hope alive. Well, the white supremacists are trying to keep cope alive. But you notice what the morons on Tim Fool's Little Sewer said. They're bringing up Chud the Builder, bringing up all these other cases. And the lie about Chud the Builder being attacked, it just goes to show these morons tell themselves all kinds of frauds and lies and fairy tales. They just repeat this garbage to themselves. And they think because their empty-headed audience likes it, well, that means it's real somehow. And then reality hits them in the mouth and they don't know what to do. This is the white right trying to do their own half-brained version of conjuring magic like the white media does. But in this case, their bag of tricks is empty and all they can do is rage. Shiloh Hendrix made headlines for hurling racial slurs on a playground at a child. The white racist trash began sending her their state mental health disability checks, and she thought that made her a hero. But at least one prosecutor in Minneapolis actually decided to do their job for a change and charged the heifer with 2 counts of disorderly conduct. And last week, she was convicted on one of those counts. The court sentenced her to supervised probation, 200 hours of community service, and she's ordered to pay a $1,000 fine. What's interesting to me is you have the white supremacists running around saying, oh, she was in danger of going to prison. No, she wasn't. These were misdemeanor charges. The whole nation was watching, however, and that's the part that they're really upset about. A high-profile humiliation like this, humbles not only this skank, but also her degenerate white supremacist supporters. Now, the racists are saying that the verdict doesn't matter anyway because she did the white racist grift where you say racist crap about black people and then watches the inbred send what few pennies they got. So she's got a little bit of money now, certainly more than $1,000, so it doesn't matter, right? Except if that's the case, why the world are they complaining so much? Why are they so outraged? It's all much to do about nothing, right? The white right, as part of their regular delusional rantings, are saying that she's a free speech martyr. I guess this is their psychological consolation prize. No, stupid. A free speech martyr is someone who challenges power. Shiloh Hendrix is just a garden variety racist, which explains why these white racists are supporting her. She's no more a free speech martyr than someone who's cursing and throwing racial slurs at the airport or at a school or any other public venue. And she was treated far more leniently than people who have done far less. And what about her attorney? Whoever the hell this court-appointed shyster is, he should be ashamed. And if she was dumb enough to pay him, then she deserves every penny that she's lost. If he couldn't beat these charges, especially with a white jury, then it's just time to hand in your law degree and go start your new career over at the Waffle House. But he'd probably find a way to screw that up too. I don't get it. These white supremacists are whining that this doesn't mean anything and why she's guaranteed to get this verdict overturned on appeal. Well, if it really means nothing, then why are they all upset about it? After all, it's a misdemeanor charge. And yet her shyster attorney, who couldn't even beat a couple of misdemeanor charges, he's talking about appeals. And the reason he's doing all that is because he knows she's still got some money left over from these morons. And in the end, he'll be billing her until he gets it all. Now, if this heifer had been smart, well, if she was smart, she would never have acted the way she did. But if she did have any remaining brain cells left, she would have simply taken the money from the online racists, then told the DAs that she wanted to enter a very quiet plea deal. If the prosecutors would basically just give her a slap on the wrist, just give her a tidy fine, or not even a fine, just go ahead and give her some sort of probation and not have to split the money with a lawyer at all. Because truth be told, this whole thing ended that way anyway. This is exactly what would have happened if she had simply taken a plea deal regardless. Well, it just goes to show that the thug cops over in the Adams County Sheriff's Department, you know, the guys who tried to racially harass Afro Man, they're not the only idiots who thought to themselves that if they went to court, things would go their way. It wasn't worth the money that she lost going to trial, and it certainly won't be worth an appeal either. But as Gordon Gekko said, a fool and his money never should have been together in the first place. This is the cost of white fragility. She was a belligerent fool on a playground, and now she's been humiliated all over again. But her so-called supporters, these morons never learn. They think that they can win battles in the real world with online memes. Copying and pasting racist talking points and downvoting things they don't like, that crap may be cute online, but it means absolutely nothing in the real world. But for these guys, hate speech, that is their definition of free speech. They never mention it at any other time for any other subject. People get dragged out of public meetings all the time by the police, usually white, and not surprisingly, none of these so-called free speech advocates ever says a word about that. Yeah, they're only concerned about free speech if it means insulting or threatening a black person. That's free speech. But why does this verdict scare them? Because that's what this really is. As I've always taught you, whenever you see somebody who's out here getting angry about something, the first question you should ask is, what is this person afraid of? Because most manifestations of anger are rooted in fear. Well, what scares these white supremacists is that it could be them next because they act just like her. White supremacy means supreme, and that means it cannot be touched under any circumstances. Yeah, well, this heifer got touched. These creeps get traumatized whenever racism is punished, especially when anti-black slurs are punished. Remember the case of Corey Pujols, the Dunkin' Donuts manager in Florida who killed a child rapist after the scumbag called him the N-word? The white supremacists hated that he walked, but then again, he should never have been charged in the first place. He was a hero. He stopped a child rapist and he defended his own coworkers and himself, but instead, he had some trumped-up charges brought against him by a crooked prosecutor who wound up having to basically walk away in the end anyway. Now, if the racists want to be angry about someone getting prosecuted, what happened to Corey Pujols is something they should have been up in arms about. Oh, but they like racist slurs against black people, so of course they were claiming that was free speech. It was wrong that he got killed, so now you can kill a white person for saying the N-word. Well, that certainly didn't seem to scare Shiloh Hendrix any, now did it? And then there was the case of Jussie Smollett. Millions of taxpayer dollars wasted, and that on charges that were essentially misdemeanors, and yet the white media nationwide wanted to cover it. A third-rate actor on a second-rate show, and yet the white media was acting like, oh, this is going to be the OJ trial. That's because they already knew that the fix was in. That's the only reason that they were there. None of the white racists who were whining that this racist puke Hendrix was rightly charged and convicted were saying how stupid it was that Jussie Smollett was not only charged, but actually put on trial for an allegedly false police report. I don't know how much money it cost to prosecute Shiloh Hendrix, but I know it was nowhere near the millions of dollars that were wasted on trumped-up charges against Jussie Smollett. That was political, but it was also something that the white racists had no interest in speaking out on. The white supremacists are furious about this, and it's good to see. They should be laughing it off, but they can't because they don't know how to laugh off taking an L. They're furious because they know that if they wind up in the same situation as Hendrix, there's probably not going to be some gang of bigots who float them some GoFundMe money. And you know what else isn't going to happen? Shiloh Hendrix doing this again. If she was really so bold, then she would be spouting racial slurs to the world the second that the verdict was handed down. But she's not. Instead, she's real quiet these days. Real quiet. She's been whipped, chastised, and humiliated. You couldn't pay that piece of dirt to throw any racial slurs now, and that's because she knows better. This is what happens when a white supremacist gets spanked. And yes, before anyone mentions it, I do know that the victims of this crime were Somalians. Yeah, the same people who have always told foundational Black Americans that they are not Black, that they're Somalian. And yet when a white racist calls them slurs, suddenly they become Black. And they also appealed to a legal structure that we fought for and that we did battle to put in place. And I certainly hope that any Black immigrants who came to the U.S. are listening to this. The laws that these Somalians turn to get justice are laws that don't exist in other countries where the Somalians immigrate to. You don't see these laws in places like Germany. You don't see it in Scandinavia. You don't see it in Britain. And there's a good reason for that. These Black immigrants go to these other countries, but they don't fight white power. They instead decide that they're going to play the game of, well, we're just going to try to find a way to fit in. So in other countries, the racists do whatever they want, say whatever they want. And these guys try to pretend to themselves as if it's not as bad as all that. They lie to themselves and say, well, I mean, that kind of thing doesn't happen here that often. Yeah, like we saw at the BAFTAs, right? It doesn't happen often at all, right? Except all the time. And it's just a fact. Foundational Black Americans are built different. We made it where disrespecting us carries a price. Think about that the next time you want to get angry when we call out disrespect from the diaspora.
What I feel would have been more appropriate was not probation or paying a fine, would have been jail time to 60 days jail time, to send the message that if you hurt our children in our parks, we're going to hold you accountable.
People need to understand the entire reason that the current Rochester NAACP president, Wally Betty, felt very emboldened to say what he said is because we had already made it safe for him to do so. Oh, and on a side note, I think that the Nigerian Wally Betty, you should know that he's running for mayor of Rochester. Well, that must be why he's so eager to get in front of the cameras. And while he's running for mayor, we also get a chance to meet his wonderful, nice family, like the United Colors of Bennington. But the point happens to be this man is using laws that he didn't fight for in a country that he did not found. I hope that he at least remembers that the next time that any Nigerian forms their mouths to say that foundational Black Americans don't work hard or that foundational Black Americans are somehow lacking or deficient. I'm just saying. Because we all noticed that these Somalians weren't spouting the usual, well, I'm a hardworking immigrant and there's no racism in America. You know, it was unkind, but no, these guys are the ones saying we demand justice. What does justice look like? Well, we want these white folks punished. But the white supremacists, they're scared and they're angry and they know that next time this could and probably will be one of them, to which I would tell them, obey the law and nothing will happen. Besides, this Shiloh puke, she got off a lot easier than Vonell Cook did, so count your blessings. Meanwhile, the white supremacists can hold this L again. We've gone from white lies to white cries, but the noise is no less loud or stupid. And to think, a year ago, trash like Matt Walsh were praising Shiloh Hendrix as being the end of white guilt. But, as this verdict showed, it was only the beginning. Good day and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Krishan Span, Cornell Sly, David White, Onan X, and Gavin Andrade. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
So the racist can stay mad. We don't give it down. They gave that woman a slap on the wrist. She should have been charged with a hate crime. That's another reason why we're an anti-Black, anti-FBA hate crime bill. All right, so moving along, we on to Nolan Wells again. And they got several I got several clips lined up for that. So the first one is federal funeral director destroys Nolan Wells medical examiner. So Willie D, the Democratic Shield, is going to give us an update on that.
Willie D Live.
What's up, family? The mysterious death of Nolan Wells continues to generate intense public scrutiny. In recent weeks, questions have shifted from the circumstances surrounding his death to the handling of the body. Joining me today is comedian, funeral director, and mortuary expert, Shiloh King.
What's good?
Hey, Is.
How you doing, bro?
Man, I'm all right. I can't call it. I might stall it.
Yeah.
How you doing, man? How you doing?
Bro, I'm good, man. I'm good. I'm just here to make some clarifications, bro. I'm glad you hit me up, man.
Absolutely, man. And you got a unique perspective here, man. You bring a very unique perspective to the table. As a licensed funeral director, what was your first reaction when you heard about how the body was handled?
All I heard was that the first thing I heard that when they received the body for the second autopsy in DC, that the body was face down. I don't know if there's any truth to that or anything like that, but that's a disturbing thing to hear. I don't know if that was done purposely, you know, if he was flown to DC or whatever the case may be. Things can happen, you know, en route. So we don't know, but that was kind of that was strange. But when it was understood that the people who are, or the medical examiner that was receiving the body of Nolan Wells for the second examination, when they were saying that they did not have all of his body parts, that was like, okay, that raised the eyebrow to me, because never in my professional history, you know, as a mortician, have I ever received a body post autopsy and they didn't have, you know, all the body parts. The proceedings, what the protocol is this: if a person in the state, usually most states, the rule is if you pass away from a gunshot wound or a car accident, you automatically have to get an autopsy.
What if the family don't want one?
Well, the family then the family does have to say so, to say, you know, we don't want one, or whatever the case may be, and they can kind of veto it. They can kind of, you know, they I have seen certain circumstances like that, but under most circumstances, it's like because of, you know, like let's say if a person passes away from a car accident. Mm-hmm. Or they've been in a car accident and the person ends up deceased. For insurance purposes, you start thinking about these big insurance companies. The companies want to know, did this person actually pass away from this car accident, or did something happen? They could have passed away from a heart attack that could have taken their lives, and that could have caused the car accident. You never know. If they don't do autopsy, they say, okay, it was a car accident, but there's a bullet hole in the driver door. So this person could have been shot, and them being shot led to the car accident. You see what I'm saying? Or if they committed suicide and then the car cloud through the light. Like it's so many different, you know what I mean? Like you see so many different things as to why under certain circumstances, a autopsy is mandatory behind certain types of death, because they need to know this for legal purposes, for insurance purposes, and things like that. You know what I mean? It may look like a car accident victim when in actuality they're a murder victim. You know what I mean? They need to be looking for a suspect. You know, see, people don't think about things like this. And then if somebody is to be, like if something happens, somebody gets shot, they need to know, you know, it may be more than one bullet. You know what I mean? It's like you got one bullet in the lung and another bullet in the heart. So it's like, all right, do we need to be looking for two different suspects, or, you know, was it self-inflicted? You know, they have to look for certain things. But nonetheless, after all of that is done, after all of the examination is done by the medical examiner, all of the body parts are placed in a biohazard bag and sent to the funeral home, or sent to the next medical examiner for a second autopsy or second examination. And I'm not pointing the fingers at anybody. I'm just telling you what the protocol is. So it doesn't make sense to me that you would send a body to have a second autopsy done when you don't have all of the parts, because it's bound to come inconclusive when you don't have all of the, you know, everything that you need to examine. Okay, even if you're saying, okay, well, we had to do further examination, what I've always seen is when you have to do further, okay, we did one and we have to do further examination. Okay, well, then we have to wait until the examination is 100% complete.
Yeah.
Then you send him off. That's what I've always seen. I'm not saying what's right, what's wrong. I'm saying this is the standard procedure of what I've always seen.
So you're saying essentially here that it is highly unusual for an independent examiner to receive a body without all of its tissues and organs.
Yeah, that's unusual. I mean, under certain circumstances, it can happen, but very rarely, very extremely rarely do you see that, because it's like, how are you going to come up with how can you can't, like, it's too many holes. Like, how am I going to, of course the autopsy is going to come up inconclusive because we don't have everything.
Right.
You know what I mean?
So in your opinion, when you have missing organs, it greatly affects the second opinion.
Absolutely. And I would go as far as to say this, though, that because the liability of everything is so high, there's a strong chance. Well, I would hope that was not done without the family's consent.
You know, I was just about to ask you that.
Yeah, you can't.
I was just about to ask you, you know, should the family had been warned, should they had been told what exactly what was going to be included. We got the body, sending it back without the lungs and the throat.
Well, in this case, what a lot of people don't realize is that the family has a lot of say-so in that. Because just as a medical examiner, you are in physical custody of the body. But the family, the next of kin, which would be his parents, you can't really do anything with him without their permission. Like as far as sending him somewhere, like when somebody passes away, the coroner or medical examiner or whatever, and they ask you what funeral home do you want to use. The family has to say, well, this is the funeral home we want to use. And then the funeral home is contacted. You know, you can't just send a body somewhere without the family's permission. You can't, like, if somebody's Like if somebody, a company is there that they want to ask, you know, can we take organs? Can you donate? Or you can't take anything or do anything without the family's permission.
Right.
You know, so to my understanding and to my knowledge and my experience, when you have somebody, especially under such it's a hot light, you know what I mean, in the public eye, you got to dot your I's and cross your T's. If you're sending somebody and saying, hey, look, well, we need to keep these body parts in order to do further examinations, okay, the family needs to be informed beforehand. I'm not saying that they weren't. I'm saying that the protocol is there needs to be phone calls made. Hey, to his parents, let's get them on the phone, have them make sure that there's a clear understanding that we need to do some further examinations to X, Y, and Z. How do you want to proceed? This may take a couple of weeks. Now, somebody on his family side may have said, okay, well, look, we want to have a service for him. So we're going to have this service and you'll send the body up here for, you know, an examination, and then we'll handle everything else once you finish doing what you do. But that rarely happens, because you're talking about somebody's child, somebody's loved one. How many parents do you think would say, send my child's body up here and you got other organs over there?
Mm-hmm.
With there already being suspicious of thinking the reason they're having a second examination is because they don't trust the people down there in the first place.
Right.
So, I mean, like, I don't know who gave permission to do what. I'm just saying that as far as right now, it's kind of out of protocol. Like it's real weird. And I'm not saying anybody did anything. I'm not saying, because as far as we know, you know, anything could have happened. You know, maybe nobody did anything. Maybe there wasn't a fight. Maybe there was an aneurysm. Maybe somebody.
Hell no! Somebody did something, man.
But see, but look, it's something. See, look, I'm not saying somebody did or did not.
I'm saying somebody did something.
Yeah,
we're gonna get to the bottom of it. I got a 2-part question. Let's say you was the detective on the case, and you had to interview the original coroner and the medical examiner. What questions would you ask each?
I would ask him if did they examine any of the muscle tissue. I know one of the items that they supposedly kept was the throat. So some people were saying, well, hey, well, you know, this guy was, they might have choked him or they did it. So with all of that in mind, you know, if you punch somebody or if you strangle somebody and they pass away, you're able to see the bruisings within the muscles. You know what I mean? So I would ask him, did you examine the muscles? Were those muscles damaged? You know, was anything in the throat damaged or that indicated that something like that would have happened? And I'm saying I would ask those questions it can go either way, not to hinder or help. It's like, okay, if this theory of this young man possibly was somebody may have choked him, or if there was a fight or something like that. If you examined his neck, is that something that you saw? Did you see evidence of that? You know, that would be something like, if there was a fight, did you see what about his hands? Did it look like he was fighting? Did it, you know, any bruises on his face and the bruises on the inside of his body? I mean, was there any type of, you know, anything ruptured? You know, just anything, you know what I mean? A bruise to the temple, anything. Was it anything that looked like, you know, some type of damage that was inflicted on his body? You know, that would have been one of my one of the first things. Oh, and the outside too. You know what I mean? Was a chipped tooth? Was any skin under the nails? Did it look like it was any type of anything that of any sign of any type of struggle at all? That would have been the first question. You know.
And what about to the medical examiner?
Well, it would have been basically the same thing.
Yeah, right. Okay.
Same thing. Like, I mean, to the first and second, like, did you see any sign of any type of struggle? If you have, you know, because if somebody passes away from drowning, let's just say drowned, was it water in the lungs when you found them? Because really now in the trial, you got to start dispelling theories. Because if somebody said, well, he may have fell over the boat and drowned, we heard that, right? So if there was no water in his lungs, that means he didn't drown. He couldn't have drowned if there's no water in his lungs. You know.
Do you think it's possible for the family to still get the answers they're looking for under these circumstances?
It is possible. Yeah. But I don't know. You're trying to keep a clear head, but it just seems like everybody's trying to CMA. You know what I mean? And to me, what drew the public suspicion was people started, you know, making their social medias private, including one of the boys' mamas, you know what I'm saying, who was a judge, you know, and everybody went and got lawyers. Me, the last thing on my mind would have been a lawyer. If my friend is missing, something happened to my friend, I ain't going to get no lawyer, you know, and that's just me. That's how I feel about it, you know. So I saw that some content creator, you know, flew down there to talk to one of the guys or whatever, for whatever reason, and I kind of thought that was weird. I wondered why he didn't, you know, speak to the parents of Nolan Wells, you know what I mean? Like, talk to his parents, and maybe he tried to, I don't know, but I'm just saying, it just seems, it does seem weird, you know, but I personally am trying to kind of hold out a little bit of hope, like, you know, let's just see what happens, you know, but I don't know, you know, but it is possible that you still can get, you know, an actual authentic truth out of, you know, to say what happened is possible.
Yeah. What do you think that the public's biggest misunderstanding about autopsies is?
Probably that they throw everything away. You know what I mean? Like, you know, like they don't throw everything away. You know, like I said, when they examine everything, but everything is placed in a biohazard bag and given over, because this is still, you know, in respect, this is still a human being. So we don't just start discarding stuff, and, you know, you can't just do what you want to do. There's strict parameters, you know, of the law that you have to go by as a medical examiner, as a coroner, as a funeral director. There's certain things that you just have to do. So, you know, but I don't know, man. I hate that it happened, but to me, and it's just me, if I was a friend of someone that passed away and I was there, or we were there, I would be as forthcoming as I possibly could. And I wouldn't hide, you know, from the public. I mean, to me, and that's just me and my thinking, you know, I'm out in public. I've said things that people didn't like, and, you know, people have said things to me and you know, I've had a couple people try to threaten me about some stuff, and, you know, I hate, but that's cool because I can get busy. I ain't worrying about that. But at the same time, you know, I wouldn't hide. I would be I would go above and beyond to say, hey man, this is what I know. You know, this is what happened to my knowledge, you know, and that's my friend. You know, I love him, I care about him, I care about his family, I care about you know, his people. So, you know, and his reputation. So I wouldn't, you know, as a friend, I would be selfless. If you pass away under whatever circumstances, now I'm, you know, more so concerned about defending your honor and making sure your loved ones get what they need, because I'm still here.
Well, you know, that's what a friend would do. You dig? That's what a friend would do.
There you go, Willie.
Yeah. But man, look, I appreciate you coming on the show, man. And giving us that wisdom, man, and dropping that knowledge as you always do, man. Where are you going next, man? Where you at?
My next gig is gonna be August the 7th through the 9th in Indianapolis at Club Healing. And for those who don't believe me, let me say it. Not only am I a licensed funeral director and embalmer. Now, my degree is actually at my parents' house, but I do have because you know people will question your credentials real fast,
especially these days.
You know, I had to go and grab that. This is a plaque that was given me when I was I graduated from Gupton Jones Mortuary School in Atlanta, Georgia. It's right there in Decatur. There where my transcripts are there. You know what I'm saying? My school picture and everything is sitting right up there.
I think the only reason why people question it, man, because you're a comedian, and we never know when comedians are being funny, just trying to be funny, or they're being truthful, you know. So yeah, I can vouch for that family. He is a licensed funeral director and embalmer
in the state of South Carolina and in Georgia and soon to be North Carolina. So, but yeah, man, I just, and like I said, it's not that, and let me be clear too, it's not that under certain situations that a medical examiner would never keep certain body parts, but the only time that I've ever heard of or only situation that's real that would be common is when somebody passed away from an infectious disease.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
And you know, it's infectious or communicable, and you know, this is a public hazard. This is you know, this would be a problem for the public health, because the number one concern, especially as a funeral director, cornerback, our number one thing is the public health.
What do they do?
Say what?
What do they do with the body parts when the investigation is totally complete, when the autopsy is totally complete, the case is closed, the family, the law enforcement is okay with the results, the family has accepted the results. What do they do with those body parts then?
Those body parts are preserved. I'm trying to say it, you know, the right way. Preserved and placed back with the deceased and placed in disposition, in final disposition, whether that be buried, entombed, cremated, whatever.
Well, how do they do that if the body, if somebody is, for example, Nolan Wells' body is buried and they still have his body parts. So what do they do with those body parts? How are they going to, like?
That's a good question. That's
why discard, but how do they, you know?
So that's a good question. That's why I was saying that it.
So discard, not discard, but discard. Why do they discard?
That's why I was saying it's an abnormal situation, because you buried somebody without all of the parts. Now, when they finish, maybe they will exhume him, which dig him up and place those parts back, you know, with him, or they may do the second examination on those parts, and then they may decide, the family may decide to cremate him or cremate those parts and say, hey, we'll keep this for ourselves. You know, now that I don't know. That is up to the discretion of the family.
Gotcha.
You know what I mean? But it's up to them what they would what they would do. But that's why I'm glad you asked that, because that's what I'm saying. It's an abnormal situation. I'm not saying anybody broke the law. I'm saying that that rarely happens. You know what I mean?
I'm saying somebody broke the law. It ain't anybody, because I'm with you on anybody. Anybody didn't break the law. Somebody broke the law, and we gonna get to the bottom of it. We ain't letting you uncivilized much rest. We gonna get to the bottom of it. We gonna smoke y'all out.
Right. Well, now see, the legal side of me trying to say, all right, well, let's just see what happens. But initially, I'm not even gonna lie. I was like, I'm like, somebody done did something wrong. Now I try to, you try to pull it back and try not to jump to conclusion, but I don't know. Another side of me is like, because you watch other people's actions. You know what I mean? It's like, because to me, finding an attorney would be the last thing on my mind if my friend is gone, bro.
I don't think anybody just jumping to conclusions. I think everybody walked right on into the conclusion. Ain't nobody got to jump. We walking right on into it. They led us into the conclusion. Like, look, man, anywhere you go in the world, 1 + 1 = 2.
Yeah, they do.
In the world. Like, so ain't you all of this stuff trying to act. I got you. You're a professional, so you got to keep it professional. No, I ain't got to keep it professional. I can keep it real. I can keep it 100, 1,000, and say without a doubt, banking on my lived experiences.
Yeah.
If I see this happening, if you move this way, if it look like a duck, it walk like a duck, it quack like a duck, it's a duck.
It's a duck. And that's what I'm saying. Like when you start talking about, if you just start asking questions, you know what I mean? And like I said, I don't know exactly what the facts are, but if the things I'm hearing are factual, then it's real crazy, because it's like, why'd y'all have his phone? Why'd y'all have his keys? We need to be sounding the alarm. Like, if I go somewhere with you and then you end up saying, hey, man, I'm going to go off with somebody and I don't see you for hours. Well, where you going without your phone? Even if you don't have service. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, service bad over here, but why would you just say, well, I'm just going to leave the phone on the book with everybody else, to where, I can't even in a place where it's a bad signal, you can get a distress call from a phone or something. You know what I mean? Like I got a compass or something on this daggone thing to help me get where I'm going. Like, cause most people don't even know this. When I first got out of college, man, the first job I ever got, I was a probation officer. And I'm saying you have to go through the academy. One of the things that the officer said, if you were stuck in the jungle, which one would you rather have? You want your sidearm or you want your walkie-talkie? And everybody was like, I want my sidearm. You can give me my gun. He said, no, you need your walkie-talkie. I need to be able to communicate. He said, I can call somebody to come get me.
With some guns, with some sidearms.
Yeah, I can tell them, hey, come get me and bring your sidearm. But if all I have is a sidearm, then once that's done, I'm done.
Yeah, you're gonna run out of bullets. Yeah, you're gonna run out of ammo.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't know, man. And as attached as these young kids are, you tell he's 19. The average 19 is glued to the phone. They ain't going nowhere without that. Without their phone. So I mean, it's on the side of me that is not professional is like you raise the eyebrow, but. I just said, let me pull it back. Let me see. You know what I mean? I don't know, man. I don't know. But as far as the protocol of handling the body, yeah, that is out of the standard procedure. It is outside of standard procedure.
Outside of standard procedure. We're talking to you, Bruce Lynn Jr., coroner. We're talking to you, Stacy Turner, the medical examiner. We're talking to both of y'all. And anybody that don't like it, kick rocks.
I mean, and they, like I said, they may have their story together. You might, but I mean,
yeah, they got their story together. They always have their story together.
Yeah,
it's together. They're always together with the story. But but we on y'all bumper, and we ain't letting this go. How about that?
Yeah.
Shula King, y'all. Shula King, ladies and gentlemen. Shula King.
Hey, man.
King.
I'm in here, man. Whenever you need me, bro, I'm here.
Absolutely.
All right.
No more talk.
Nolan was on Watch 22 Triton on the way out. I went with my buddy Bart because we had a lot of friends from college coming down, and Bart, I called Bart that morning. I was like, hey, man, can you take your boat out? And he was like, yeah, well, my dad decided not to go, and I'll take the boat, and I'll take you and your friends. Of course. I mean, he's a buddy of mine. And so Bart pulled up at the dock, and I mean, I rode out there with Bart, and a lot of the girls that go to college with my friends and I, and Nolan rode out on the Triton. And then we had a Palm Beach, 18 Palm Beach. There was 4 guys on that. There was like 8 people on the Triton. And then there was 8 or 9 people on the Triton. And then there was the rest of the...
Is there anybody on board? How many adults?
Better jump in and pull the plug, Bart, while you're going. Better jump in and pull the plug, Bart, while you're going.
Hello, can you hear me?
Better jump in and pull the plug, Bart, while you're going.
All right. Peace and blessings. Peace and blessings. All praises to the Most High. As the scripture says, all things hidden will be revealed, and everything that's done in secret will be exposed on the mountaintop. And that's what we have been doing here at Taylor House Publishing. You heard the Too Smart for School, Warren Hudson, on the interview first with Officer Ruckus, talking about his buddy Bart. Bart this and Bart that. Bart helped us on the boat. My buddy Bart was this. Bart. A lot of girls rolled out there with me and my buddy Bart. Now, also on that distress call, you hear him said, okay, what are you doing, Bart? Jump in and pull the plug. Allegedly, that's what we hear. So everyone has been asking, who is this Bart? And I received the email today from a young lady who was from that area and, are familiar with this group of kids. And she actually sent me some information, once again, with that picture that you now see on the screen. This is the alleged Bart Edmiston Jr. And if you see in that photo, and actually, I can actually take you directly to the website where we got that photo, and you see it right here. Bart Edmiston Jr., 6 feet, weight 190, Ocean Springs, Mississippi. And this is Jones Senior College. Jones College. You see it says previous school Jones College. And he is an alleged punter of all things. Regarded as the top punter in the conference. Okay, special teams player of the year. Let's go Bart. Made his first 7 field goals of the season. Okay. Bart with the strong leg. Hobbies include being on the water, fishing, and hunting. Hidden talent that he's really good at driving a stick shift. Okay, we're going to leave that to be determined. But you see here, it says previous school Jones College. So if you dig a little bit further, you would see him at Jones College, the Jones College Canes. And here he is. I guess that's Bart with the big punting the ball, Bart Edmiston Jr., guarded as the top punter again, class, weight 190, height 6'0", sophomore from where? Ocean Springs. So we can only assume that this is the Bart whom he's talking about is home from college. Okay, let's go to another school here. Let's go to this one. You see this one. Here it says Bart Edmiston. Looks like he's got a little mustache. And you see he's a punter. Hometown, Ocean Springs, Michigan. One of the top punters in the Mountain West last season. Scroll down further. He is a graduate of Ocean Springs High School. And so we would assume for all intents and purposes that this is the Bart that Warren was talking about. So we must ask ourselves, why does he continuously mention Bart? You know, is he trying to throw the blame off on Bart, or is Bart meticulously involved in maybe some actions that may have contributed to the death or disappearance of Nolan Wells? Now, once again, this is allegedly. We don't know this for sure. But one thing that leads me to believe that it's possibly Bart who may have harmed, allegedly, Nolan is this distress emergency call. As the video showed this morning, we saw our dear sister, beautiful sister, Janetta Brantley, analyze the call. And if you remember, this is what was said at the end of that call.
Hey, we're at the west tip of Horn, and our village pump stopped working. We're sinking. Can y'all please come? We have a membership. Shut the fuck up!
Right there at the end of the call. Let's play it again.
Shut the fuck up!
You clearly hear someone say, "Damn it, Bart." One more time.
Shut the fuck up!
So if you watched the earlier video where she broke down all of the conversations, it's people saying, "Oh my God, you killed him." And then they're talking about covering up. And then somebody said, "Is he really dead?" And then they said, "Oh my God, he's really dead. You know, you killed him." Then somebody starts yelling, saying, "Get the F up, get the F up." And then somebody says, "Damn it, Bart." So now if somebody's saying, okay, you killed him, and they're panicking, trying to get him up, and then they realize that he's really dead, and so whoever killed him would be the one that you would be like, damn it, man. You know, like, and that's what they said. Now, once again, this is just allegedly. This is my opinion of what happened if this is the Bart that was on the boat, because I know, once again, we're trying to find the truth. But evidently, once again, this is the Bart Edmiston. So we must ask ourselves, well, where is he at? Why isn't he going on this tour like, oh, smart, too smart for school, smarter than the average bear, Warren, who is basically kind of digging and giving us more fuel for the fodder for suspicion for this mysterious death? Once again, they keep trying to say he drowned. It was how did he get into the water? At which point do he just walk away from the island and everybody on the island and just do a scuba dive in the water and drown? That's what nobody has yet to address. And that's what we'll continue to ask. But also, if you listen at a couple of these interviews, I didn't catch it the first time, but catch this, the cropping a name out when Warren keeps saying something about this particular person. Now, you see, they kept Bart's name in and they kept Wyatt's name in, but just check this out. Check how they're playing, you know, with the audio in this video.
To my truck, and well, first I ran to my house, then I went to McDonald's and came back, and the boat was already hooked up to my truck. My buddy Wyatt and I went, and with my buddy, and we went, filled the top of the boat.
See that? He said, my buddy Wyatt and I went, and then with my buddies, and it skipped that name. Let's check it again.
Hooked up to my truck, and well, first I ran to my house, then I went to McDonald's and came back, and the boat was already hooked up to my truck. My buddy Wyatt and I went, and with my buddy, and we went, filled the top of the boat.
See that? Now, once again, because I edit videos, I noticed that. Check it one more time.
The boat was already hooked up to my truck. My buddy Wyatt and I went and with my buddy, and we went.
Okay, so clear as day, we hear him cutting out a name. Who is that name? And once again, they have no problem with saying Wyatt. They have no problem with saying Bart, probably because they knew Bart's name was on the call and they knew Wyatt's name was on the call. You know, both of those names can be heard, according to our professional engineer, on the call. So therefore, okay, we can't hide that if they're going to release the call. So we have to say their names in the interview. What is that name he left out? Let's go to another part of the interview and you're going to see the same thing on the different interview.
You're on the boat now. The water is getting up to the point where the boat may be disabled to where you couldn't get it out from Horn Island. So what happens after that?
Wyatt jumps to the water, tries to throw a rear anchor, and my buddy Meyer,
right there. You see it? They skipped that one. Wyatt and my buddy, and then
that.
Wyatt jumps to the water, tries to throw a rear anchor, and my buddy Meyer, you're sitting.
You see that quick edit? They left out another name. Who was that name?
Wyatt jumps to the water, tries to throw a rear anchor, and my buddy Meyer.
All right, so we can stop it right there because once again, we see that these things are edited and they are leaving out certain parts of the story, which, I mean, this is obvious, but nevertheless, we now know who this mysterious Bart character is. And once again, we'll put him on the screen. This is Bart Edmondson Jr. And he is a major player, but he is not parading around. You know, even Wyatt, I think, made a Facebook post, or his brother made a Facebook post. And now we have this guy, Warren Hudson, who's just making a complete shenanigan of himself going around with these interviews. But we're going to do some more digging, see who this Bart guy is. Definitely looks like the Bart from Ocean Springs who's home from college, who is a punter. His father was a punter, they said. So he comes from a long line of punters in the Mississippi state. And so we're going to keep an eye on this. Once again, there's a lot of information coming out. And, you know, we're going to stay vigilant. We're going to stay focused because the scripture says, take no part in the works of darkness, rather expose them. The next verse says, for it is a shame to even speak about the things that they do in secret. And this is what's happening. They're doing a lot of things in secret, and we're trying to keep those things exposed. Y'all let me know what y'all think about this video in the comments. Please keep the information coming. Keep the questions coming, because the more minds, you know, that contribute to this investigation, then the more information will come out. But as always, I thank y'all for watching, liking, sharing, and subscribing to this channel. And as always, I pray you have peace and blessings. And as the scripture says, all things that are hidden shall be revealed, and those things done in secret shall be exposed on the mountaintop.
Let's go, Rich. Let's go. Be watching Telehouse Publishing, breaking news coverage. Give you the truth before fake news go hudding it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it. You should tune into Telehouse Publishing. Telehouse Publishing, breaking news coverage. The propaganda grammar, don't believe none of it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it. You should tune into Telehouse Publishing. Who keep the people informed? The stories abroad from literary work, where the narrative's wrong. The research is always on point. The commentary is hard. It's Rich Teller raising the bar. Follow along. Shout out to FBAs, still FTP. Big up in FAC. And all my black families. There's three sides to all stories. Which one you gon' believe? We run down on the false prophets when they come to deceive. 100% urban world news, current events. We don't like them lies. Media is biased. We got God inside. Slaves and just his power. If you don't know by now, look around. We the darkest hours. Cops squeeze the hammers. They don't understand. We stop and freeze with our hands and kill us all like cancer. Don't speculate before the facts on the case. Telehouse set them straight. My brother Richard Vasquez. You got your Telehouse Publishing, breaking news coverage. Give you the truth before fake news go muddy it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it. You should tune into Telehouse Publishing. Telehouse Publishing, breaking news coverage. The propaganda grammar, don't believe none of it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it. You should tune into Telehouse Publishing.
Negroes have listened to the trickery and the lies and the false promises of the white man now for too long. And they're fed up. They become disenchanted. They become disillusioned. They become dissatisfied. And all of this has built up frustrations in the black community that makes the black community throughout America today more explosive than all of the atomic bombs the Russians can ever invent.
Tell a house, publish it. Tell a house, 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 tell a house, publish it.
Willie D Live.
What's up, family? Well, what do we have here? Family, we got a woman on Facebook who goes by the name Janetta Brantley. She is an audio engineer.
Hey, we're at the west tip of Horn, and our village pump stopped working. We're sinking. Can you all please come? We have a membership. Shut the fuck up!
Y'all hear that, fam? Did y'all catch that? Let me tell you what I heard. Can we cover it up? Yeah, I thought all about that. Another person go, oh. Another person said, you killed him. He's already dead. Is he dead? And then you hear the person yelling, Nolan. And then you hear somebody say, oh my God, Nolan, wake up. Then you hear somebody scream, Wyatt. And then they say, wake up. Get the F up. And then you hear very clearly, damn it, Bart. And then No-No's really dead now. Come on, fam. Come on. Why is it that the internet, the public, seems to be more interested in this case, in solving this case, than law enforcement? This is the work that law enforcement should be doing. This woman took it upon herself to go into the studio, use her money, her time to enhance the audio to get down to the truth in the Nolan Wells mystery. And it's as clear as that. We already heard some parts when somebody said, is he dead and all that stuff. So now we know Nolan was dead on that boat. He was dead on the so-called sinking boat. Nolan was dead. We know now for a fact. The audio is enhanced with no AI. You ain't got to take my word for it. I'll let Janetta speak for herself.
Before I play this, I want to quickly explain what I did, what you're looking at on the screen, and why I chose to approach this audio the way that I did. As a professional audio engineer with experience in dialogue editing, dialogue cleanup, sound design, and post-production, I decided to work on that CTO call using traditional audio processing techniques rather than relying on any AI voice separation or AI enhancement. My goal was pretty much to preserve as much of the original recording as possible while making the quieter dialogue and background audio easier to hear. So I basically used techniques such as subtractive EQ, compression, gain adjustments, noise reduction, frequency isolation, and other traditional processing methods. So what I did was I separated Vicky, the CTO dispatcher, from Warren and the audio originating from the boat so that I can concentrate more closely on what was happening behind and around Warren, pretty much on the boat. And I specifically chose not to rely on AI because aggressive AI enhancements and voice isolation tools can sometimes introduce artifacts and distort the speech or create ambiguity around the sounds that were originally present. And for something this serious, I wanted my processing to remain as conservative as possible. You'll also notice time code and dialogue written on the side of the screen and pop up during each segment. That dialogue represents what I personally hear as an audio engineer while processing and repeatedly reviewing these sections. I'm pretty much providing it as a listening reference, not as a declaration that my interpretation is the only possible interpretation. And that's important. I want you to listen for yourself, use headphones if you have them, listen closely, and decide with your own ears what you believe is being said. You can also return to the original unprocessed recording and compare directly with what you're hearing here. You'll also notice that my time code may not match the regular timestamp on the original uploaded video. And that's because I'm working inside a professional post-production timeline, a digital audio workstation, basically using SMPTE time code, which in film, that's displayed in hours, minutes, seconds, and frames. Film and TV timelines are completely different from timestamps that you see when you're watching regular videos or when you're watching a movie and you hit pause. So basically the time code on the screen is there to identify the precise location within my working session, not to represent the elapsed timestamp displayed by the original video player. And I hope that makes sense. For this first video, I'm sharing only approximately 37 seconds of the call. I originally intended to continue much further, but once I separated the dispatcher from the boat and started concentrating exclusively on the background dialogue, what I believed I was hearing became extremely difficult for me to process emotionally, and I needed to take a mental break. But I wanted to release this portion because some of the details that stood out most to me occur very early in the call, like right at the top of the call. And so I'm gonna let the audio play, read my transcription if you want to reference, but don't allow it to determine what you hear. I want you to listen first, listen again, compare it with the original recording, and then judge it with your own ears.
Hey, we're at the west tip of Horn, and our bilge pump stopped working. We're sinking. Can y'all please come? We have a membership. Shut up! Shut the fuck up! Damn it, Bart.
Damn it, Bart. Now, Bart, they said, was supposed to be out of town or something like that. Now, remember, let's go back to this interview. Let's go back to this interview right here of this guy. Remember this guy right here? That's Warren Hudson. Warren Hudson is the self-proclaimed best friend of Nolan. This is why the parents were so adamant about hearing from Warren, because he was close. I don't know if he was a best friend, because I don't know a best friend. I've never had a best friend whose house I've never been to. You know, if I had a best friend, you know, I had been to his house. Like when I think about best friends, like I never had a best friend whose house I'd never been to. But by his own admission, he had never been to Nolan's house, but they've been best friends since middle school. Go figure. I think he may even have said elementary, right? In any event, in the interview, this guy, Warren Hudson, said, my buddy. You remember he kept saying my buddy. He wouldn't say the name of the friend. Everybody else's names he called out. But he didn't say the name. He kept saying my buddy as if he was trying to protect somebody. So it appears to me that Bart is the person he was likely trying to protect. Yeah, fam. Yeah, now we're getting down to the nitty-gritty. Yeah. Warren, it appears, was trying to protect Bart. Bart is the mystery person. I'm not sure if Bart is the one who killed Nolan. But for somebody to scream out, damn it, Bart, where it sounds like Bart has some type of involvement. At the very least, every single person who was on that boat is an accessory. At the very least, after the fact. And they all tampered with evidence because none of them have come forward to tell the truth. So let's break it down. So we got inconsistent stories where the girl said they went to see, Nolan went to join his friends, to rejoin his friends. The so-called friends said Nolan went to go join the girl and took off. We never seen him again. We got the boat situation where the boat was sinking and it was an SOS. They needed towing. Then they tell the towing company, don't worry about it. But before they tell the towing company, don't worry about it, the towing operator, Vicky, I believe, asked them if they needed the Coast Guard. He said, no, we don't need them. We don't need them. Dude, you got a sinking boat. You need any kind of help you can get. Coast Guard is most equipped to handle something like that. The towing company just towed a boat. But the Coast Guard can come out there with helicopters and all kinds of stuff and life jackets and extra boats. They can do whatever they can do whatever. They are fully equipped to handle boats and passengers who are in distress, right? He said, no, we don't need them. I know if I'm on a sinking boat and they say, do you need the Coast Guard? Hell yeah, I need the Coast Guard. I need the Coast Guard. I need you. I need the Coast Guard. I need somebody said security guard. I need the security guard, the Coast Guard, any damn guard. I need everything. I'm sinking. But they said, no. We don't need that. So you got that situation. Then you got the phones, which is one of the biggest pieces of the puzzle. You got the phones where they held his phone knowing that he was missing. They held the phone from the parents. When the phone was discovered, the phone was erased. Everything on the phone is deleted. Then you got the keys that they held on to. Instead of taking the keys to the parents, they're holding on to the keys. Then you got the fact that that Nolan is missing. Instead of them out there searching for their buddy, once they find out he's missing, they go to bed. They sleeping. They chilling. They kicking it. Then you have this guy doing an interview with zero emotions. The texture of his voice was even killed the entire time. No up, no down, just matter of factly. Then you got the fact that none of them attended the funeral. Then you got the fact that they all scrubbed their social media accounts. They went dark. It's so many inconsistencies in these stories. Then you got the fact that you got members of law enforcement and other officials who might, official agencies who might be part of a major cover-up. You got a sheriff who jumped to say that he suspected no foul play, although he hadn't examined the body. He hadn't even seen the body. He had no reports. He had no official reports. He hadn't spoken to any detectives or anything. But he decided that, we don't suspect foul play. You got a governor who said, I haven't been following the case, but we don't suspect foul play. Then the governor goes after, instead of the governor going after the answers, going after the people who are suspected, or at least saying we're going to get justice for the family, who's ever responsible will be brought to justice. He goes, we don't suspect foul play. And by the way, being Crump and Al Sharpton, y'all need to get out of our state because y'all out here sowing racial division as if Mississippi needs help, racially dividing. Yeah. Then you got a coroner who handled the body improperly. Then you got a medical examiner who sends the body off to DC to be examined by an independent examiner without the lungs or his throat. Key organs that are needed in cases of drowning. You got to examine those. She sent the body without it. Family. Then you got the FBI who comes in and say, instead of them saying, yeah, we're getting close to cracking the case, they're investigating people who are looking for answers. They're investigating people who are calling out racism. Family. Remember, did I tell y'all this is Mississippi? Remember? I said it early on, because I know how they get down. Whew. That audio is damning. That audio. Janetta. I ain't got no problem with that. No more talk.
Family of an 18-year-old who died last Thursday is now calling for a secondary investigation. Our Eli Brand looks into new information in the death of the young man.
Elijah Weatherspoon went out on a boat with his friends near the Ravenel Bridge last Thursday.
He fell off. Someone went to go retrieve him. As far as we know, he didn't pop back up.
His body was found near Sullivan's Island 3 days later.
Sullivan's Island 8 is requesting assistance getting a possible deceased party off of the sandbar.
Weatherspoon's family have hired an attorney. They released a statement. It said in part, Elijah is believed to have been the only person of color on the watercraft at the time of the incident. To say that investigation.
Well, we had 9 people on the boat. The victim went in on the boat, dove in to assist him. They both got into some distress. The friend had to let him go so he didn't drown.
Dispatch calls reveal rescue attempts to bring Weatherspoon back to the boat.
Graham, the captain of the boat in question, he was the last person to actually hold him before he went under.
And there's a pontoon boat on scene saying they have a visual on the 2 subjects. They're trying to get life rings to them now.
A petition with more than 80,000 signatures is also circulating. A local lawmaker also wants to know more.
A lot of it goes into the movement and the moment that we're in our country, to be honest. And sadly and unfortunately, it was a young Black life that was lost.
A life lost on the water. An 18-year-old's family demanding answers. Working for you in Mount Pleasant, Eli Brand, ABC News 4.
Now, DNR says it's waiting on the coroner's report to release more information. We asked the coroner when that would be, and we've not heard back.
And the recurring theme, as with the Nolan Wells case, is don't be the only one. Peace and blessings, all praises to the Most High, and this happened in 2020, in about June or July, around the same time, correct? And this is when a young Black man, Elijah Witherspoon, 18 years old.
Oh, I thought this was more recent than that. Hey, Sister Val, Grand Rising. Okay, so the 18-year-old that drowns on the boat with his 9 Black friends, that happened a few years ago. Okay, got you.
Went out on a boat with 9 of his white friends. And as you heard the family lawyer say, he was the only person of color on the boat. And officials and authorities are being very tight-lipped with the information. Now, later on during that year, I think it was about December, because of the pressure from the community, everybody demanding answers, and it was actually a petition that got 250,000 signatures, over 250,000 signatures calling for the independent SLED investigation. So if everyone thought that everything was up and he actually drowned like they said he did, why would people be calling for an investigation? And also pulling up these cases, why is it, once again, that every time a Black person goes out with a group of white person, not every time, but where is the reverse? That's what I'm asking. Where is the reverse where a white guy goes out with his Black friends and he comes up drowned, he comes up missing, he comes up shot, he comes up, etc., etc.? There are none. And so this leads me to believe that, yes, this is a pattern, almost maybe a sacrifice to the Neptune god of the water when we see these things. But they did an investigation, and of course, the investigation ruled, well, it was not a homicide, and it was just an accidental drowning. Just listen to this information that they came up from that investigation, but I'm going to also give you some things that they are not saying in that investigation report. Just listen.
Tonight, for the first time, we are learning what led to the death of a low-country teenager who died in a controversial boating accident in the Charleston Harbor. News 2's Katie Turner has poured through hundreds of pages of documents and listened to hours of eyewitness accounts. And Katie joins us now live above the News 2 studio. And Katie, lots of questions surrounded Elijah Witherspoon's death last summer. And now we finally have some answers through this report we've requested from state agents.
Yeah, Carolyn, this report says drinking, drug use, and a bloody accident all played into the incident that took Witherspoon's life not far from the bridge right behind me.
Yes, sir. I've just got flagged down by a boat right at the junction of the Wando and Cooper Rivers, and they're saying there's 2 people in the water.
Images from the boat where Elijah Witherspoon spent his last moments. 40 witnesses telling their side of the story. Most of the accounts from June 25th lining up.
It was just happy. Everyone was happy. Everyone was just trying to have a good time.
That day on the water took a turn anchored underneath the Ravenel Bridge.
I see Elijah, like he's like sitting, like leaning on the boat like this, like sitting like that. And I just see his legs go up in the air over his head, like he just did a scuba dive kind of thing.
The chaos began trying to pull the anchor up and rescue Witherspoon. One of the boaters says her leg got stuck in the rope, causing a bloody mess.
I fell to the ground and hung on to the boat, so I wouldn't end up being in the water.
That's when the adrenaline took over, according to the oldest on the boat, a 33-year-old who decided to jump in after him.
Water's moving very fast. He was panicking for sure when I caught up to him.
Multiple bystanders paint a frantic scene of the 2 people in the water.
Looked like he was holding on to the other person with one hand and trying to tread water with the other.
The rescue swimmer says despite his best efforts, the choppy water and the current were too strong.
I didn't see any flotation devices being thrown to us, and he went under.
After months of investigation, state agents say it's clear Elijah Witherspoon's death was a tragic accident.
No one had any intent for any of this to happen at all.
After Weatherspoon's death, more than 250,000 people signed a petition pushing for the sled investigation. For now, live in Mount Pleasant, I'm Katie Turner. Count on 2.
And if you listen to everyone giving a testimony, you hear that all of them are white. And you heard as well the reporter say, well, most of the accounts line up. Okay, what do you mean by most of them? You know, because 21 out of 40 can be most of them. But that doesn't still mean that there's things not to be questioned. And then you hear the other guy talking. So Elijah was just sitting there, and all of a sudden his legs go up in the air like he was doing a scuba dive. So he just falls into the water anonymously. Now, also you see those flashes of pictures. Those flashes of pictures they have alcohol, they got pills, they got a knife, they got a hatchet. All of those pictures they flash, and there's probably more. And so there was definitely a lot of drinking and D-rugs use on that boat. And all of a sudden, the only black person on the boat falls overboard. This, if we don't see the suspicion in this, or the improbability or the culpability of those that's on that boat, then I think we are delusional. That's once again why the man said, and this was 2020 in the height of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery, and the hundreds of other deaths by police. And so I don't know what possessed my brother to go out there on that boat with those white folks and meet his final fate. And they said somebody jumped off the boat and then tried to save him. And then there was, he was holding him up. And then all of a sudden he swam to the shore and Elijah never resurfaced. Those things right there. Then they said, somebody threw them a life preserver, but they couldn't reach it. They said, why did y'all leave them in the water for 30 minutes? And I mean, all of these things, man, are questionable, but we will never know because the only story we get is from the white people who survived. There was supposedly 9 on that boat, and then another boat came and they watched it, and they saying that the people were throwing alcohol overboard, trying to get rid of stuff, right? They were trying to get rid of stuff. And the only testimony that we have is of the white survivors. As my Jamaican brothers would say, dead man tell no tales. And that is what we have. Dead man tell no tales. In the case of Nolan Wells, case of Elijah Witherspoon, in the case of Daniel Ewing, in the case of Angelique Cunningham, in the case of all of the other people who are just mysteriously drowning and getting shot on these trips with white people. Y'all let me know what y'all think about this video in the comments. Y'all see the number 919-587-7782. Thank y'all for liking, watching, sharing, and subscribing to the channel. And as always, I pray you have peace and blessings. And as the scripture says, all things that are hidden shall be revealed, and those things done in secret shall be exposed on the mountaintop.
Let's go, Rich. Let's go. Be watching Telehouse Publishing, breaking news coverage. Give you the truth before the fake news go mud in it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it. You should tune in to Telehouse Publishing. Telehouse Publishing, breaking news coverage. The propaganda grammar don't believe none of it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it. You should tune in to Telehouse Publishing. Who keep the people informed? The stories abroad from literary work where the narrative's wrong. The research is always on point. The commentary is hard. It's Rich Teller raising the bar. Follow along. Shout out to FBAs, still FTP. Big up in FAC. And all my black families. It's 3 sides to all stories. Which one you gon' believe? We run down on the false prophets when it comes to deceive. 100% urban world news, current events. We don't like them lies. Media is biased. We got God besides. Ladies and gents is power. If you don't know by now, look around. We the darkest house. Cops squeezing hammers because they don't understand. So we stop and freeze with our hands and kill us off like cancer. Don't speculate before the facts on the case. Tell a house, set them straight while smoking rich investigates. You got your telehouse publishing, breaking news coverage. Give you the truth before fake news go muddy it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it. You should tune in to telehouse publishing. Telehouse publishing, breaking news coverage. The propaganda grabber don't believe none of it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it. You should tune in to telehouse publishing.
Negroes have listened to the trickery and the lies and the false promises of the white man now for too long. And they're fed up. They become disenchanted. They become disillusioned. They become dissatisfied. And all of this has built up frustrations in the black community that makes the black community throughout America today more explosive than all of the atomic bombs the Russians can ever invent.
Telehouse publishing, telehouse, 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 telehouse publishing.
Nolan gets out. Amazing.
This video has been going around with this particular white lady, and she wants to share.
Yeah, so not only got the tellers mad at us, but the Nabiscos too. So Phil will give us an update on that. White woman shares the reason why her community have such disdain for FBAs.
You know, with definitely us as black people, and also, I guess, the world, why people of her community just do not like, or in her words, hate us as black people. Let's go ahead and check out what she has to say. And I will say up front, I appreciate her, everything she's saying. I really do, because it do take some bravery in their community, actually, to come out and just be honest about how they really feel about us as black people. So go ahead and check this out.
Reasons white people hate black people is because we cannot tolerate black joy. We cannot tolerate black intelligence. We cannot tolerate black beauty. We cannot tolerate black confidence. We cannot tolerate black camaraderie. We cannot tolerate anything that frees a black person. We don't like black people to be educated. We don't like them to be successful. We don't want black judges. We don't want anything for black people that doesn't directly affect and entertain us. So we can have a black nanny. We can have a black house cleaner. We can have a black teacher. We can have a black coach. We can have black players. But only for the specific things that we feel comfortable with.
Now let's address what this lady had to say. And because it's really, if you listen to everything she said, I'm going to break it down in 4 words. Just 4. Number 1, misery. According to her, they don't like black joy. Well, why you don't like black joy? It's because you're miserable. Well, everybody say misery loves company, and we're not being the company with you. So you're just miserable. And you know people who's miserable, they can't. And listen, let me tell you what's even worse with their misery. They know everything they've done to us, and yet we still put a smile on our face. We're still happy. We're still joyous. We're still all of that, right? And yet they're not, and they had everything literally handed to them. So that's word number 1. According to her and her assessment of her community, they are truly miserable. Number 2, they feel inferior to black people. They have an inferiority complex. This is what she's saying. Think about it. They don't like black intelligence. Why? Because truly feel they cannot match black intelligence. They don't like black beauty. This is what she's saying. Because they don't match up to the black woman or the black man, which makes you feel inferior to black people, right? So the first two things is misery and an inferiority complex to black people, which fuels hatred. Now, also, I will add jealousy. Jealousy also comes in the mix as well, especially a lot of times with the women, because a lot of their women is so jealous of black women, they can't stand when a black woman gets any kind of attention or whatever, because they really want to be the main character, but they're not. All right. So let's move to what she says is basically the approved things that black people can do and they okay with. One, she mentioned entertain. So you could sing, you could dance, you could be intimate with them, right? You can do any kind of entertainment with they feel is entertainment, and they're okay with that. That is the role that you should be to them to make them feel happy and comfortable. But remember, these are a group of people that, according to her, that are miserable and have an inferiority complex, which in turn creates jealousy within them for us as black people. Then she mentioned the next thing they're cool with black people is service. You can serve them. You can serve them as nannies, as she said, teachers. You can serve them in any kind of menial task, but you cannot be in any kind of position of authority, which she mentioned judge, president, senator, whatever, because most of those people is going to tap into their inferiority complex, right? Because in order to get those positions, you have to have some sort of education, experience, etc., right? And they don't want, they feel inferior to black people who have some sort of education or whatever, right? So that's why they don't like to see you in any kind of positions of power, because you directly mess with their inferiority complex. And then if you are a black woman in a position like that, it's even worse, because not only you hitting their intelligence problem with black people, but now you're hitting a beauty issue that's in a lot of the women. Okay. So you double, think about it. An attractive black woman catches hell from them folks, especially the women. They catch hell. This is why they think about it. This is why they're only happy when you and not to, and listen, I'm only speaking about the movie. I'm not speaking about the sister in a bad way, but I'm just have to say this. They are only happy when you present yourself like Gabrielle Sidibe presented herself in Precious. Now I know that sister don't present herself like that every day. She don't. I've seen her pictures. She dressed well. She has her makeup. She does it. She fixes her hair. So I'm not talking about the actress. I'm talking about the character Precious, right? If you present yourself in that way, they feel okay. They're happy with you. They love that. They love you, a black woman who's 300-400 pounds. They love when you have yourself together, because you don't tap into their inferiority complex. But if you a sister got yourself in shape, or just shape for your body, because everybody's shape is different. It's not a weight. It's not how much you weigh. It's your body. Because some women can weigh 170 pounds and you couldn't even tell. They got women that weigh 190 and you couldn't tell, and they got flat stomachs and everything. So it's not about a weight thing. It's about your body. So you are well proportioned for your body. You take care of yourself. You look good. Like they can't stand those kind of black women. They want you to look like Precious, unkept, overweight, etc. Right? And that's when they cool with a black woman. So what she's saying is that in that culture is misery. Because think about it. Politically speaking, they right now have the House, the Senate, and practically the Supreme Court, and they're still not happy. Why? Because she's admitting they're not happy people. They're miserable. And the reason why they're miserable is, think about it. How you can really be happy of all the atrocities you have committed, just even in America alone. We're not talking about the atrocities you committed in other countries and still doing to this day. You can't sleep well at night committing that much atrocity. So yes, that sin has been laid at the feet of them. And really what she's admitting is that, like when they talked about the ministry of the Holy Spirit, when the Holy Spirit comes to the earth, it will convict men and women of sin and unrighteousness. That misery they're talking about is the weight and guilt of sin. This is why some of them say, I don't have white guilt. The reason why they're saying that is because the weight of sin and unrighteousness is forever upon them. And the only way they can get out of it, unless they do the things that to correct the sin and unrighteousness, which they do not want to do. They rather deal with the weight of sin and unrighteousness, that collective guilt that's upon them, that they feel like a ton of bricks on their shoulders, right? They may say, "Why I had nothing to do with it? Why you was telling me?" Why nobody said you did anything? But that's guilt talking. That's the weight of sin and unrighteousness talking. It's not us telling you anything. No black person today would say any person within their community owned a slave. I mean, come on, none of us that ignorant. But what we are saying is that you inherited the wages of blood. You inherited the wages of our death. You have inherited the stolen money. You inherited stolen land that you still have to this day, but you don't want to hear about it. See, this is the thing. You can't just talk about them in the past. Oh, they was the one doing this to black people and the slavery. No. You inherited everything that those people did, and you continue the system that they built to this day. And that's what makes you guilty. That's what makes you responsible. You feel me? So remember this. Just before we wrap this up, she's explaining to you that a lot of them are miserable and have a severe inferiority complex, which fuels their jealousy. And anytime someone's jealous of you, what they say? If someone's jealous, then they will unalive you. And hatred is all in the midst of that. This lady is assessing her whole community in this video.
Yep.
Then the only way they can tolerate you is you entertaining them because they're miserable, so they need some sort of joy, or you serve them. That's the only thing you can do. Which me, I can kill that. I ain't trying to do none of that. But shout out to her for doing this. She gave a good read on her community. Now, black people, when you're dealing with her particular community, you understand where they're coming from. Misery and a severe inferiority complex, which breeds jealousy and hatred. Now you know the essence of anti-black racism. She's explained it to you.
Yeah.
The diagnosis is very clear. Did we do anything to them that caused their misery? No, they did it to themselves.
Right.
Did we do anything to make them have a severe inferiority complex? No, that's on them. How you feel about yourself is on you. It ain't on us. But brothers and sisters, we got to understand what we're dealing with here. And since we understand what we're dealing with, then we just move and act accordingly. Now, we don't have our life all caught up or whatever behind what they do, but it's good to know how they move. And then now you deal with them in an area of a position of power. This is why, and more and more, this is why the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said what he said when he was alive. Listen, one thing I know about miserable people is nothing you really can do for them. They have to fix themselves. When someone has an inferiority complex, there's nothing you can do for them people. They need to go deal with their own issues. And I'm not here to try to fix you. I'm not no therapist, and I'm not God either. I'm trying to work on myself, and surely work on the issues with my community. I'm not trying to work on the issues in nobody else's community. And I'm not saying every person in her community feel that way about black people. I'm not saying that either. They'll be ignorant. There are some individuals in her community as good people. I've met some of them in my lifetime. But unfortunately, they're not the majority. Take with this information what you will, brothers and sisters. But just make sure you apply it and understand it.
Right.
I saw Cameron saying he's not an African and Africa stinks.
I'm not an African. Same with the African told me people.
All right, so moving along to this podcast, Mensa. Questions why Black Americans deny being African.
Stink.
Now, obviously, this is ridiculously disrespectful and ignorant, but I love Killer. So let's approach this empirically. Why don't we do a history of the name Cameron Giles? Giles is a medieval French name originally used by the followers of a one St. Giles, a nigga that looked like this. Not exactly a striking resemblance, even if you put him in a pink fur. On the other hand, there were plenty of slaveholders named Giles. Written records trace the human beings they enslaved to Africa, oftentimes referring to them as Coromontes if they was from modern-day Ghana, Mandingos if they were from the Sahel, Igbos if they were from modern-day Nigeria. But clearly, the name Giles was passed down from someone who enslaved Africans. Now, if modern science places human beings at 300,000 years old and the oldest archaeological evidence of Homo sapiens is in Africa, Morocco, South Africa, Ethiopia, then I'll struggle to understand how 500 years here erases 299,500 years in Africa. Culturally, you resonate with America. Fine, that's a nationality. You may have European or indigenous blood, but your ancestral origin is overwhelmingly African. Take a DNA test. You tell me what it says. I can see Killer being like Cherokee, but you can have a lot of Nigeria in there, my guy. Don't get mad at me because I love Cam. But like Africa stinks, come on. I mean, it stinks everywhere, nigga. My dogs are shit in my backyard. Now my backyard stinks.
They're pocket watching. That's another thing with the Democrat flunky and the tether class. They do a lot of pocket watching. I'm over here in Japan right now, and I've been posting pictures. And boy, the tether class, well, they've been so mad because I'm over here. You know, when I travel, I be rocking my FBA shirts. Boy, the tethers were so mad. Look at this nigga, this grift. It's a grifter. You took the FBA money and went on a vacation. Look at, he got the FBA money and went on vacation like a grifter. You know how much of a scammer that you gotta be. You know how much of a damn con artist and scam artist you gotta be. You gotta make up a non-existent fund FBA money. What the fuck is FBA money? You can tell a scamming tether. They done made up their whole fabricated fund of money, FBA money. Like they done made up some pretend centralized communal FBA money and act like it's paying for personal travel. That's how much of a scam mindset these people have. They got to invent a mythical con because they can't psychologically process the reality of fully independent, multi-platform media, foundational Black Americans, who can generate organic wealth. That's foreign to them. Because, you know, we travel. I've seen a few FBAs out here. We travel just vacation and not just on some economic refugee shit. See, when you build tangible institutions and you consistently produce shit like I do, you understand? We generate legitimate self-sustaining capital. Tether's got to sit here and act like the FBA fund, the FBA money is. They have to try to invalidate the very blueprint of our business savvy. They hate the fact that we can do things without running scams like them. To them, everything, there has to be some kind of mythological scam to everything a Black person does, to them, because that's their mentality. It's always this psychological fear and a projection of their own scamming mindset. You understand? Because see, they operate from this survival mindset where their leadership is defined by begging, siphoning, scamming all the time. Every time they go somewhere, they got to scam off somebody. Whenever they travel somewhere, it's always a scam somewhere. Because they lack a history of self-funded institution building. You understand? Everything they get is charity. It's other people's benevolence. It's some scam. They can never really organize anything to build up from the ground up. So they try to project their own parasitic mentality on the foundational Black Americans. You understand? See, they hate the fact that our delineation, that establishes boundaries that they can't cross, exploit, or co-opt. Yeah. And we as foundational Black Americans, we got the capital to travel. See, there's an anti-Black American resentment that a lot of these people have. Like, we're never supposed to enjoy the fruits of our labor. See, when individuals from other groups, when they have businesses, they produce media, they curate cultural spaces, if they take an international trip, that's just seen as standard executive leisure. You understand? When foundational Black Americans, when we vacation, when we travel, the tether is always trying to imply a crime has been committed, because that's what they do. They always got to police what we do and project their little scams on what we do. They want us confined to a state of perpetual struggle and trauma so they can look down at us and feel superior. See, the image of us they want is us being in the hood, so they can come over and feel better about their fleeing damn disposition. You see, these tethers, they suffer from severe economic illiteracy. They pretend they don't understand how monetization and digital distribution and brand protection and independent operation networks works. We as foundational Black Americans, we can get on code enough to build independent wealth and resources. We can do that. That's why we're the only first world Black people on the planet. And it wasn't because of no damn benevolence from the dominant society. They like to pretend that white people, they like to pretend that foundational Black Americans have resources because of generous white people. That ain't it at all. These people did everything they could to stop us from having resources. Foundational Black Americans had to get it out the mud. All the FBAs here, y'all, what white people gave you anything? Any of you foundational Black Americans who got anything, you got nice homes, nice cars, you had to grind for that shit. In spite of everything that was done, do you know how hard it was for us to get shit popping? These people threw every obstacle. We didn't get shit. Nobody gave us nothing. We didn't get no benevolence. These people threw every obstacle our way. We just overcame the obstacle. Where my FBAs at in the chat room? If you own a home or whatever, well, you got that shit out the mud. If you got a nice ride, you got it out the mud, nigga. You know why people give you nothing at all? Shit. And you didn't scam. Yeah, we don't do all that scam shit because it ain't really worth it. Notice we don't do a whole bunch of them old crazy ass weird scams. We don't do that. Generally, I mean, we do have a few scammers, but that's not a part of the culture. We don't be doing all the more crazy ass scams. We just get it out the damn mud. Excuse me. And that bothers them. That really bothers the tether class. You understand? So they try to pretend the only way that a foundational Black American, we can afford a nice house or go on a nice vacation is by dipping into some non-existent communal pot that we done snuck some money out of. Oh, stop it. Give me a break. Give me a damn break. And also, they lack their own tangibles. See, these tethers, man, they scream the loudest about what we do because they have built nothing. They ain't got nothing. They haven't organized any kind of independent wealth building entities, nothing. They secured no global footprint, nothing. All they do is fixate on us and pocket watch us because they ain't got no pockets to watch. And then all they do is talk about us. They love projecting their failed behavior onto us. Yeah. But the ultimate goal, ladies and gentlemen, all that shit, you stealing money from the FBA money, all of that is to basically try to delegitimize our lineage. Yeah. See, they try to do a smear campaign to delegitimize the concept of foundational Black Americans delineating from them. You know, so everything we do is always a scam. It's a scam, it's a grift, it's a con. Just throwing out bullshit words over and over, just like that punk, that Democrat shill, wide bussy punk who called up earlier. They want to try to demoralize our lineage so that we don't keep delineating from all of this nonsense. Yeah, but as long as they know, as long as we're laser focused on our lineage, these people trying to tether on us and piggyback off of us and exploit us, that shit is done. Yeah, those days are over. We ain't going for that no more. Y'all get those hands up. We got a lot of folks in here. Yeah. FBA is a group, nigga. Yeah, they always try to redefine us. That don't work. Yeah, that train is over. That train is over. Yeah, people, they want to Africanize us so bad. They really want to Africanize us and make us generic Africans, and that ain't working. That's just not working, ladies and gentlemen. Speaking of that, did y'all see And I talked about Cameron when he did a video that went viral. Cameron was like, hey, I'm not African. I'm just not African. And that went viral. So Vic Mensa did a response to it. Vic Mensa did a response to that video. And basically what Vic Mensa was saying, and by the way, Vic Mensa, he's a rapper. Vic Mensa, his mother's white and his dad is from Ghana. His dad is Ghanaian. So he was calling out, he was like, oh, that was ignorant. He was like, yeah, people trying to distance themselves from Africa. I don't know why black people are trying to distance themselves from Africa. Oh, why are they trying to do that? And then he went into this whole spiel about Cameron's last name, which is Giles, Cameron Giles. Then he went into some whole French medieval origin of St. Giles, which is irrelevant. People do that shit. They start getting into all of these non sequiturs that don't mean nothing and trying to break down the etymology of names. You know, Tether's be trying to do that with me. Why is your name Arabic nigga? Okay, none of that has to do with no damn lineage. Okay, y'all just want to waste time. You don't really have an argument. Then Vic Mensa went into the legacy of enslavement. And then he went into some archaeology, talking about Homo sapiens coming out of Africa 300,000 years ago. And then he's arguing that 500 years in America can't erase 300,000 years of African ancestry. And then he started going into nationality versus ancestry. Then he went into DNA. If he took a DNA test, it's going to come back with this. Man. Good grief. Good freaking grief, man. The tether fatigue is real. Tether babble. Listen. Tethers, listen. Vic Mensa, he's African. He has African uncles, aunts, cousins. He has direct lineage in Africa. All right? We don't. All right, it's that damn simple. All right, there's a lot of people who came out of Africa centuries ago, even thousands of years ago. Yeah, we're not generic Africans. All right, we had an ethnogenesis. Yeah, we, like a lot of people on the planet, got some African genetics. We got European genetics, and we got Asian genetics. But your lineage is very important. Our lineage is foundational Black American. That's why a lot of DNA tests, we can't be traced to anybody over there now. You do a DNA test, they're not going to trace you to an individual over there. You understand? That's the reality. And trying to conflate the lived reality of a first-generation immigrant, which is Vic Mensa, with the reality of a lineage that's been separated for the continent for centuries, that's just intellectually dishonest. And the reality is we had an ethnogenesis. Foundational Black Americans, we didn't forget our origins and all that bullshit. We survived a very deliberate, systematic ethnocide and emerged through the process of ethnogenesis. We had a brand new ethnic group. That's the reality. And that ethnic group is indigenous to the United States. I'm going to say that again. We are indigenous to the United States. We are indigenous to the United States, ladies and gentlemen. We are the foundational population of the United States. All right? We forged a distinct language, culture, spiritual practice, identity, culinary skills, all of that right here on American soil. Foundational Black Americans, that's not a denial of genetics. That's an accurate classification of an ethnicity forged on this soil. Good grief, it's real simple. Every human lineage can basically trace to Africa. Groups migrated to Europe, groups migrated to Asia, other parts of the world thousands of years ago, and over time they developed their own distinct ethnic groups. No damn body demands Jamaicans, Brazilians, or Europeans, none of these people, nobody demands that they identify as generic Africans. Nor do they have to surrender their national or ethnic identities. But there's always this hypocritical ass double standard where foundational Black Americans, we are continuously badgered and shamed for claiming our distinct ethnicity that we literally bled to create. You know? And all of these people know we're different from them because they have pejorative terms for us. That's the really ironic part. Y'all know we're different from your ass because you told us we were different, damn it. You were the ones calling us Akatas. What y'all talking about? That's why don't be ashamed to distance yourself from these folks ethnically. Shit. They wanted this whole myth of a generic African. Listen, ain't no damn generic African. Africa is a massive continent with 54 different countries right now, thousands of distinct tribes, languages, ethnic groups. People on the continent, they identify by their specific tribe, their specific lineage, their specific nation. They don't act as a monolithic block. In Africa, they want us to be a big-ass generic monolithic block, and they are not a monolithic block. These people demand that we as foundational Black Americans adopt this generalized post-continental African identity, which that erases the geopolitical realities of the continent. And then that strips us from our unique lineage here. They want us to do some shit that they ain't doing, basically. They ain't got no unity over there. There's no one big old identity. And you know what it is, man? This is cultural imperialism disguised as brotherhood. See, a lot of these people, they want to leverage their proximity to foundational Black American culture so they can build platforms, they can build wealth, they can build influence in the US. But see, when they attain that platform, then they try to act as the cultural authorities over the culture of the people that they're participating in. So they try to tell a group of people who survived centuries of oppression here that we're supposed to identify, or how we're supposed to identify. That's like cultural arrogance. You see, these people demand that we embrace a generic African identity. It's really about access. It's not about no damn brotherhood. They come around us. We have to stick together, nigga. It's all about us being together. Unity is more important than division, nigga. Y'all ain't trying to get no unity. Foundational Black Americans, man, y'all, we've created the most globally dominant, lucrative, influential culture on the planet. I'm out here in Japan. These people are running around here dressing and acting like us. But see, the Tethers, they want to blur the lines of ethnicity and they want to push a false monolithic identity so that the non-FBAs can seamlessly co-opt foundational Black American accomplishments, institutions, civil rights legacy, and resources without them having to respect the specific lineage that built them. They can just elbow us out the way and say, hey, look at what we've done since we are African and I'm the real African. Look at what we've accomplished. And those niggas over there that's bleeding and suffering from all of the hard work, well, they ain't really got no culture. We ain't doing that shit. We're not doing that at all. You see? Those days are over. And listen, claiming foundational Black American status, that's not a rejection of African DNA. That's a declaration of our survival and our mastery. So when we acknowledge our biological roots, that's basic science. And it's a genetic blueprint and a genetic footprint that we have here. That's very real. So when we identify as foundational Black Americans, that's about honoring our specific grandmothers, grandfathers, people like that who built the culture out of nothing in this country and who built the country from the ground up. That's demanding respect for a distinct ethnic group that shaped the modern world independently. We did that as foundational Black Americans. That's a reality. Shout out to everybody in here. We're in here deep. We're in here very, very deep. Shout out to everybody in here. Raise them hands. Let me get the family in here. Let's get those hands up. All right. Excuse me. Damn. All right, let's get the hands up, family. Let me see who we got in here. Bree, let's get Bree. For some reason I can't get you in. Let me get you in on the other side. All right. Yeah, they don't like us having constructive conversations like this. All right. Let me 3 answer. One. Who is this? Y'all raise the hands. And y'all share the space, everybody. Share the space. Everybody share the space. So I'm blessing Japan with my prayer. Yeah. I'm bringing some of that FBA energy out here to Japan. You know, I'm out here standing on that FBA business, ladies and gentlemen. The food is great out here in Japan, man. The food is absolutely great out here. Absolutely phenomenal. Muhammad, hop on in, Muhammad. I'm going to just start getting random people up. Muhammad, hop on in. Muhammad, hop on in, sir.
Doing right.
Hey, Muhammad, how you doing, fam?
Doing all right.
What's on your mind, bro?
Montgomery. I had just left another live and I was checking it out over there. And I watched as certain people came up onto the panel, and the topic was, how is it that the word black is all of a sudden now become confused, except for when it's used in a negative term.
Right.
And like we have a way of knowing who we are, because it's almost like it's centered in our being, like a beacon. Like you could tell what's real and what's fake. And we have our ways of doing that. And I don't care what city you come from, what neighborhood you come from. Everybody know there's a Pookie or Popcorn or somebody. We know there's all these different peoples in every neighborhood because our family members came up with different things, you know what I'm saying, that made us all have somebody that was like that. So we have like a shared culture, even though we've never even been to a particular city. We've been there. Every hood is the hood, and for us to have like almost a second sense of who we are, a tether could never catch that. And a lot of times when they try to latch on, cosplay and do things like that, they don't understand when their actions are so disingenuous, and it's like we see it, we call it out. Part of who we are is that call out effect. We want what's fresh, we want what's real, all of that. So the fake shit, we catch it just like that, and a lot of times, people don't understand what's authentically ours. Like the guy came up and I started laughing. He's like, "Oh, you done fucked up now. You done let me up here." And I was like, "Who the hell? What the hell?" And then it was real interesting. I watched that, and it's like, why do people think that we're so gullible, or that we have no self-knowledge, where when we determine to do something, delineation was met with immediate response, like, yeah, it's done. It's overnight. Anything else that we push, it's like, yeah, it's done. It's overnight. That's how we rock. That's what we do. People don't know how we spread it to each other, etc. But we know what's ready for us, and we know what we're supposed to do because everybody's already of the like-mindedness. So, like, people from the outside to try to infiltrate us and to make us think that they're like us, they always use a negative connotation. They use things that they think would make us sound like, they're us, and they think it's endearing to us. You know what I'm saying? Like, yes, nigga, you're motherfucker, so and so and such and such. Okay, that's what you think that we are. See, when we say what we say, we do it in certain contexts. We don't do it every time like that, like the way you're doing it. But I think I see how you view us, So a lot of the stuff that centers around the term blackness, I grew up with telling other people, "Hey, you black," because we were identifying based off of looks and color pigmentation and stuff like that. And we said, "Oh, that's some of our people right there." And we tried to treat people as if they was our own people, but resoundingly, they kept saying they not black. So since they not like us, then you not like us, black.
Yeah,
now everybody.
Thank you so much, brother. I had to land your plane, but it's going on and on. Thank you so much, brother. Twin.
Professor Flex, what's going on, brother?
I'm good, Twin. How you doing, brother?
Once again, it's a pleasure speaking to you again. Man, these tethers, they love, you know, blaming the division on you and making it seem like you're the leader and like we don't have a mind of our own. I want to ask the tethers a question. Walk with me. Was Tariq there when they directed the movie Sugar Hill? And for the family, we understand that scene. We saw that infamous scene in Sugar Hill. Let me go back even further. When Malcolm X went to the African Union, was Tariq there? And he went to the African Union to ask for help. And in other terms, that those Africans told Malcolm X to kick rocks. Let me go even further. Was Tariq around when Marcus Garvey was trying to get Pan-Africanism popping, even though he was found out to be a scammer, but he couldn't even get it popping in his own country. See, he had to come here. So when they talk about this, this all of a sudden this division, I want to ask the question: when was there ever unity? Because how you spell unity, there's a U and I in unity. So when has there ever been a U and I? But Flex, man, it's a pleasure speaking to you. I'm gonna park my Uber on that. Peace.
Respect, brother. Yeah, listen, that whole listen, Tethers ain't no damn leader and all that. That when Tethers start talking that leadership, that's a deliberate insult to the lineage. I want y'all to understand that that's an insult to 49 million foundational Black Americans. They're saying that to be insulting. They know good and well that ain't no leader of a lineage. That's them deliberately trying to be insulting, to try to reduce our lineage, to delegitimize our lineage, because they can't latch on to it. To our lineation. See, they can latch on to everything else. They've latched on to the civil rights movement. They've latched on to the term African American. They've latched on to Black. They can latch on to everything that we do. But this, when we say foundational Black American, that's the one thing they can't latch on to. So because they can't latch on to it, they try to delegitimize it. But the thing about Tethers, you don't have clout. You don't have the clout to delegitimize anything. So all you can do is basically sit in little spaces and whine incessantly. And that's the thing that's frustrating them, because they're realizing that they don't have the charisma and the clout to move the culture like that, because you can do it in your own homeland. So basically, it's a whole bunch of just whining and nitpicking and just nagging us all damn day, because this delineation is whoop that ass. And let me tell you something. Yeah, we didn't divide shit. We just start checking these people en masse within the last 7 years. Before that, these people sat up here doing nothing but disrespecting us. All they did was disrespect us for decades. After we helped them, we were the ones, you go back to the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, we were going out of our way to help these people. We were helping them get immigration over here. We were helping them get housing and get citizenship. We were, hell, even before, we were bringing people and letting them come to HBCUs. It was immigrants going to Tuskegee. You were going to our HBCUs. We were the ones fighting for your independent movements over in Africa. I want y'all to watch the new Hidden Colors movie. We talk about how we over here were instrumental in a lot of the independent movements over in Africa. A lot of us were putting the batteries in the backs over there. Don't let them fool you. In the 90s, we're walking around with African medallions, bigging up some of the African continent, bigging up Mandela, shouting everybody out. And these folks would come over here and then drive cabs and wouldn't pick us up. The movie, he brought up the movie Sugar Hill, came out in 94, how they were over in that movie talking about we are Akatas. And then when social media popped off, they were doubling down on their anti-foundational Black American hatred. These people, you go back on Twitter and all these things, these people have been calling us Akata for decades, and Jareers and all types of shit. We go over there to help them, and then they send us the Myron Gaines of the world, who come over here and side with white supremacist groups against us. We have major cases around the country involving justice, and the Tethers would be the ones undermining the shit. Come on now. Let's tell the truth about it. They get on these juries. Remember the Trayvon Martin case. They kept talking about this, quote, black juror that was on the the George Zimmerman case. It's not an all-white jury. There's a woman of color. There's a black woman on the jury, so it ain't all white. And they sat up there acquitting Zimmerman. That damn so-called woman of color was a damn Puerto Rican. She was a damn Latina. You see little shit like that. We start seeing stuff like that pop up. This weird off-code behavior by these so-called melanated people. And we had to step back and say, hey, wait the hell a minute. Hold on. Something ain't right here. Something ain't right. We need to ask questions here. We go to these different protests around the country, and then a bunch of tethers show up and start twerking. Little weird shit. It was too much weird shit going on. Yeah, and on TikTok, they would have slave auctions mocking us on, not TikTok, on what's that old bullshit ass site that I don't go to? What is that site? Not TikTok. What was that site they would have those slave auctions on? Clubhouse. There you go. Oh, they were acting a fool on Clubhouse. Oh, they really showed their ass on Clubhouse. These tethers would get on Clubhouse and denigrate the shit out of us. So that is what really sparked a lot of the delineation. These people would have marathon spaces. We weren't even talking about them. They would be on Clubhouse shitting on us, calling us ghetto. We eat Popeye's chicken, baby mamas. Then they would do television shows like that Bob Loves Abasola, where the writer of the show is an African damn tether. And they would write shit about how black Americans are baby mamas and gangbangers and put this shit on national television. And then y'all wonder why we delineate? Fuck out of here. Yeah, we're delineating. We still got this punk in here. Old punk. He's still this Democrat punk in here talking about a cult. Nigga, you in the bussy cult, sir. Yeah, we don't give a shit about you getting mad.
To the left, to the right, my baby. Till dawn, arms in the air, confidence wide. I hit the floor and do the root work slide. No funk on me, I'm smooth with pride. Fresh under pressure, fresh outside. Everywhere I go, they feel that vibe. They say, what you got? I say, root work slide, root work slide. To the left, to the right.
Lord. All right, what are your thoughts, lady champ?
Probably no black American actors considered for the new Black Panther.
What's your thoughts on Vic Mensa? Oh, God. That's what the last video was about. Vic Mensa. A damn teller. That's what the last video was about. Lord, cuz.
You realize it's all over the place.
Lord, cuz.
It's all over the place. You talk about three like pocket watch every pants. Is that what we're talking about?
No, Lady Trey.
What was it wrong?
It was about what he said about him being mad that we're not identifying as African. Oh, God, never mind. Let's move on to the next topic.
No, like I don't understand why would we? That's not what we're doing. Why would we?
What do you mean? Why would we?
Why would we?
Why would we? What? We were identifying as African American for a minute.
Or on now. So what the fuck? Did he not get the memo?
No, he didn't get the memo.
Okay, so
It's the tether.
he's lost. Like, so
Lord, Bernie. Oh, I'm going to the next
I
topic.
don't understand. You trying to say that everybody treats back to Africa.
Yeah.
I think so fucking what? That's old news. That's not true, right? I don't understand, cuz I don't get it.
Never mind, let it pass. I'm moving on to the next topic. No. I'm moving on to it.
You're sleepy, cuz.
No, you're sleepy. You're like all over the damn place. Then go back to watching the show then, please.
We're not recognizing African American. We don't trade all troops back to Africa. I got it.
The role. So the new Black Panther has been revealed as English actor David Johnson, right? An actor with very little credits to his name, and it's causing major outrage with people because it's like we have so many Black actors that have been putting in work and they have not been getting their breakthrough roles. And here's 5 Black actors that would have did way better. You're gonna jump all these actors that's been putting in this work.
Is he not wrong?
For import actors.
Okay, so
come on, man. I'm upset with Ryan Coogler because he knows how the game is. He knows Hollywood is shunning Black actors and just America is shunning Black Americans, period. This is why so many Black Americans feel this way.
If FBA is supposed to be delineating, they would never support this movie because it's an African story, right? It's a story in Africa. You might have to drop a dime on them. Sure. You know what I'm saying? Stop. I don't like that shit. For sure, bro. I don't like that shit.
All right, y'all, we back with another video, man. Y'all know how we do. Always pushing health, wealth, and a better understanding of self. So check this out. In this video, we're going over the new Black Panther 3 movie has been announced. And
I'm on to the next.
David Johnson, I think I'm saying his name right.
No, understand.
Has been added to the cast, and it's been a lot of controversy about this. Okay, we got a lot of ops,
care about it.
Talking about this and bringing this up, like FBA is gonna boycott this, FBA is gonna do this. Make sure y'all subscribe to the channel, hit that like button, push me on the algorithm. Greatly appreciate that.
So it's reported that a British actor is playing the Black Panther. Black Panther 3.
Move on to the next topic.
Am I surprised? Absolutely not. Ryan Coogler is a sellout. Ryan Coogler been sold out. I knew he was a sellout after the second Black Panther. When I went to the movies to go see Sinners, I definitely knew he was a sellout. That scene where they're all dancing in the barnyard, and then they started showing like Africans dancing. That's when I knew that this man right down here was a sellout. He been a sellout, y'all. He does not care anymore. He referred to himself as FBA in an interview.
Me being a foundational Black American, you know, my family has been here, you know, for over 400 years, essentially.
And yet, he casted a British African actor, guys. Ryan Coogler referred to himself as FBA, Foundational Black American. That means he pays attention to what Black Americans are saying on these internets. He pays attention to the grassroots movement. He pays attention to us not wanting Africans and Caribbeans casted in our roles for our movies. Ryan Coogler knows that. Ryan Coogler does not care. Ryan Coogler is a sellout. He only cares about profit. He casted a Nigerian woman in Sinners and had her speaking in African Yoruba language, pretending as if she was speaking in Galagichi or Hoodoo culture. He had her doing Hoodoo practices. That is a closed practice to Black Americans. That is a Black American practice that is closed. That's not for anybody outside of Black American culture to just be doing. So he casted her in a role of a Black American Galagichi woman who practiced and does Hoodoo. An African woman. That's who he put in a position to play a Black American woman who practices Hoodoo. Disrespectful. Ryan Coogler then sold out. This guy does not care. And I'm going to keep on reiterating that. He knows what's going on. He knows that Black Americans are not fucking with the whole British actor thing. You got actors like Denzel Washington speaking up about that. You know what I'm saying? This guy is a fan of Denzel Washington, and Denzel Washington has been speaking on this heavy. What's the other Samuel L. Jackson? Is it Samuel L. Jackson? I believe Samuel L. Jackson also spoke on it. This guy is a fan of Samuel L. Jackson as well. His elders have been speaking on Africans and Caribbeans pushing out Black American actors. And Ryan Coogler goes and hire what? Ryan Coogler, you're a coon. Black Panther 3 is going to fail. We are not going to see that shit. We're not going to see it. Black America is not going to see that shit. We don't give a fuck about Africa. We don't give a fuck about Africans. And we don't want to see Africans and Caribbeans playing in movies. we don't care. We don't want to see them playing us in movies. Yeah, we're not going to see this shit. So as you keep on selling your soul, Ryan Coogler, just remember the people that you need to go watch this movie are the same people you are going against. And we see.
And like Kevin likes to say, there is one more thing. I want you guys to give a warm welcome to our new Black Panther, Mr. David Johnson.
FBAs are feeling about this movie, and is Ryan Coogler off code, and should he even be canceled? Okay, we got some FBA brother that's speaking real passionate about how he feel that Ryan Coogler crossed over. Now, just to put out the facts, Ryan Coogler's movie Sinners was distributed by Warner Brothers, but the rights revert back to him. So it was kind of like his project, right? But when we look at the Black Panther, this is Marvel, Walt Disney. So this is definitely the higher-ups pushing something on the people, and he's like the director with no rights going back to him. So we know how Walt Disney do, all right? They always got to put their touch of, discrediting the indigenous people on the land, and that's what they do. So the big question is Ryan Coogler off code? Is he just going along, getting along, and not really standing on the FBA business? I want to know what y'all think about this in the comment section. But in my Discord, y'all sent me a video of this Afro breath thing, okay? He's saying how, well, you know what? I'm going to let the video play, and we're going to get back to it. Let's get it.
Yo, I can't wait till Black Panther 3 come out. Now we got our T'Challa. I can't wait, because let me tell you what it's going to tell. It's going to show African Americans, right, supporting the movie. And it's going to show that this group online called FBA don't exist. Because here's the thing. If FBA is supposed to be delineating, they would never support this movie. Because it's an African story, right? It's a story in Africa. They don't like Africans. And the actor playing T'Challa Jr. is also not an African American, right? So they're not going to support that. Oh, no. Let's see the power of delineation when this movie come out. And so when we see the box office and we see all the Black folks talking about the movie
is going to do horrible. And the real reason why I don't like the whole name that they're using with the Black Panther, let me make this clear. Because we came out with the Black Panther as our political group, a political party. Now, white supremacists is trying to dilute the name of what the Black Panther actually stood for and not giving the youth and the people the real Black Panthers and what they stood for and what they did. So even by calling this Black Panther, to me, is definitely a diss at, our legacy. Some people not going to peep on that, but Black Panther should be left alone to what we originated today. Now they're making it they Africanizing it, just like they do everything else that we have. So this Fed here, is trying to say we're going to go out and support it. Well, he don't even know the temperature of what's going on. You know what the blackout means. You know what we're doing right now. Check it out.
right? When we are critiquing it, saying how good of a job they did, cinematography, the outfits, the clothes, we're going to see if FBA are going to abstain themselves and if they're going to not go watch the movie. Because I have a sneaky suspicion that a lot of these so-called online FBAs are going to sneak their black asses into the movie theater. And they're going to be real black They're gonna be real African for about 2 hours and 90 minutes, right? They're gonna be kumbaya with the rest of us, looking at a movie that represent us, that got us in it. They're gonna be all and then they're gonna go back home, right? Get back online, right? Because they ain't got nothing else to do now. And they gonna get back on the FBA online bullshit. That's what's gonna happen. But it's gonna prove that FBA doesn't exist. That nobody knows what that is except for the people who go online and hear that shit in their algorithm.
And it's crazy because you speak about us every day. Everybody on your channel knows who FBA is. The 100,000 people that subscribe to you. You always speak on us. So it's like, we gotta be something. We gotta be important, especially to you.
Bro, if I'm keeping it real, I don't know what more I can say. I don't know what I can add that hasn't already been said that people are trying to shoot down. I don't deny that the guy they chose to play him is probably a great actor. I don't really know him like that, but I think I do recall him in Alien Romulus. And maybe maybe his performance will be surprising. Somehow I doubt it. I feel very confident that they're going to hold T'Challa. In fact, I'm gonna go on record and say they're gonna turn him into a mama's boy. That's what's gonna happen. He's gonna be lame as fuck, and he's gonna be a mama's boy. He won't be T'Challa. And hey, I don't give a fuck about Black Panther 3 like that. I don't.
This short, ugly British African David Johnson that Hollywood has been trying to force on us for the past few years is going to be the new Black Panther. I hate this. Will not be watching it. Number one, because I am so tired of British Africans taking Black roles in Hollywood. I am tired of it. There are so many beautiful, smart, intelligent, talented Black American actors and actresses who get stuck in Tyler Perry land in Tubi world, okay? While we somehow have to import Africans from over in the UK and all of this stuff to come and take the A-list roles that are for Blacks in Hollywood. It feels like Black American erasure. It feels like Hollywood is constantly trying to erase Black Americans. It feels like everywhere from Hollywood to the political system, everywhere are trying to make British Africans like the face of Black people in America. And my full-blooded foundational Black American self is tired of it. Literally will not be seeing Black Panther. That dude has a face like a foot, and I will not be watching it.
Let's talk. FBAs and Black Americans. Finally, Africans are admitting that Black Americans are not African. That means we can't be xenophobic when we delineate, because in the comments about Wakanda, the selection of the African Brit to play T'Challa, they're stating, while T'Challa was African, Wakanda is in Africa. First of all, Wakanda is fictional, but what you're saying is a Black American can't play an African because we're not African.
I must be the only one in the goddamn world that is not okay with who they casted for Black Panther. I'm not okay with it. I don't care. The way they're trying to steer this movie in a certain way, I don't fucking like it. And let me just tell y'all this. Black Panther and Lupita, or whatever character that she plays, because I don't know the name of her, right? They were never supposed to have a child. He was supposed to have children with Storm, not her. So his abilities in the movie are just going to be basic. Not saying that Black Panther's powers are basic. I'm not trying to say that. They're just going to be basically Black Panther's abilities. If y'all were to look up the children that Black Panther and Storm have, they have extra abilities, which would have been fire in a movie. But y'all wanted to steer a certain way because y'all can't exactly hurry up and put Storm or try to cast somebody as Storm in a movie. So y'all just try to hurry up and do a different way. This shit is fucking ridiculous. I'm sorry. I don't care. What they should have did, and this is my take, okay, this is just my opinion, right? All of this is just my opinion. What they should have did in the second movie was resurrect Killmonger, right? And somehow he had like a change of heart or some type of fucking went through a midlife crisis or some shit, and then he becomes Black Panther, but has Shuri alongside of him, so she understands Black Panther and how to fight like Black Panther, and she's training and shit like that. And then eventually, probably around the third or fourth movie, she actually becomes Black Panther, right? Like Killmonger, like they thought they could trust Killmonger, and all of a sudden, you know, he changes back into, you know, the villain for the third or the fourth movie. I don't give a fuck who they casted for Black Panther. I don't like it. If y'all was to look up, like I said, if y'all was to look up how the children that Black Panther has, he has children with Storm, not Lupita, bitch. And another thing, the second movie was trash. I'm not looking forward to the third movie. Oh well. I'm just be honest. I'ma still watch it because I'm a Marvel fan. But am I gonna watch it multiple times like I did Black Panther? Hell fucking no. I don't give a fuck. Fuck them, bro. This shit ridiculous.
Probably no Black American actors considered for the new Black Panther role. So the new Black Panther has been revealed as English actor David Johnson, right? An actor with very little credits to his name, and it's causing major outrage with people because it's like we have so many Black actors that have been putting in work and they have not been getting their breakthrough roles. And here's 5 Black actors that would have did way better. First, we got your man, Michael B. Jordan, right? This would have been the biggest shocker because just like what they doing with Robert Downey Jr., turning him from a hero to a villain, they could have did the exact same thing with Killmonger. They could have turned him from a villain to a hero. That would have been the best thing they could have did. People would have been excited. Next, they could have went with Jonathan Majors. Oh, yeah, bringing him back because they know he was wrongfully accused, bringing him back in. This could have been his way back in the game. Jonathan Majors is an amazing actor. Say what you want about him. Next, since it's going to be Black Panther's son, why not go with the youngest actor you could have probably got? Khalil. Khalil is only 24. Johnson is like 33, 30. He's in his 30s. Why not go with a younger person that would have actually been Black Panther's son? You feel me? You could have also went with Calvin, another guy that's been putting in work for years, just waiting for a breakthrough. You could have went with Jerome, another actor that's been waiting for his turn for breakthrough roles. You know what I'm saying? So you're going to jump all these actors that's been putting in this work for import actor? Come on, man. I'm upset with Ryan Coogler because he knows how the game is. He knows Hollywood is shunning Black actors and just America is shunning Black Americans, period. This is why so many Black Americans feel this way, because we know just in everyday life, work, careers, people are being shunned because they are Black American. They trying to put the African above us and the Caribbean above us. So yeah, these could have worked right here, and these guys not only just deserve it, they worked hard for it.
All right, so I want to know what y'all think about this in the comment section. Y'all know we are definitely on Black American actors representing us, but this is a Hollywood thing. It's how the higher-ups is using Africa, trying to Africanize everything that we touch. Hey, I want to know what y'all think about this in the comment section. I'll catch y'all in the next video. Peace and love.
A community must have 3 things to have a community in it. You must have a wholly independent economic structure that can provide goods, service, products, and things for your own people, and jobs and tax bases for your own people. You should at least control 4 basic things. You should be trying to control water, food, medicine, and energy to be able to survive and compete.
Here we got Mr. Pollock. He had a cornfield. He took advantage of a free water test from us, and this is what we found in this water. We found sulfur, we found hardness, and we solved these problems with an easy fix of 2 tanks. So get your free water test today. Stay blessed. Click the link below.
We are producing our own films. We're already doing that.
I think that this character obviously had a problem with this actor, so you might need it like to make the contract concrete. Probably have to just fix it. But I don't know, man. Like, participate to the comic book of what's really happening and the character, whatever it is. But the actor, yeah, you gotta play like, especially after that shit that happened on Godfrey's program. You know, that didn't really wasn't a really good look for British African actors. I mean, they was coming off really ugly, and it's true. But it's true. However, I really have a however. I think it's true. If there was other options, what was his reasoning behind that? That he's gonna say, fuck the movie, blah blah blah. Did he do an interview? Did anybody know? It's speculation. I mean, they only announced the character or the actor like a few days ago. So like, is there any more to it? It's just fuck that, fuck this, and like, you know what I mean? Versus like the, I mean, they were trying to replace they were trying to replace Panther for in the second movie. They could do it despite Sister Tickle. You know, there was another option. They were probably tossing it at the second time. You know what I mean? I mean, like, you know, the warriors on the fucking mountains, pick any of them. But I'm just saying, I can see what the upset is about. I don't know what this actor's name is, but they say he looked like a fucking foot or something, like he's ugly. Aside from being British,
I did send you the link, Shabaka.
then you know why that's pretty good with the FBA films. I mean, like I wouldn't like totally crucified, right? Be giving us winners like shit's fuck. What for Bill Davis, right?
Since what?
Just for Bill Sager, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So when you can't see you as crucified over this, because you picked the wrong actor. That don't get much, man.
So I'm sticking to the original storyline. Not only is it not sticking to the original storyline.
What's number 2? What's number 3? You do that now. You go according to that, then go according to the commentary.
Yes, that's what it's based off of. It's the comic. But they're not following the comic. Grand Rising, Shabaka.
Yeah, Grand Rising before sunrise. You know, I couldn't sleep because I drank too much of that damn coffee, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, anyway, as you see, I've been all over the net, man. You know, trying to reach out, making additional connections and what have you. Okay, man, how many followers do we got now?
We're over 900.
All right, so how many do I need, man, to go live?
6.
Okay, yeah. So I'm reaching out, man, and what have you. But what caught my attention, man, is that you guys is talking about Hollywood. And the cold part about it was I was reading up on the first Black actress to be on a regular TV series. Her name was Gail Fisher. She used to play on a TV series called Mannix. And the reason I know, because I used to watch it as a kid. You know what I'm saying? But the cold part of, yeah, go ahead.
We were talking about the new Black Panther movie and how FBA are protesting the movie because, first of all, it's not living up to the comic book, and
right?
It's actors to play Black actors.
Okay, Tethers.
Yes.
That ain't cool. All right, because I've been thinking about that, man. Because if these motherfuckers ain't trying to do nothing to promote our industries as well too, you see what I'm saying? Like we've done them over the past, and they step away from us like we got shit on us or something like that. Then fuck them too.
Right.
Yeah. Say, and I'm trying to figure out what current Black actor that we got that could play that part of King T'Challa. It can't be Michael B. Jordan unless, of course, he's playing a different role. You know what I'm saying? Because he got wiped out. But then there's this other brother, man, that I saw that's coming up. They got quite a few of them, you know, left over from the hip hop eras, man. You know, they could play the part, you know, playing the lead because what it is they need the lead, from what I understand, for the king, okay? Because Angela Bassett ain't gonna do it no more. You see, she's done. You see what I mean?
Original comic book strip, Shabaka.
Right.
Panther had children with Storm.
Okay. Okay. So that's what they were showing in the second Black Panther at the. Yeah, go ahead.
So they're not sticking to the original comic book.
Okay. Okay. Well, see what they do is, man, they bought all the rights to it, or they leased the rights from Disney on it. And I really wish it would have followed the comic book. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah. Because that's what I was talking to our art director about. You know, our sister who does the artwork.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I told her, I asked her to come on board with me to be the art director because that's some great work. You know what I'm saying? That she does. Yeah. And but get rid of the fucking tethers, man. You need a cat to play the part. You talking about playing the king's part, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we need a brother from Chicago, New York, Atlanta, or Los Angeles. You know what I'm saying? And what have you. Yeah, see, so when he gets the power of the Panther, he will appreciate it. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Because whoever the hell they get, man, is going to make a name for himself. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. So once again, you know, Mr. Ryan Coogler, you the producer and the executive producer, you the one that make the decisions on that shit. And if you hear us, sir, get a strong black male to do it, not a tether, and not none of them British actors. You know what I'm saying? Don't get no person, man, who ain't, you know, with the cause for, as you call them, FBAs, I call them diasporic Africans. You know, they two sides of the same coin. We're basically talking about the commercial and economical development of our people. You see what I mean?
Well, they don't want to identify as our people. So we're talking about the ones here in America. The Black Panther started in America. They were not started in Africa.
Right, exactly.
So going to depict the Black Panthers.
Yeah.
You need to get Black American actors to play those roles.
All right. Okay. All right. I could reason with that because our community damn sure need the money. And then we do got a lot of brothers who came up, man, who became producers of their own shit, just like I see here on this Facebook and this TikTok and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. And I'll talk to you off the air about some ideas I got for us on it. But to stay on topic, no, it should be a black person from the U.S. playing Black Panther. You know what I mean?
Right.
Preferably from Oakland.
Yeah.
Because they filmed a few scenes of the movie, of both those movies in Oakland, believe it or not.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. You know, just little bit parts, you know. But even still, though, you know, they should be reaching out to somebody, man, black from America, playing the part.
Right.
Yeah. Right. And now, why you got these two scrubs up here, man?
Oh, this is what happened after the boycott. You know, we're boycotting Asian businesses.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's becoming effective, man, because I've been seeing a lot of work over the net where they was passing nail shops that are completely vacant in black communities. You know what I'm saying? So the producer of that clip, they went up there and said, hey, that's a good thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so Black Alpha Network will give us an update on that.
Okay, and then I'm going to try to film some footage today, man, since I'm up. It's 3:19, right? So at the crack of dawn, man, you know, I'm going to try to get down there to the Vegas sign, you know?
Okay, Sabah.
Other pages turn, family. Fam, think about it. Everywhere you turn around now, you seeing Benjamin Crump. Everywhere you turn around now, you see Benjamin Crump's affiliates. Where the hell were these people at for the whole last year? Oh, they were hiding because of Carmelo Anthony case. They didn't want to say nothing. They sat out the whole Carmelo Anthony situation, popped right on up for the Nolan Wells case. Why you think so? Because the Nolan Wells case just happens to be a few months away from the midterm elections. And it also just happens to be a few weeks after Barack Obama opened his Barack Obama Center.
And it also happens to be an unalived black body. And they just threw Carmelo to the woods because when's the last time y'all heard this dream team talk about Carmelo case?
Damn. Silence, midterms, loud. And then go back to silence.
Mom's a word.
Notice whenever it's a living, breathing, foundational black American who neutralizes the threat, the Democrats get quiet. But whenever it's an unalive black American who gets taken out by the threat, the Democrats get loud. Family, you don't mean anything to the Democrats when you can live to tell. So nowhere in hell would they ever mention Carmelo Anthony. But they'll mention Nolan Wells real fast because they could say, hey man, he ain't got nothing to say. We'll say it for him. And now, sister, you seen Jamal Bryant popped up on the scene? And they were at the Obama Center. What in the hell does Obama got to do with this? Other than Barack Obama just happens to be on a midterm campaign and he's playing basketball.
Yep. Never seen him without a basketball. That's how he come to us. I seen them do a whole poll, the liberals coming out now after that little appearance. And you're like, who would want to see Barack a president again? So listen.
Oh, they're okay. Here we go, family.
We see the play.
Damn, the rewriting of Obama's legacy. This is why Obama put out the damn Obama Center, because they understood that when Kamala Harris was running, and he said black American men need to vote for her and quit being mean to her, and brothers and sisters checked him for about 3 months. He went into hiding. Now he wants to come out and rebrand himself, and he inserts himself in this Nolan Wells case. For those who didn't see it, there's a clip going around, and I played it on my broadcast, and it has Benjamin Crump, Jamal Bryant, and Nolan Wells' parents, and they are at the Obama Center, and they're talking about the audacity of hope. Family, what the hell does the audacity of hope, Barack Obama's book or his slogan or his lecture, what the hell that got to do with Nolan Wells? Not a damn thing. It has literally nothing to do with that. Why are you at the Obama Center other than you are trying to funnel energy to the Democrats? Fam, you got the right to call a spade a spade. You got the right to call an op an op. Foundational black Americans, understand, if you see something that don't look right and don't sit right with your soul, no matter who it is, especially if it's got Democratic agenda on it, your job is to call it out and F feelings, because we seen what feelings do. Feelings get you Barack Obama and Eric Holder, two damn tethers, telling us that they gonna let George Zimmerman go. And we need to forget about race, and things done got better. These people are very, very hostile to black Americans, and they're very, very afraid when us same black Americans G-check them. Dominique Alexander now is popping out with Benjamin Crump. Benjamin Crump and Dominique Alexander have been having a Democratic Shield love affair, a Democratic Shield entanglement. They've been friends and buddy old pals the same time and the whole time, because Dominique Alexander is Ben Crump's protege. That's his understudy. Yes, the Daniel Irving situation, which, by the way, is another person who mysteriously drowned around supremacists. Dominique Alexander and Ben Crump are both on that story. Ain't that crazy? So you have Nolan Wells, who mysteriously drowned. Ben Crump pops up on that. Then you have Daniel Irving, a person who drowned. And now you got Dominique Alexander and Ben Crump popping up on that one. Ain't it crazy, y'all? They hid their whole relationship the whole damn time. And remember, Dominique Alexander is the guy that we have on good authority that picked that lawyer that threw that case for Carmelo Anthony. Charleston White said that. Now, Charleston White is a full-time op, and so is the cowboy hat lady. But both of them are on record saying that Dominique Alexander is the guy who picked the damn lawyer. Why was Dominique Alexander even around the Carmelo Anthony case? I'm going to tell y'all why. It's because Benjamin Crump placed him there. So Benjamin Crump could get his understudy to basically throw a case for a black child, while all the while they kept their little Democratic Shield love affair silent. And now that Carmelo is out the way, they can both get involved in the Nolan Wells and the Daniel Irving case. Family, when you don't see these people, it ain't because they're not present. They're always behind the scenes finding a way that they can undercut and undermine foundational Black Americans politically and socially, personally and professionally, whether it be us as a collective or whether that be a family that just wants justice for their unalive child. Because remember, y'all, they don't care about unalive foundational Black Americans. They care about using unalive foundational Black Americans to get the Democrats elected. Tell us more about Dominique Alexander, sister, because last time I checked, you was the one who called him out last year and wrote him personally. Did every single thing you said come true?
Everything I said came true. Wrote him personally, and I said, I see you. First of all, you're not us. And I said, you're trying to sabotage the Anthony family. I said, stay away from them because you're sabotaging the case. I told him that personally, I think it was April 5th, 2025. And he did everything I said he was going to do. Okay. And could we change Benjamin Chump from the ambulance chaser to the firefighter, because they sent him out just to put out these fires. That's the only thing. That's why he jumping over here. That's why they like, leave Carmelo Anthony, whatever. We ain't about to fight that. We got to get on this. It's too many YT little junior supremacists involved. It's too many people involved that's going to go down. We got to put this fire out. And see, they thought they was going to get us out there to be in the streets because of Nolan. Now, we care what happened to the black baby. But we know how to separate that, parents that don't really want justice. So when I see y'all out here with these videos talking about, oh, y'all should be ashamed of yourself. Y'all asking her lineage and she grieving. She don't act like she grieving because if anything, we want more justice than the parents do. I'm going to say it. Okay. Benjamin Crump thought he was going to get us out there so he can black and brown us. But when they see they couldn't do that, now all of a sudden the Pacific Islanders, they giving her awards and all types of nonsense. Now they embracing her when they saying, nah, we ain't coming out there. Yeah, we could still care for the child and without believing what's going on with mom. Because you ain't acting like no grieving mom. You acting like a Erica Kirk. Before his services, you was addressing your boo bears online. What the hell you caring about your TikTok for? These people obviously know your story is headlines. Everybody know what you're going through. You ain't got to come address your boo bears. And this is an open case, so why would you be going on there? Because they're using her to galvanize people, because they're going to use her to galvanize Democratic voters. And those are the ones, they're making videos saying that we should leave her alone about her lineage and we should be out there regardless because it's a black child. Nah, y'all not doing that to us. Nope. Y'all don't tell us how to move. We want justice for the baby, but you ain't going to tell us how to move because these parents that don't really want justice, they spit in our face and tell us to sit down, go somewhere, stop doing this and that. You ain't addressing the YT people sending you unalive threats, but you addressing us, wanting to know your lineage while you online, lying to me, I'm a black woman, I'm a black woman. But that's what you want to address? Yeah, you ain't upset enough for me.
You sound just like Tamir Rice's mother right here. Straight up. And let me ask you this, sister, because I'm going to keep it all the way live. Now, everybody out there is seeing that out of nowhere, you starting to see the Asian community claiming her. How come the Asian community didn't say nothing about Cyrus Belton and Rick Child and this whole boycott? Then I got to ask, how come she is talking about us questioning her lineage, but she ain't questioned why the Asian community, which is a part of her lineage, ain't ever said nothing? Oh, yeah, because guess what?
I bet you if we go down her timeline, we won't see her speaking out on that.
This woman gives me Kamala Harris vibes. Can we go there, family? This is Kamala Harris right here. The same community that Kamala Harris is from. The same community that got all them flyers showing Kamala Harris, claiming her. Remember when Kamala Harris gets around us and she says, you better thank the union member. Or she says, I ain't doing nothing for y'all. No.
Yeah, exactly.
She started talking about how she feels the pain and the grief and why they need a crime protection.
But she ain't doing
It's
shit
the same
about it.
thing. These folks out here playing hopscotch with our lineage, y'all. Jump in, jump out. This ain't nothing but Kamala Harris / Erica Kirk. This is Kamala Kirk. I don't trust anybody who runs to the Democratic Party to handle a situation of a black unaliving. If you run to a Benjamin Crump, that's one
Facts.
thing. When you start popping up with Jamal Bryant, Al Sharpton, Barack Obama,
Right.
nah, bruh, that's extremely funny style, and I ain't buying it. Back to you, sister.
You
I see
ain't gonna
this
get no
as
argument from
them
me.
using her to get us on the Democratic Party again for Democratic votes, because now they got these Democratic shills out here trying to make Benjamin Trump credible. He posted something about FBA. Benjamin Crump is FBA. Stop questioning him. He trying to get justice for Nolan. And I put in there, I said, we don't know what his dad is. It's missing, because I've been searching him for a long time, and his dad's information is missing, and his maternal grandmother, she's not in census on the Freedman Borough. I was like, nevertheless, he ain't trying to get no justice for Nolan. So they sending them out. And then I don't know if you've seen them now. The mom, I guess she feels some type of way about us questioning her lineage. Now they talking about Nolan is related to Ida B. Wells. Now, is Wells his dad name, which his real biological dad is in prison? I don't know if he's foundational Black American, but I know that stepdad is a tether. But now they trying to say he's related to Ida B. Wells. Why are y'all going out of y'all way doing these lineage checks and to prove this and that? Why? This has nothing to do, my opinion, for justice for Nolan. What you think?
Fam, we're not going to go down that same boat that we went down with all them fake activists. Because remember, y'all, Benjamin Crump ain't nothing but the fake attorney version of Black Lives Matter. He popped up at the same damn time with the same damn scam. He was pretending that he was Johnny Cochran. Let me say this about Benjamin Crump, okay? Benjamin Crump know damn well what he was doing. Benjamin Crump was, if I don't say it, then y'all ain't got to speak on it. That's what he was doing. Benjamin Crump was don't ask, don't tell. He was trying to lead you to believe that he was Johnny Cochran. He was trying to lead you to believe that he's fighting the system of supremacy. He's never mentioned that he's a settlement lawyer. Family, settlement lawyers call themselves settlement lawyers. That's why every night when you see a commercial with a settlement lawyer, they tell you to come and get a settlement. Benjamin Crump is the only settlement lawyer that never uses the term settlement. You never hear settlement attached to him. Instead, they say things like he's Black America's attorney general. They use all of these hyperbolic big terms that have more clout and cachet than a settlement lawyer whenever they're in reference to him, because they're trying to fool you. They purposely leave out settlement when they refer to him, because if they did bring up settlement, then Black Americans would realize that he ain't really trying to put nobody behind bars. Let me say this one more time for everybody. When you start talking about a settlement lawyer, don't write Black Alpha and say, well, Benjamin Crump is trying to get justice. No. A settlement lawyer is not trying to get justice for a foundational Black American getting unalived. A settlement lawyer is trying to get compensation for a foundational Black American getting unalived. It ain't justice
Pretty much
until the individual who committed the crime, the individual who committed the act, gets punished and goes to jail. Anything other than that is compensation. If you come and you unalive my dog and you don't go to jail, but you give me $5, you just compensated me. You didn't get no justice for me. Remember that. So when they run around here and they talk about all these great things he done, he ain't got no justice at all. And we don't really respect that. And what people don't understand is that when you get a damn settlement, the settlement itself allows the culprit to go away freely. So miss me with that. Remember, y'all, when Derek Chauvin was convicted, go look. Benjamin Crump and Al Sharpton ran out the courtroom with their hands in the air, and they professed that they did it. And it wasn't them. It wasn't them. They weren't even involved in the case. Go look at it, family. Benjamin Crump and Al Sharpton held a press conference, and they ran out the room with their hands in the air and talking about, we finally got justice. What do you mean we? You weren't even a part of the case. You're a settlement lawyer. You have a civil suit. That was a criminal suit, but they took responsibility for it. That's why I'm telling everybody, they've been playing the game like they're the main ones who are putting it on the line, and they're not. He's a settlement lawyer, and settlement means the culprit don't go to jail. Point blank. That's a part of the damn settlement. And we pay for the settlement anyway with taxpayer dollars. Fam, this is a big ass scheme to get foundational Black Americans to run to this man. And I believe he's taking 80% of the cut. Straight up.
Because you know he doing it pro bono, so he taking, and most of these people, they don't be in no position, because how many people in a position they can drop money on an attorney, and he knows that he taking it pro bono, and he taking most of that damn settlement.
Straight up, and that's why he's a multi-millionaire. Go get on his website like I showed on my broadcast. On his website, he literally tells you he's a slip and fall attorney. You know what that means, family? You know what that means? That says if you walk into the door and you hit the flow, call 922-5600. That's what he is, family. He's a settlement lawyer. He's a slip and fall lawyer who's been masquerading as some type of attorney general for Black America. Did y'all see that, family? Did you see that mockery? Did you see the mockery? And didn't you know it was going to be a mockery, family, as soon as you seen this man pop up? Okay, Milk Dud Crump. Family, this is exactly why FBA and the grassroots don't rock with this clown. Straight up and down. This man goes out there and he babbles all the way through the autopsy report, can barely talk. Family, you could have got a child out of preschool. You could have walked to the nearest preschool, got a child out of their seat, brought them to the damn press conference, and they could have read it better than that. You want to talk about looking low class and non-professional? What the hell was that? This man was mispronouncing every damn thing. If sounded like could, should sounded like what sounded like hey sounded like they, and I don't know what the hell this man was trying to convey.
Right. Bars. All right. Thank you, Black Alpha Network, and nice, natural for that. All right, where's Toss Lady Che?
I mean, like, this is all old news to me. Like, for what I said it, I called it way before the funeral. Did I not?
Yes.
So I called it, the mother's acted weird before that.
Well, basically what he's saying, Lady Chair, is that these Negroes is ambulance chasers.
Hold on, so I can let Lady Chair.
I've been saying that they Trump's motherfucking ambulance chasers, Sharpton, all that shit. I knew that shit was falsity with
God damn it.
On the funeral service, it was pretty fucking grandstanding.
You can hear your TV, Shabaka.
Yeah, I'm turning it off.
It was like political performance. That they didn't really give a fuck about it. Anyway, it's political, very church-like, very performative. Very Sharpton. The mother's been acting like weird since like the camera's gone on. I don't know anything about this Asian shit. Asian people like claiming this spot, but I do know that she's been doing the most since the camera's got her. Whatever she's doing on the outside, whatever cheesy shit she was doing, I called it out way before the funeral. Just because she gave me these weird ass vibes. The thing about Crump, we already knew all this. All this stuff is like, maybe it's for the youngins, but like for a motherfucker who's already grown, this is not new information. It's like, man, tell me some news I can use. You know what I mean? Like, tell me something I don't know. You know, the thing is that when you take a settlement, you don't want justice. You're basically
right.
The death of your loved one has a price, and that you're willing to take a percentage of that price after you pay old Chump, old Crump, and everybody else. After every piece out of it, your one is based on a percentage. Basically sold your loved one's soul. That's how much that's what it's not justice, it's a check. Your death of your son, you gotta, split with Trump and whoever else, whatever else takes it. You know what I mean? So that's what it is. That's not justice.
Right.
That's compensation. And that'll never be justice. And every once you take that, or you even have Trump on the case, you're basically saying you're out there for monetary compensation, and that's the
right.
cost of death. That's the cost of Black death. And you got a Black ass attorney just willing to go ahead and capitalize on Black death and the Black grief of it all. Put you in front of the cameras, have you crying. Next thing you know, You're smiling after the funeral, and you done got
Right.
and a little check that he took a good portion of, because you know he's somebody and he gotta make it look good. You gotta make it look good so you get that big old settlement that he's gonna take most of the little percentage of, and hey, I guess that's the compensation for however many years that person was alive. So if you want justice, don't take the motherfucking settlement. Pursue the fucking case. You know, find who else killed him. Because at this point, we're looking for somebody who killed this boy, and the mother's showboating and doing the most. And we already knew she was a mixed breed.
Yeah.
We already knew the boy was mixed. So anything else like that is just extra bullshit. It's like whether or not she's acting goofy and we don't want to fuck with her no more. Okay, cool. Whether she's over there with the Asian community, that's really not neither here nor there. She basically showed us what it is. You know what I mean? Basically showed how much she really values the life of her son by putting a price on it. And a heavy price, because not only was the funeral paid for, but then you got everybody tossing in money for tips and clips, you know, to find out who killed or what happened to her son. Plus, GoFundMe or Gets a Go to raise money.
Right.
That's pretty nice. And still, there's still a settlement out there, and there's still no justice. And all it makes it look is like real stupid and ugly for us wanting to at least give her the benefit of the doubt, and she basically shit up in a way. Right or wrong?
Right.
I think. So that's all I have to say about that. I think that's I think Crump, when they did the funeral, that right there was church and like extra church. Like it was extra. It was a lot. All for them to be very performative and out Sharpton and like, you know, basically discussing the case during a funeral under Roly Poly's network.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And you know, basically me and Jesse over there talking shit in the chat.
Mm-hmm.
I think we're the only ones talking shit in the chat.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's not a good. It's ugly. It's very ugly, family.
I agree with you, Lady Che.
Oh, and he's right.
It is ugly.
Like Elf was right about old girl Candace Matthews and all that.
Yeah.
How they left. They tried to put it on the RBA. You know how they basically showed up a year and 3 days late after Carmelo Anthony. They showed up there. You know, Crump shows up. That baby shows up. Like Candace Matthews shows up. You know what I mean? It's just too much. And really, in reality, so justice being had a lot of showboating and, you know, public like gaslighting. I think, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Nobody's found a killer yet, right? And Carmelo Anthony got like 30-some years. 35 years. That's like
yeah.
Yeah,
You're right.
What are your thoughts about it?
Okay, well, my thoughts is Lady Che pretty much said it and sized it up, that basically that he's out here ambulance chasing and all this old type of shit, as opposed to doing the righteous work to find out who killed this young man. You know what I mean?
Right.
You see, I'm talking about as far as Nolan Wells is concerned.
Yeah.
And then, of course, like Lady Che said, you know, I'm going to paraphrase her, he's just out there grandstanding, chasing ambulances like we call them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Slip and fall.
Slip and fall.
What happened?
They call it a slip and fall attorney.
Oh, yeah. He said it right. He said it right.
And man, I haven't heard that shit since like the late The early 2000s.
Yeah, that's what it is. Slip and fall attorney, ambulance chaser. They got a motherfucker out here that advertise, if you're in a wreck, need a check, give him a call. He tells you straight out.
Yeah, we got one out here too. Frank Hazon.
Uh-huh. Yep. And then the cold part about it is, though, Lady Che, to give you more cannon fodder on what you're saying, it's like the Emmett Till case. You know, the right culprit is not going to fall. The one who actually murdered him is not going to fall. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. You see, that poor young man. You know, you all got me up here in the middle of the night and shit. I couldn't sleep anyway. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, but getting back to the business at hand, yeah, Lady Che, you are absolutely correct in everything you said, man. You know?
Yep.
Man, that's just it was like weird shit because the mother was acting weird right before, like right around the time they brought Crump on. You know? I mean, like you gotta hold her hand to everything, like, but it's just the way she's behaving, which is just very off-brand, off-code, but it's not like Look, man, if you know I have some children, if one of my children came up, you know, like that, I don't think I would be like smiling or try to move forward and try to be happy for my kid or try to celebrate their life. I think I'd be very angry, like I feel right now, and very upset. And I don't think I would be able to get over it like easily, no matter what anybody said to me, no matter who appeared.
Right.
I don't think I can maintain it because I can't even maintain the thought, and I don't even like them right now. I really don't vibe with my children. But just to think that can happen, right? And how I would feel it, I don't think I could put on a brave face and be like, oh, you know, she would have wanted me to keep pushing now. You know, I don't think I could maintain that kind of lie within myself, regardless of what I would have wanted. I don't think I would have took that into consideration when I went on my, you know, like my tirade of anger and grief, and you know, there would be no consoling because it's like I gave, like that's a long. Look, Nolan Wells is what, like 18 years old?
Yeah.
Like 18 years old.
I think he's 18 or was 18.
17, 18 years of a life that you had, that you basically his soul for a fucking check.
Yep.
And some money and some celebrity to pay for the funeral and to put a little fee together to, you know, find tips and anybody with any information. It never really pans out nowhere. Have you ever seen that happen? I mean, I'm 46. I've never seen nobody tip lead to an actual payment like Tariq said.
Right.
Never in my life. Never in my life.
Well, with the internet, Lady Che, you know, you could do things a lot quicker.
Yeah, but remember when they were looking for America's Most Wanted?
Yeah.
Tips can lead to $1,000 reward. Great tips. Nobody ever got that goddamn reward.
Right.
That we knew of.
Yeah.
You're right.
To, you know, some catch of a pervert or, you know what I mean? Something like that. Murderer, kidnapper, anything like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's 80 tips. See something, say something, you lead a reward. Where?
Right.
Like winning the lottery.
He can remain anonymous.
Right. You know what I mean? So I just feel like it's an incentivized program to capitalize on Black death and Black pain. And what's worse is Black people doing it to other Black people, making this whole thing of consoling and grieving family and looking for, you know, helping them get through it, like almost a sham.
Yeah, it is a sham, Lady Che. You know what I'm saying? Because this is why I call them ambulance chasers. You see?
All right, I'm gonna move on to the last two topics. And that is That is, AI data centers are moving into your house and into
How the
space.
what?
Yeah. So Lisa's gonna give us an update on that.
All right, going on mute.
Shalom, family. Good to see everyone here. Hope you're doing well. Well, today is the final day to get 45% off of your. So, y'all, we're going to talk about data centers again, but this time it's a little different. There are people that are letting these companies set up a data center at their house. Now, if you allow them to do this, you get $22,000 a year.
To use your house for a data center?
Pay your electric bill and pay your internet bill for you every month. That's what they're going to do. And you get $22,000. And the only thing you got to give up is $150 a month. There are people taking advantage of this. Now, I was listening to a person probably about a week ago that got this, and they said ever since it's been installed, they notice all of their appliances feel hot. And I said, yeah, because they probably won't last very long. I don't think that was a good move. But being that many Americans are now strapped for cash, they're struggling to, pay bills and struggling to put food on the table. So for some Americans, it probably will sound appealing. And they're not going to take their eye off the fact that they can get $22,000 for allowing them to set up a data center at their house. Yeah, unfortunately, many of them will probably take the offer. I wouldn't, but there are many that would. So let's get into this. Okay, let me just get this all set up.
Okay, welcome back, Shabaka. We lost him.
Yeah, sorry about that. I had to plug this phone into the wall for some more power, So Lisa was saying is that they paying you to use your facilities for data centers?
Yeah.
Please give me a 1 if you can see my screen. Now, this first guy is from Arizona, and he let them set up a data center at his house. And you'll see, he's going to show you the whole setup and everything that they came and installed in his house. And you can look at this dude. He don't have that much money, y'all. I'm just saying, I can look at him and tell. And that's probably why he did it. He needed the money. There's going to be a lot of people that look like him that will be more than happy to do this for the money. Thank you for the ones.
Well, that is crazy. That is downright insane.
I have a mini data center in my house. They're paying me monthly to house this data center. Pretty sweet. So if you can't beat them, work with them, I guess, So anyways.
You guess.
This data center went in a couple days ago, and it's producing all of your Google results in the 100 square mile from this location. So if you were to type in, hey Google, what's the weather like tomorrow? I could modify this system to say, don't worry about it. It's going to be 500 degrees. You won't make it out alive. That's the kind of thing that this is producing. So they're paying me money to have this here. Information's coming in, and I'm able to send the information out. Pretty wild. And if you want one of these in your house, let me know. They'll pay you to put one in. So yeah, I'm the first one to have a mini data center in my house. They're paying me monthly to house this data center. Pretty sweet. So if you can't beat them, work with them, I guess, you know? So anyways, this data center went in a couple days ago, and it's producing all of your Google results in the 100 square mile from this location. So if you were to type in, hey Google, what's the weather like tomorrow? I could modify this system to say, don't worry about it. It's going to be 500 degrees. You won't make it out alive. That's the kind of thing that this is producing. So they're paying me money to have this here. Information's coming in, and I'm able to send the information out. Pretty wild. And if you want one of these in your house, let me know. They'll pay you to put one in.
NVIDIA will now pay you $22,000 a year to host an AI data center at your house. They partnered with a startup called Span, which builds this box above that looks like an AC unit. But inside this box are 16 NVIDIA Blackwell GPUs and Dell servers. And these can either sit here in the lawn or even bolt onto the side of your house. And these units tap your unused electricity capacity to be used for AI compute. And in exchange, you get free electricity, free internet,
that shit there ain't nothing but a Trojan horse,
that
man.
can be worth up to
It's a fucking Trojan
$22,000 a year.
horse.
Let me know in the comments if this is something you'd put at your house, and follow me for more AI news and tools.
To us, it's theft. It's literally $1 billion company stealing land from smaller people. And to say that you're doing it in the name of data centers is a slap in the face to us.
This family was forced to sell their home to help power AI data centers. Ainsley Brown's family was forced to sell her childhood home to utility company Georgia Power. If they hadn't, the company would have taken it from them via eminent domain. This is because Georgia Power is building a transmission line to help power new data centers in the area. This requires adding over 300 parcels of land. And this isn't the only family whose property is being taken by Georgia Power. Claudia Moore and her husband will lose the woods behind their house. Cynthia Van Epps is losing her backyard pool. And then there are the countless others that have lost their entire homes. Georgia Power is refusing to share what companies are behind the new data centers to protect their safety. What's happening in Georgia follows a nationwide trend of companies taking people's land in order to support data centers. Most recently, a woman in Virginia is fighting against a power pole taller than the Statue of Liberty being forced onto her property. AI data centers have caused our electric bills to skyrocket, they've stolen our water, and now they're taking our homes. Life necessities are being taken from us to power these things. And for what?
Bro, they do not want me making this video. I've literally been shut out of TikTok several times. NVIDIA is paying people $22,000 a year to host an AI data center in your house. However, they don't know what's going to happen to you. That's why it is so much money. But also, we do not know the risks about this. But I know a lot of people are financially struggling. Hence, we have a problem. Now there is a solution to get money by building a data center in your house. However, I do not want to, I don't know. I'm just nervous. What do you guys think about this?
So I'm not sure if anyone else has heard about this, but apparently NVIDIA is teaming up with Span, I think it's called. It's some development company. And what they want to do is, instead of having big data centers, they want to attach a little piece of the data center to your house. I'm not kidding. Basically, they want to put like a small unit, and by small, I mean about like the size of like 2 or 3 air conditioners, on the side of your house, filled with all their equipment to make your house a small data center. And how I saw this pitched was, we'll give you $22,000 to do this. And I'm sitting here like, or $22,000 a year to be specific. I'm like, oh, interesting. Well, the whole world's already going to crap. And this might be slightly better than building giant data centers. And I started looking into it. Yeah, here's the problem. The $22,000 is to cover the electrical usage of this thing that they want to put on your property. It's not like, hey, we'll pay for everything and then give you $22,000 for the inconvenience of having this crap on your property. No. It's to cover the electrical cost. Also, apparently you are responsible for any damage incurred by having this data center put on your property. Yeah, let that sink in for a minute. So you allow them to create noise pollution right next to your place. I assume this is going to have to tap into your water main so it can be cooled. It uses your electricity, and they're giving you enough money to cover its operational costs. Oh, and I almost forgot. They're going to put a giant electrical battery, somewhere on your property, probably your garage, so that if there's excess electricity from the solar panels that they're also going to install in your place, that it gets first priority on, that it has that as storage for its power usage. Every part of this stinks. Like, I was really hoping this would be like, oh, you know what? Okay, if they're going to make this so I'm getting an extra $22,000 a year, I mean, that would help with home repairs and home maintenance. It would be one of those things of maybe there's a way that they're going to, reduce the noise that comes out of this thing, reduce the water usage, reduce the power requirements, all that. No, not even close. This is we're going to do this. You're going to put up with it. Here's $22,000 to maybe cover the cost. And here's the thing. Again, as I said, you're responsible for the damages. So if somebody in your neighborhood sees this thing and goes, oh, there's graphics processing units in there, man. Those are big, big money. And they break into your system to steal your stuff, you're on the hook for it.
Damn.
Yeah, that's not going to be cheap. Even if some drug addict comes in there just to steal the copper out of the damn thing, the amount that you're on the hook for is insane.
We got somebody else in the house.
Do not go for this. This is not worth it. And I would assume that at that point, it's a case of you will never be able to take a vacation ever again because you're on guard duty now. And they're not going to pay for the guard dog that you're going to have to buy to protect this damn thing. You see how this escalates and escalates quickly? Don't put AI data centers on your property.
We're so interested in this topic. First of all, if you can explain to me what these data centers, space data centers are, how are they different than the ones back here on Earth?
Well, so a space data center really isn't
space data center
on Earth, whereas you on Earth you're seeing data centers that are these large warehouse size objects. A space data center is really just a small box that's in orbit that contains a couple of computing units, and so that's why, like in the image that you're showing there, you're seeing rows and rows and rows and rows of computers. We're talking about, imagine each one of those rows being its own little box that's flying around the Earth at a rate of once every 90 minutes or so.
What kind of power and resources do they need?
So they would need to generate their own power. So that's why when you're talking about a data center in orbit, they would need to have very large solar panels, and they would also need to have extremely large radiators. So even though the box itself is pretty small, the actual object is about the same size as the International Space Station, about 70% of that size.
Wow. So there is a new petition. It claims these space data centers would release staggering levels of pollution that could alter the Earth's atmosphere. Again, it could be catastrophic for our planet. Explain why to me.
So basically, when you're re-entering the Earth's atmosphere, as a satellite comes down, most of the time the expectation is that they're going to burn up in orbit. And so when something burns up in orbit, all of that matter is not actually destroyed. It ends up entering the Earth's stratosphere. And the thing is that you have to remember that the atmosphere at that level is very thin, and that's also where the ozone layer is located. Now, the aluminum that is in the data centers poses a risk to the ozone layer. And basically, there was a study that was done early last year by the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration's Chemical Sciences Laboratory that suggested that the amount of aluminum entering the atmosphere based on projections before these data center projections, or the permission to launch millions of these things went out, based on the expectation that there would be 60,000 by 2040. That was forecast to be enough to change the Earth's winds, as well as potentially have impacts on the ozone.
Wow. So you see there, people, they playing with our lives.
These data centers in every state by the hundreds. But now you're telling us it's going to be at people's houses and they're getting ready to launch them into outer space. So I guess y'all just hell bent on destroying everything, the atmosphere, the universe, the earth. You're just not going to be satisfied until it's all destroyed. Unbelievable. I just don't. I just can't believe
No, I believe it. That's why these people need to be held with checks and balances and be held accountable for this stuff.
Oh man. No, having that at my house, no. $22,000 to have that at my house. And, not to mention the fact when I was listening, it seems like it's kind of noisy too. So you got to keep it on 24/7 and hear that noise throughout your house. I would never like that. I could hear the noise that it was emitting. But like I said, that guy looked like he was broke to me anyway. That's probably why he did it, because he didn't have any money. Yeah. And it's no telling what it's going to do when they launch hundreds of them up into space, because they're going to have probably even well over 1,000 of them up there. They're going to launch as many of them as they can. What is that going to do for the universe? Hopefully the Most High will slap every last one of them back down to earth. Seriously. What about natural disasters? What if you live in a neighborhood that gets flooded, or a neighborhood that, there's a wildfire in your neighborhood? What about natural disasters? Is that your fault? Do they charge you for that? Man, Yeah, this whole thing is crazy. I told y'all about 2 months ago, I think 2 or 3 months ago, Elon Musk want to have them floating above Earth, just floating, not in outer space, where we just look up and see these objects just floating, and those are data centers. That's what he wants. He wants them to float, up in the air and just stay elevated up in the air. I think that's dangerous. So what if
it's an act wrong within itself,
and it ends up in somebody's backyard or fall on top of somebody's house? Because they want these data centers around where people live. So I would imagine if they got to float up in the air, it's probably going to be near where people live. So no, I don't want them near me. I don't want them floating up above me. I don't want none of them around me. None of them can. You know how many explosions I have seen with them attempting to launch satellites up into space, and the whole thing ends up exploding? The rocket, the satellite, everything. Sometimes, just like we saw with Blue Origin, maybe about a month or two ago, where it exploded on the launch pad, and it was a massive explosion. Yeah, well, I don't know why these rich people don't want to float this shit around where they live. I promise you, y'all, in these in these neighborhoods where they got multi-million-dollar mansions, Trust me, it ain't nary data center in anywhere near them. And they gonna keep it that way too. But they'll inconvenience
I wonder
the rest
why.
of us and put them near wherever we are. So y'all, I'm going to go ahead and conclude. Thank you so much for being here. And we're going to talk about nearly half of the households in America are struggling to make ends meet. It's probably more people now than ever before, historically, that have been struggling financially. And it's just going to continue to get worse in this country. And you can see it, it's a lot of people saying they can't find work. They don't have any money. They're working and they always are still struggling
working to pay
their
bills.
Or if they buy groceries, they can't pay their rent. So this is becoming more commonplace.
Yeah,
But,
it is.
hey, when our people would struggle, these folks would tell us to pull ourselves up by the bootstraps and work harder, right? And even their young people are telling them that's not the answer. And they're right. There's never been the answer. But it is what it is. Now, people are now looking at you funny when you say you and your husband and y'all got 100,000, nobody can make it. Well, you never said anything when it was us. Now we're not going to say nothing now that it's you. So I will see you at 5:45. And y'all don't forget, this is the final day of the Chebe growth butter. So grab it while you can at 45%. Shalom, family.
All right, Lisa.
Shalom, Lisa. And that topic that she just brought up is the last topic. Sabaka, what are your thoughts on what Lisa just said about the
as the shooter?
No, she's right about that. It's because each time, man, that they send those rockets up, that's poking a hole in the atmosphere, right? No difference than you having a pin cushion. And you know what a pin cushion is, right?
Yes, Sabaka.
Yeah, so that's what they're doing with the Earth, man. Each time they send that shit up there, they're putting holes in the atmosphere, stuff like that. They got a lot of space junk up there that they just left up there. You see what I mean? And what is this shit doing to us? Is this shit in the atmosphere causing a chain reaction of events to happen on the Earth?
They haven't launched in the space yet. What they're talking about doing it.
Okay, say that again. You faded out.
They haven't launched the centers in the space yet.
Oh, okay. They're talking about doing it when?
Within the next 5 years.
Yeah. Okay. That's bad. Real bad. And then like Lisa was saying right there, you don't know what this shit is capable of doing or the side effects of it.
Right. So what are your thoughts on these people putting these AI centers in their house?
Oh no, man, that's a big mistake, man. Don't go for it, because all that money is sucker money. If they offered you a couple of million, at least you would be in a position to buy you another home in case they fuck up that home with that shit. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
How are they going to be held accountable? Ask yourself this: what is the real reason why they doing it? You yourself that. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
See, and the real reason is, man, it boils down to what the OJ said. Money, 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 money. The money. See? And they're not considering the potential damage that this shit could do. You see? Because not only is it wrong what they're doing, it is dangerous.
Yeah.
Very dangerous.
I mean, you're basically paying for brain damage. and up close and personal. I mean, those things emit all kinds of sound waves and waves.
Right.
You know,
Yeah, all kind of waves.
Fucking putting a heavy duty microwave up right in your living room, turning it up to 90, and just letting it like just sitting in front of an X-ray machine all day long, and all you're doing is all kinds of waves. And it's just fucking up your nervous system, your brain waves, your joints, everything. You start getting like heart palpitations, brain damage. You get a brain aneurysm, lung
cancer,
lung clots, things like that. I mean, look, Elon
or
Musk,
blood diseases like leukemia.
In Tennessee, and he started killing out. He put a data center in Tennessee, and right next to a little baby, a little black, like I wouldn't say little, but a small black community, right? And all the elders started catching like COPD and heart palpitations and just started dying. They all caught asthma. They're having problems thinking, standing, walking, breathing. The joints were everything was just like shaking and vibrating, and they couldn't think straight. Started getting like all kinds of like heart and lung illnesses, neuropathies. You know, they just weren't right, and then they couldn't sleep. The waves are so like loud that you know you can see the sky like shimmering. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And they're right next to all these generators and whatever they take to it, and not to mention all the environmental stuff they take from it. They need clean water. Down, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that small one in there. You know, you got to think of the water source. You got to think of like an outside. Like if you had a house, like my parents have a house, and they got a AC unit for central cooling from inside of the house, outside of the house, right?
Yeah.
All you hear is
Exactly. That shit.
And
alien shit.
Yeah, the zooing and the heat that comes off of it.
Right.
It's ridiculous just to cool down the inside of the house, but it's outside of the house.
Right.
And so you're already like you're just adding more heat waves and sonic waves and
yeah, that's what I'm saying. All that shit, Lady Shay.
right. But to black people who are already on another level with vibrational energy that touches the universe, like it's gonna affect our downloads.
Yeah.
It'll affect everything within us, and it'll make it like not you're not gonna get supercharged. You're gonna get the opposite of that. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's like condensing you. Only it would like take it would just not be good because black people are dying like around that. You know, white areas they put them in like areas that like they can go ahead and continue to fuck off. Like you know, all like look they can put a freeway and factories in black areas and continue to pollute black areas. This is nothing. This is an added level of pollution. But a box, it's like what for your emails. I mean, what is really people doing with it? Nothing. Check the emails and looking up shit and maybe downloading some movies and watching it, clicking on YouTube. I mean, that doesn't really need a fucking baby data center the size of a AC unit that you stick in your window. You know what I mean? Frying your brain, your family's brain, anybody who's around that. Not to mention, it's not just your house. All those waves go to the next house, to the earth, down the air around it, the house.
Yeah.
And just imagine everybody on the same block has one.
Yeah.
That's 5, 6, 7, 8 houses. You know what I mean? That's a lot of energy waves. And for what? The money is not sustainable for your life and your brain. You probably set off Alzheimer's or dementia or whatever else, Parkinson's or
any of that, Lady Che. Any of that.
20 years earlier because you wanted to get ahead of your bills.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And the whole time Elon Musk is smiling because he got to wipe off another community of black people.
Right. And remember that he's a bore, so he doesn't have no regard for black people. You see what I mean?
When he took that Memphis area out, I was like, he don't give a fuck about black people at all.
Mm-hmm.
It was nothing but like elder black people, like elders and like their second generation, like their daughters and their children.
Right.
Very small community. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And they were all the women were saying, my dad just all of a sudden got COPD and his heart started acting funny. Next thing you know, he was losing his teeth. And he like really fucked up stuff, The man never smoked cigarettes in his life, but he died of COPD.
Yeah.
Or a heart condition. That's crazy to me. That's diabolical.
Uh-huh.
And they didn't pay them people. They just put it up and put it up quick and then lied about how many generators. Right. You know what I mean? To minimize it until somebody flew a drone up and hit it with the infrared and found out the truth.
Yeah. Background noise, okay.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Any background noise now?
Yes.
It's still background noise?
No, it's gone.
All right. Because the phone is heating up, man. So I've stuck it in my freezer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, because that phone, it heats up. But you're right, though, Lady Che. That is something to consider, that these no good, greedy-ass bastards who's investing in this shit is not considering it. What is it, not to mention the damage to people itself, but what about the damage to the atmosphere itself, damage to the water, the seas, the oceans? And you see what's happening in France, right? When the earth gets mad at you.
Yeah.
Come on, yeah, they can't even freeze their people or put their people in because the people are melting because they don't have enough refrigeration for them. And they're dying like
yeah.
Come on.
Yeah.
All right, I'm right. Topic, and that is why nearly half American households can't make ends meet. So Lisa's gonna give us an update on that.
Family, good to see everyone here. Hope you're doing. If you that are struggling and you had that attitude, I really don't feel too sorry for you. I say keep your ass out there and struggle. Anytime you felt that way, a lot of the struggle is due to racism, especially when it comes down to healthcare. They didn't want free healthcare because Black people would get it. Mm-hmm. So in a sense, to be honest with you, many of you that are struggling and you had that attitude, I really don't feel too sorry for you. I say keep your ass out there and struggle.
Well, I see time is up in the morning with
that
us.
Way, that is absolutely wicked. But now that you're struggling, we're supposed to feel something for you. Well, I don't. If you were walking around talking about I don't want free health care because Black people don't get it and your ass is struggling now.
Salute, Fresh.
Hey, best of luck to you, but I don't feel bad for you.
Yeah, if you're doing some diabolical shit like that, hell no, I don't feel bad for them.
Talking about how their salaries are just not enough anymore like it used to be. And many of these people, they were the same ones telling us to pull ourselves up by the bootstraps.
Yep.
They're the same people, y'all.
Yeah, the hypocrisy is real.
Are different. They never thought Donald Trump's policies would impact their life.
Yeah.
But it most certainly is. Donald Trump, his policies are having an adverse effect on all of us.
Yes, Sam.
Nobody is benefiting. That's one thing about Donald Trump. He don't just make sure one group don't benefit. He makes sure all groups don't benefit up in here.
Except his.
So let me go ahead and share my screen.
No, his group is hurting too.
Oh yeah, because they're getting caught. You see, you know.
Please give me a 1 if you can see my screen.
Yeah, but if they get caught on some get hung up on some shit, man, you know, Donald Trump, he could fix it for him. You know what I'm saying?
Please give me a 1 if you can see my screen. Thank you.
He don't give a damn about them, Shabaka. All he care about is profit.
Yeah, exactly.
Last year when Trump passed the so-called big beautiful bill, here's how that's going. First off, literally kicked off more than 4 million people off of food stamps, including 800,000 kids, resulting in a growing hunger crisis. Second, $1 trillion in healthcare funding was cut. In the past year, over 1,000 hospitals, clinics, nursing homes have closed, and healthcare premiums more than doubled for nearly 22 million Americans. Some folks even saw their monthly premiums go up tenfold, like $900 to $9,000. Oh, and half of Americans now struggle to afford gas and groceries. But hey, you know, at least the top 1% got $1 trillion in tax cuts, you know, really making America great. But seriously, midterms, they're November 3rd, guys. We need to vote. We need to vote because whether or not we like it, politics affects our wallets. It affects our money, our personal finance. So we got to mark our calendars. We got to vote some of these people out here.
I might be having a full-on crash out, and that's fine. But I think the United States is going to collapse. It's going to. It has to. It has to. Nothing is sustainable. There is no part of this country right now that is working. I'm a teacher. Our education system, trash. Public, private, it doesn't matter. I used to be a homeschool resource teacher. Most homeschool families don't do anything. I'm sorry. Most that I have worked with don't do anything. Okay, they're not teaching their kids. They think they are, but they're not. Okay, so like it doesn't even matter what sector of education your kids are in, they're failing. No Child Left Behind was one of the worst things this country could have implemented, and now half of our country is like illiterate, okay? The economy, I just made a video full on crashing out about how my husband has 15 years experience doing what he's doing. I have an education degree and I've been teaching for almost 10 years and we can barely make ends meet as a family of 4.
Damn.
Like, I mean, like we are skimming the surface for now. I don't know how long until we're absolutely drowning. Our politics, enough said, okay? The 2-party system doesn't work.
No, it's bullshit. They're 2 sides of the same coin, lady.
Now it's not going to work in the future. All it does is
they're 2 sides of the same coin.
Nothing is working in this 2025, almost 2026. Not a damn thing.
Nothing.
I do not see
Ruru
how living
wants to get
in this
on
country
TV.
In 10 years is not going to be considered like living in a third world country. I just don't. Nothing works. Nothing's working. Nothing is changing for the better.
Well, look what you voted for, lady.
Don't even get me started on healthcare.
What's that?
401ks, what are those? My husband and I were talking about our 401k and retiring.
Right.
And I just wanted to tell him, like, we're not retiring. We're not retiring. We're going to work until we're dead.
Duh.
There's no retirement.
Exactly.
It's not possible. Am I crashing out? Maybe. But like, life isn't sustainable anymore.
The United States has become extremely unsustainable. It's time that we have this conversation. I know that we're not all out here surviving.
Yeah, it's been unstable. You know what I'm
Go to the
saying?
grocery store, you go grab a couple of items, it's $100. Rent across the United States is all the same. I remember when you used to be able to look at like cities, like big metropolitan cities, even like medium metropolitan cities, and they would have a different rate than, you know, say smaller cities. Now, I can talk to someone that lives in Kansas, and someone that lives in Oklahoma, and I live in Atlanta, and they're paying anywhere from $1,500 to $2,000. There's no reason why someone that lives in the middle of Kansas should be paying the same price that we pay in a metro city. It's exhausting. Like, did y'all see that Klarna just reported that they are like losing money because people are not paying their Klarna bills? That credit card debt is super high. That's because everybody's robbing Peter to pay Paul just to afford the necessities like food. God forbid that you want to just keep yourself up. Like, we're not talking anything super expensive. We're just talking like keeping your hair cut or getting your nails done, getting your toes done, maybe picking a nice style once a month for your hair. You can't afford those things as much anymore. Let's start doing self-care at home. And if you go make more money, you're still not seeing the money. Let's discuss in the comments because it's getting a little crazy out here.
The cost of living in this country is currently, it's not going to be, it is currently unsustainable. And there are people that they know this, but then they'll still look at somebody else that's struggling and then tell them they're not doing good enough. I want you to imagine somebody that makes $75,000 a year. That's a pretty high up wage in terms of like top earners in this country, $75,000 a year. And we're going to go through some things here. This is a person with no debt outside of a car. And please don't hit me with the, you can go buy a car for, shut up, you can't, shut up, stop saying ridiculous things. An entry-level decent car is $30,000. So this person who puts $200 a month into insurance and they pay 5% into their 401k, because shut up, people should be able to put money into their retirement. Because if you're not doing it now, you're never going to get to start doing it later. So after those two things come out of their paycheck and their taxes are paid, they bring home $53,850 a year from a $75,000 paycheck. Average rent in my state for a one-bedroom apartment, because an adult should be able to live by themselves, $1,700. That car payment at 6% for an entry-level, very reasonable sedan, nothing fancy, car payment's $579 a month. Car insurance, $240 or so a month for a lot of vehicles in this day and age. You're a young person, you've got a nice job, but the insurance companies still want to screw you over. Food, you only cook at home. You never, ever go out. You only cook at home and you only eat decent quality food, because a human being should be allowed to eat decent quality food. You pay $879 a month for that. You spend $250 a month in gas. You wear and tear on your car $100 a month. $80 for your phone, $80 for your internet, $175 a month for your electricity, $70 for your water, $20 for your cash. You make $75,000 a year, and outside of a car payment, you have zero debt. Do you know how much money you have left over annually at a $75,000 wage? You do nothing. You don't own a Netflix. You don't go out on a date. You don't pay to go to a park. You don't go watch a movie. You do nothing. If you can't find it on the internet for free, you don't get to do it. If you can't cook it at home for your $800, you don't get to do it. You have $3,700 left over annually. That's like $320 a month. And there's going to be, well, that's $300. Shut up. Shut your stupid, contrarian, edgelord mouth. That's not a doctor bill, because God knows, just because we have insurance doesn't mean that we don't still pay far out the ass when we go to the doctors. People like to be entertained. They want to date. They want to. There's those of you out there that will tell somebody living like this on $75,000 a year before taxes that they are not doing what they're supposed to do, that they should get a second job, that they should get a side hustle, that they should get a better job. And the fact that you would look at somebody with no debt other than a car and say something like this to them means objectively you're a moron and you live in a fantasy world. This is unsustainable.
We're here again. We're here again. I'm a licensed therapist of 22 years, and things in the US couldn't possibly be worse. Let me give you an example, okay? So today I happened to be sitting in my own waiting room. I own a group practice, and there were probably 8 to 9 people sitting in the waiting room waiting for their appointments. And one person happened to start a conversation, which almost never happens in the waiting room. Most people just sit there kind of silently waiting for their clinician. But this person started off a conversation and it sparked this whole thing about how depressed and anxious and broke everyone is. And that they're, while great and helpful and wonderful, is barely scratching the surface. I could relate to everything that everybody was saying in my waiting room. Everything is bad. And I'm not exaggerating. This is not hyperbolic. Our healthcare, our taxes, our grocery prices, gas costs are unaffordable. We cannot afford to live in this country unless you're in the top percent. The average person in the US cannot afford to exist. I'm not totally sure how we dig out of this hole. All I know,
yeah, you probably voted for Trump too.
Sounded the alarm bells.
Yeah, fresh is bad for the WS as well.
And
but they the ones that went out there and voted for this bastard, and they were up here wondering what the fuck happened.
Reason why America's crashing out like crazy right now. Mediocrity don't hit like it used to, baby. See, once upon a time in America, you could be real mid and still thrive. Mediocre effort, boom, you get a house, car, annual vacation, pension, hell, maybe even a boat. You could clock in, coast through the week, grill on Sundays, and still retire with dignity. But that era is dead and gone, baby. And instead of leveling up or adapting, they're mad, they're bitter, and they're not even blaming the billionaires. They blaming you.
Exactly.
They have the audacity to blame me. They blaming immigrants, Black people, queer folk, anyone they think is taking something that used to be theirs by default. See, they don't want equality. They want comfort. And when mediocrity no longer gets them that comfort, they start rewriting the rules to rig the game again. It ain't about fairness. It's about preserving the lie.
Because they want total control.
Being average should still be enough.
The world is witnessing the death of America. Not from an outside force, but from a low-level con man, a pathological liar, a convicted felon, an adjudicated rapist that also inherited $400 million at birth and still managed to go bankrupt 6 times. Yet he's convinced millions of Americans that he's their savior, that he's this great deal maker, that he's this great leader. It's almost, if it was a movie, we would go see it and we would think it was completely unrealistic. We would think enough people would rise up to stop him, just as we believed the Germans would do that before Hitler seized control of the country and murdered 6 million Jews. You guys, this is happening right now, and we are running out of time fast. Let's look at the facts. You think I'm exaggerating? He's got the courts locked up. He's got the judges terrified.
What's up, America? 60% of Americans are now having trouble affording groceries for themselves or their families. And the average cost of eating at home has increased 33% in the last 2 years, up anywhere between 30% and 100% in the last 5.5 years. And eating out at restaurants costs an average of 50% more than it did just 3 or 4 years ago. Prices are going up to the point where people are really starting to struggle. The use of coupons is coming back heavily, but basically people are stating that they're just buying what's on sale. At this point, they're not caring about name brand or store brands. They're caring about just what's on sale that they can purchase. Then they bring it home and eat it because it's all they can afford. The cheapest that you can possibly buy. Now, that's what's happening for approximately 60% of the United States. And the prices, no matter where you're at, the quality of the products are no good. Are going up through the roof. There is no end to this in sight. Now, one of the major campaign promises was getting the cost of living down here in the United States on day one, if everybody remembers that. I remember it. Pepperidge Farms fucking remembers it. Day one, we're going to start working on getting prices lower. Remember that? I fucking remember that. So if you account for Joe Biden's price increases and then what we're dealing with now, we're basically in 5.5 years of absolute suffering with price gouging. Because yes, prices have gone up in some cases, but most of this, I would say probably 60 to 70%
All right, Maxwell,
of the
good
price
morning to you,
increase
sir.
is just stealing from you. It's gouging for profit. You have your fuel prices and your transport costs. That's all basically together.
Yeah, right. Yeah, like the gas
of goods and
costs.
services anyway.
Right.
And then you have price gouging.
Macroeconomic, yes.
Price gouging was made illegal and it was enforced that all of a sudden prices
No,
would
because
come down
you
by
ain't got a chance in hell on that because they're going to talk about free
Either
enterprise.
way, this is becoming unsustainable for the American people and something needs to be done. But I bet you dollars to fucking donuts, not a thing will be done. It'll get worse and worse and you'll struggle and struggle until eventually the masses will vote in a socialist dystopian nightmare. Initially making it slightly better, and then crashing it even fucking worse. Yay, future!
Literally had my wits in with this shit. Like, I don't know how the fuck people are functioning right now. It's a little too much for me. Like, I know everybody like, well, that's just life. You have to work. That's you can get what you want. You gotta be. I don't care. I don't think it's normal to be this overworked. I don't think it's normal to be burnt out. I don't think it's to be normal to be tired all the time. I don't think it's so normal to be so overstimulated. Everything's so overstimulated. And it's because of our work life. It's because of the fact that we have to rush and everything's hustle, bustle, this, move there, move that, schedule this, time frame that, productivity, fully productive days, wake up at 3 a.m., go to bed at 10 p.m. Like, it's just too much. Like, we're just trying to fit too much in too little time when really all that we should be doing and focus on is literally living and breathing and being human. We can't even focus on that. We can't even focus on our basic ass health because everything is so fucking like, rush, do this, do that. And it's like, it never ends. It never stops. And I know, like, well, you gotta work hard now so you can live comfortable later. It's not gonna be comfortable later, man. You're just gonna be working hard for the rest of your life until you overwork your body to the point that you can't even do shit no more, and you might just clock out of here. Like, it's no end goal. Like, for some people it do happen. I'm not saying you shouldn't work hard to meet your goals, but it's just like, I feel like another thing too is like, it feels like no matter what, it's always gonna be a next goal. You reach one goal, you work your ass off to get to one goal, and then you got to work your ass off to get to the next goal, and you work your ass off. And the next thing you look up, you're 78, your whole life done flashed ahead of you, and it's like, damn, now, I can finally, enjoy my life. But I don't know. I just don't, it's just not it for me.
Why is no one talking about the crisis that America is in right now? Data centers.
Right.
Water.
Money.
Food regulations. Economic.
Money.
On to the economic. Jobs. The infertility rate. Prices of everything.
Right.
Why are we so compliant? Why are we complying? This government no longer represents the people.
Right.
This government no longer has the people in their best interest. And it didn't just start with this administration. It started with vague regulations, giving loopholes to millionaires, now billionaires,
right?
Now soon to be trillionaires. I am all for capitalism.
Right.
I am all for.
Yeah, she went silent.
We had access to the oil. That was supposed to be our in for our economy.
It's like in America, if you don't have money, you will always.
Yeah, you see how this is going across the board, people.
Struggle and unhappiness and struggle.
You see how this is going across the board.
It's just so sad to me, and I just hate that this money shit. It's like I don't want to be in a perpetual state of struggle because I don't have money or I don't make enough money. It's sad, and so but it's all
Maxwell.
Off capitalism. Like the reason why you feel like you gotta have 8 jobs. Do you think you would feel that same way if you lived in China as a citizen in China or something? No.
I know that's right, Fresh.
That society,
and I bet you 90% of these people making these damn videos out of their car
to actually help their people.
Voted for this bastard.
So in other countries,
if you were a citizen there, you wouldn't need to feel this need to have 8 million jobs and to have eight side hustles.
I believe the United States of America will collapse. I believe this because the people in power will not deal with poverty or wealth inequality. So long as we tolerate poverty, our society will get sicker and sicker.
Right.
We will all slowly become more impoverished, and our sense of humanity will dwindle even further than it already has. The demise of this empire that is America will be the result of us tolerating the misery of others. Misery that could be so easily cured. If we just
it's called an impeachment. It's called a conviction.
Every single major city in America, in the greatest country on earth. It isn't normal to have people working full-time jobs just to live in their cars. And those are somehow the lucky ones.
Yep, I've done that shit.
Living on the street who have nothing and they work full-time jobs. This is not normal.
Yep.
It is not normal for people to work the entirety of their lives just to lose everything because they had to pay extortion rate on medicine when they got sick. I say it isn't normal.
Yeah, that's extortion. He said it right.
We've all become numb to these things. We've become numb to driving past the homeless every day. Our society has become numb to seeing abject poverty every single day. This is a sign that our society is sick, and it will only get sicker so long as the people in power continue to allow poverty to exist. Truth is, the people in power have no intention of curing poverty. The only intention they have is to keep power out of the hands of the people and to keep people poor and money going into the hands of corporations and their rich friends.
Right.
Despite what the media says, curing poverty is not hard. Very easy, in fact, but the government doesn't want you to know that because they want you to believe the lie that there's not enough money. Yet there's always enough money for their wars. There's always enough money for corporate bailouts and for corporate tax cuts. How is it that we never have enough money to take care of the American people, but we have enough money to pay the weapons contractors all the money they need for war? And they're just always
It's called hypocrisy, sir.
The cure to crime,
it's called
poverty,
hypocrisy.
and needless misery is simply taxing the rich and ending the forever wars. Thank you all so much for watching, and I appreciate your face.
But what people like him don't realize, y'all been the ones running the system the whole time.
Exactly, Lisa.
Right.
So if it's not what you want, you sure can't blame us.
Right.
We're not at fault.
Right.
You know, it's the people that look like you.
Yep.
You're the ones to blame. You've been the one boasting about being in charge and being the master race and having high IQs.
Right.
That's what y'all were doing the whole time.
Right.
But the reality is, y'all really don't know how to run a country. That's why the country is in the shape that it's in, because you really don't know how to run one.
You'll get no argument from me.
And the biggest cover up is y'all failed all over in Europe.
Yep.
You know, I mean, come on. Y'all didn't do well over there. You floated your ass over here and set up the same system that failed over there.
Mm-hmm.
Capitalism always fails. It always fails. It does not
designed
have
to fail.
A lasting effect. It never have. And it's not now either. And y'all don't know how to do anything else because you can't think of anything else. You're not creative. You can't think of anything.
Hey, Maxwell.
So all you would do is a reset and then run the place back in the ground again.
Exactly.
That's all that would happen. So look, there's a reason why this stuff is not working out. It's because your time is done.
Yeah.
It's over. But many of you are holding on for dear life, thinking something different is coming. Nothing different is coming under any Gentile. And that is a fact. So everything you see today, y'all, we had nothing to do with it. It is not our fault.
Exactly.
We haven't been running anything. They didn't care to take our ideas on anything. They have largely just tried to act like we didn't exist and don't want to talk about slavery and don't want to talk about reparations and that.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And look at where it's gotten us. Did it make you better off? It sure haven't. America
Right. And the reparations won't do nothing but except get infused into the U.S. economy, Che. You know that.
Is plain and simple. So, y'all, I'm going to go ahead and conclude. Thank you so much for being here. And be on the lookout for my upcoming lives. And don't forget to pick up your Chebe growth butter at 45% off. The sale ends at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Shalom, family.
Shalom, Lisa.
All right, Lisa Cabrera.
All right. What's your closing thoughts about?
Okay, my closing thoughts on this is mainly I'm going to address the economy, and then after I make this closing thought, then I'm going to get off this phone and charge it up. What it is this is the main reason that I've been saying, man, you've been saying it, a whole lot of other content creators been saying it, is these motherfuckers who's doing all this complaining is the ones who went out there and voted for this bastard. Okay, wait a minute. All right. Maxwell says, I disagree. Black folks have always been capitalists. We have a social consciousness, but we always gotta have the money. Now he's got a point on there, and this is what we were saying, don't spend our money with them. Like, hey, I love seeing those nail shops some sister used to go to being vacant. Build up your own nail shops. You see, in other words, brother, we got to be self-sufficient. And the only thing that I could do at my age, being over the hill and shit, is just sell some advertisement space for our platforms. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for joining us.
Yeah, man, I just happened to be up there in Pee-Pee guys. And so since I'm up now, it's 5:35 a.m. I'm going to try to do a feed from the Las Vegas sign in about an hour.
Okay, Shabaka.
And then I think I could send it to you to your phone, right?
Yep.
All right. Okay. All right, y'all. So I'm going to bid everybody a good morning right there. Sit at your lunch counter that you own. Make you a cup of coffee at your own lunch counter. Buy the coffee. Therefore, you ain't begging for a cup of coffee. You own the lunch counter. Okay, with that there being said, okay, please, people, Google our past episodes of Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced and the Frontline Black News and Lady Shay's channel, The Revolutionary Agenda, and spread them far and wide, because we need donations. We need money. Okay, it's because this shit going on in the economy is hurting us real bad. So people, dig in your pocket, make it happen. If you're a businessman on anything, I don't give a damn if you're selling fried chicken on the corner, man. You know what I'm saying? At the back of your car, we need a donation. And whatever that you do business-wise, we will mention it and we will give you a receipt for your money. Okay. Yeah, so donate to the PayPal, jparis45@gmail. Okay, and you see my team up there, right, Jesse?
Yeah.
Ponies in the bar this season, ponies in the barn. Hi-ho, Dario, the ponies in the barn.
Gators in the barn. Gators in the bottom of the hull of the ship.
Man, they down at the bottom of the sea, man, out here in the damn desert that used to be the ocean, and then they cut some dude off of it, man. I think they signed somebody and then they cut him for some odd reason. You know what I mean? So already it's fucked up. But who did they get as the new coach? He was a Super Bowl winner.
Yeah, it ain't gonna help you on.
Mm-hmm. No, I just want the motherfuckers to have a winning season. If they have a winning season and get bumped off the playoffs, that's a winning season. Because any team that makes it to the playoffs, ponies included, it's still a winning season.
It's Broncos, Shabaka. Put some respect on it. Y'all at the bottom of the hull of the ship, and y'all gonna stay there.
Sir. What we're going to do, we're going to pull some voice to the bottom of the sea shit, some Captain Crane shit, and come up with a miracle at the last minute. I got my silver and black all over this motherfucker. I got a silver cane. I got a black shredder. You know what I'm saying? I got on a T-shirt that's black. You know what I'm saying? And what have you.
Everywhere. I got orange and blue. I got orange and blue everywhere.
Man, ponies in the barn, ponies in the barn.
Top of the at the bottom where they belong.
Well, I already told them, man, if they want to keep my support, man, either get out of town or change their name. Mm-hmm. Because I mean, you know, with these losing records, Raiders, we fucking pirates. Look at the imagery that you project right there. You're supposed to be whooping ass, you know, 95% of the time you come out there. Now, I understand key players get injured and stuff like that, but at least you motherfuckers could keep it up past 60% on the win ratio. You know, motherfuckers down here. Oh, well, the Raiders, ladies and gentlemen, well, they lost again today here in Las Vegas, so they moved to second place. Well, they fucked off again, changed the coach and the defensive line coordinator. Now they're down there in 8th place.
Mm-hmm.
These motherfuckers is moving backwards.
Yep.
Now, that's uncivilized.
I love it.
Oh, I'm sure you do. I'm sure you do. And preseason is getting ready to start. And do they play each other in the preseason?
No, Shabaka. Oh.
Damn. So when's the first game that we play?
Lord.
If you have, yeah. No, don't go through no extra changes, brother. Just let me know in the future because we got like about a month before regular season starts. You know what I'm saying? And what have you. So when they come on here on these exhibition games for the season, and the only thing they're doing is auditioning everybody and decide who they're going to keep, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's with any of them. What they do, and I could understand that from a managerial point of view. You saying if you got some, huh?
November 22nd.
All right, that's our first game, right?
Yep, and the second one is December 20th.
Okay, yeah, I always know, man, we got the winter games, man. So which one is coming to Las Vegas and which one is playing in Ponyville?
Broncos, goddammit. In Mile High. November 22nd is in Mile High.
Mm-hmm.
And December 20th is in Allegiant.
Oh, okay. So we got to travel to you guys first.
Yep.
While it's fucking cold.
Yep, November 22nd. Yep.
Yeah, see. Yeah, that's some stage bullshit right there. But, you know, I've been a Raider Pirate fan ever since I was a little kid.
Already know.
Divisional rivals. Yeah, oh, yeah, big time. You already know him. Mr. Maxwell. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And put them ponies back in a barn.
Gators
ponies in
the ship. Gators in the bottom of the hull of the ship.
Well, we sunk.
Of the ship.
Yeah, but I'm gonna laugh my ass off, Brother Che, if they beat the Broncos in regular season.
That ain't gonna happen, Shabaka. You keep on dreaming.
All right, well, do you got the dates when we got to play each other, man, in the regular season?
Yep, November 22nd and December 20th.
All right. So which one is playing here in Las Vegas at Allegiant?
November 20th. December 20th.
So we got to travel to you guys, and then you guys travel to us.
Yep.
All right. Okay. Well, we'll see what happens, folks. So this is Shabaka Sankori for Shabaka's Black Experience. Also with Frontline Black News. Definitely check out our schedules because Lady Che does a revolutionary agenda. You know, I do Shabaka's Black Experience on Tuesday.
Yeah, it's Tuesday now. So join us.
Oh, yeah.
Experience enhancement.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, most definitely. Yeah, that's why I'm glad I'm up so I can go film the live feed for it. And hopefully I can send it to you on the phone and you might be able to, huh?
I have to upload it because you can't go live yet. You still need 6 more subscribers.
Okay, yeah. So I need 6 more subscribers for Genib 1. Please subscribe. And we also need some super chats as well too.
Yes, Shabaka. We gotta get monetized first.
I know. Okay, but we'll do it. We just gotta fight our way out the corner. That's why I have the Raiders symbol up there. Determination. Resistance.
Just win. Yeah, I ain't winning nothing.
Yeah, just win, baby. Just win. Say, because we got an image to protect right here. Say,
yeah, your image has been crap for 40-something years.
man, we pirates, man. We pirates. You know what I'm saying? Pirates. And also, too, Raiders act like some fucking pirates instead of all these, motherfuckers getting injured and traded and all that old bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Okay.
We got 7 people watching.
Huh?
People that's watching, if y'all can subscribe to Shabaka's YouTube channel, that'd be great. But we're gonna season 6, episode 36, part 3 of the Frontline Black News. Join us later for a brand new episode of Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced.
Yep.
Episode of Frontline Black News.
Okay, and the subject matter we're going to talk about are black politicians, tethers, and fools who don't have our interest at heart. That's what we're talking about. So therefore, Brother Chad, I know you're tired, and I'm gonna email you, man, the subjects for tonight. And then after we do the 3 main subjects, if you got anything you want to do a supplemental on for Frontline Black News, you're more than welcome. You know what I'm saying? So please, ladies and gentlemen, subscribe to that channel and follow the channel. Okay, appreciate y'all. So I'm going to bid everybody a great day from Sin City, and Raiders start winning football games. Get the fuck out of town or change your fucking name. Now, man, supporting losing ass motherfuckers. Man, look at the imagery right there, people. That's some cold energy. That's some cold imagery right there. Pirates. Yeah, pirates. You know what I'm saying? And Raiders act like some damn pirates. Up here losing a buster ass teams that you should have walked over. But however, we're still gonna say ponies in the barn, ponies in the barn, huh?
Mother hold the ship where they belong. Gators hold the ship where they belong.
We're gonna try to raise the ship. We're gonna try to raise the ship and get it back on top.
The ship got a hole in it. Y'all ain't raising no time soon.
No. Well, hopefully we're doing repairs on it. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully we'll have a stronger defensive line. Hopefully we'll have a stronger offensive line. You see? Because the offensive line, it was just straight crap, Che. It was straight crap. Losing games, by 2 and 3 points to some buster ass motherfuckers that they could have beat. You know what I'm saying? Where's the justice, people? Where's the justice? Where's the justice? All right. Okay, Che, I'm out. I'll give you a call later on.
Okay, Shabaka. Have a good day.
You too.
All right, so this is going to conclude season 6, episode 36, part 3, part Trey of the Frontline Black News. Join us later for a brand new episode of Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced and a follow-up episode of Frontline Black News. So appreciate everybody that tapped in. Shout out to Leonard Day Judith for coming through. Shout out to Maxwell for coming through. Shout out to Sister Val for coming through. Fresh Always for coming through. Time for coming through. Shabaka for coming through. Y'all Israel for coming through. Blake Kelly for coming through. Sister M. Hampton for coming through. And anybody that was speaking and not speaking. So peace, love, light, reparations, and separations, and delineations of Black empowerment. Chan Krumah and Lady Chase signing out from the Mile High Income and illegal migrant fled the city. Go Broncos.